Much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're calling to order the Ways and Means Committee meeting for February 17th, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Vicaro,
Present.
Alderwoman Howard,
Present.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Muhammad, Alderman Oldenburg,
Present.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Present.
Alderwoman Evans,
Present.
Chairwoman Davis,
Present.
President Reed.
Here.
11 present, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Could we have approval of the minutes, please?
So moved.
I move for the approval of the minutes. Second. Second.
It's been moved in second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Vicaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
11 aye votes.
Thank you very much. We only have one board bill before us today. And before we get into the review of that, I wanted to make sure that everyone who's online, most especially those who anticipate being a speaker, you do understand the rules of engagement that were forwarded to you, which is rule number 95 of the Board of Aldermen for our process and procedures for speaking. Just to add to that, I'm a very sincere chairperson, and if you become personal or use unnecessary language that is not required to get a point across, I will have your mic turned off. We also know that as we move forward, we all want to have your voices heard. I think it's critical. I think it's a must, but we will have the proper decorum take place. As we move forward in this process, I shall share with you that in the part of the speakers being presented will be handled by the Vice Chair, Carol Howard. And Madam Clerk, I would like for you to retain the same role as you normally do with the timing for us, to indicate to the speakers when their time is at, I believe you do 1 minute and then 30 seconds. So we'd like to have that take place as well. Our board bill for review is board bill number 184. And Alderman Tom Oldenburg is the sponsor of the bill. And Alderman Oldenburg, I'll turn it over to you to give us just a brief overview of what it is that you're presenting, because I think it's important for speakers to hear more about your bill. I don't know if they have all the information that is required to have the decision made on how they want to speak, and it may alter some of them. So, sir, could you please move forward?
Certainly. Before giving a quick intro of the bill, Madam Chair, if it pleases the chairwoman, I'd like to proceed as follows. Having Board Bill 184 before us, giving an overview, I would then like to move to some speakers, mainly the Chief of Police and the Chief of the Fire Department, only because they have time sensitivities around their testimony and the length of this hearing. So I'd like to get them to give testimony and then have our first responders exit after any questions because today can be a busy day for them, especially with the weather. Then at that time, it'd probably be appropriate to take all speaker testimony. And then I do have some housekeeping items. I do have a couple of amendments that I'd like to get to and discuss, and then we can have a full 184 as amended before us for additional debate and conversation. If that sounds like an appropriate agenda, I'll proceed.
I can accept that, and as the sponsor, we'll try to make sure that we get all those parameters in place that you have suggested. And if by chance we miss one, feel free to, remind us. So please move forward.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, guest speakers, and the general public. Board Bill 184, simply put, is a capital improvement spending bill. The bill will seek, hopefully with successful amendments, will seek to spend $86 million towards capital improvements. These are improvements that are classified as critical. These are the recommendations of the city's capital committee. And just quickly to give people a snapshot of what the capital committee is, or to remind a lot of us, it was established via ordinance in the late 80s, and it is to this committee, in conjunction with the budget division, reviews, assesses all the city's capital needs and develops a recommendation and a capital improvements plan, and then seeks to, over 5 years, implement expenditures of that plan. These are the nuts and bolts of our city, right? This is literally the infrastructure of our city in the way of making capital investments. The committee is made up of 9 members. It's the budget director, it's the chair of Ways and Means, the president of the Board of Public Service, the director of CDA, designees of the mayor, the president's office, Board of Aldermen, and the comptroller also gets 2 designees. The capital sources that the capital committee has to work with in a given year fluctuates anywhere from 25 to 30 million, and that's simply because sales tax are the sources of that fund. There was a half-cent sales tax passed in the early 90s that is split 50-50. So if that generates, call it $20 million in a good sales tax given year, we get 10 million. The capital committee gets about $10 million to utilize, and that's split through a couple of different accounts and funds. The other half, as you guys all know, goes to our ward capital dollars. There's a small a portion of gaming revenues and the municipal garage revenues that also source close to that 25 or $30 million that the capital fund has to work with. Additionally, and this rarely happens, right? Half of any operating surplus from our general revenue fund is utilized in the way of capital. It can be utilized in the way of capital expenditures. Also, if you remember the half-cent Devo sales tax, 10% of that can also be allowed for us to spend on capital. So very scarce on the source side. The use side for the capital improvement plan is around $428 million the city has in capital expenditures. 178 of those are classified as critical, meaning departments can't do their jobs, equipment will break down, the city can't deliver services, and safety and quality of life is at risk if we're not funding those critical capital improvement items. Also, general obligation bonds is another way often that we can source or fund our capital improvements. However, that's debt. Let us not forget that. So that a good amount, I think over 53% of the $30 million that comes in to the capital improvement fund is utilized in debt service. So this is just me underscoring that capital improvement costs and expenses far outweigh the sources we've had. However, the cavalry has come. The day can be saved with the ARPA dollars, right? We have federal assistance, once in a lifetime opportunity to make an investment through the capital expenses that have been plaguing our city for a long, long time. And that's what Board Bill 184 seeks to do. The exhibit is really the illustration here that I think you all want to pay attention to. These are the line items based on the highest priority made through the capital committee. And I'm just going to briefly touch on them. I'm not going to go through line by line, but I'm here all day for questions. But this bill will, and this is not only a capital improvement plan, I think it goes without saying, this is a jobs bill as well. These contracts, when executed and instituted, will put people to work. Going to put a lot of people to work over the years. But we will effectively, if this passes, pave 24 miles of the city streets. We will reinforce, repair, and replace 20% of the city's bridges. We've got 74 bridges in the city of St. Louis. 16 of them are in bad shape. 3 are completely compromised. We need to reinforce and fix our bridges. That's a quality of life and a safety issue, without a doubt. We are going to light up the city. We are going to install 21,000 sodium-free light posts. So there's about 21,000 light posts left that are still on the old sodium. We are going to make the final conversion so the entire city illuminates with LED. And not only is that a great capital expense, but that's going to save us year-over-year operating costs. Sodium lights are more expensive in the way of utility bills. We're going to improve all the city rec centers. They're in desperate need of new roofs and other reinforcements. We're going to make improvements to various city buildings that are falling into disrepair. We have to take care of our capital assets. We are also going to make substantial investments into fire stations, police stations, so that our city's first responders, as well as EMS workers, have an adequate and safe work environment so they can do the critical service work that they do. And we're going to purchase a heck of a lot of trucks, vehicles, and equipment for various city departments that have long been doing much more with less. So with that introduction, Madam Chair, I would love to turn this over to, if Chief Hayden has entered. He was having some connection problems. We defer to him. Oh, there he is. Chief, you're up, because I know you are of the most time sensitive today, sir. So if you'd like to speak to at least the police portion that's in this bill, we'll let you do that. We'll allow some questions, and then you can be on your way, my friend.
Excuse me, Alderman from the 16th. I guess we need to swear in these people. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
You're absolutely correct. Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then I'll call those people in the order they're signed in, except for I'll call Hayden and then Jankerson, and then we'll deal with the rest. Okay.
So when we, and let me correct myself very quickly, we don't swear in our staff. And Chief Hayden is a city employee, so we don't swear them in.
Okay. Thank you
All
for
right,
the.
thank you.
So we'll let the chief go, questions from the committee, and then Mr. Jankerson, and then questions from the committee.
Okay. Go ahead, Chief Hayden.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think that certainly Rich Bradley has done an excellent job when it comes to not only hearing the capital request, but also doing the research that justifies the decision-making along the way. So I appreciate him very much. I'll kind of go straight down the line unless that's out of order, but basically the things that come under the police department are our elevator system with inside the headquarters building. The next piece is the exterior stone facade tuck pointing at the police academy. The next one is replace the HVAC system, the heating and cooling system at the headquarters building, old headquarters building. And then I think those are the main ones, Rich, if I'm leaving something off. And then of course I can go to the vehicles. But in short, each one of these have been presented, very much needed. I could anecdotally give examples. I don't know that that's necessary, but all of these are certainly important to the department. And I would ask that you would consider each one. And certainly I'm willing to ask questions. And if you need some of the anecdotal examples, I'm willing to provide them if you have questions about any one of them.
Thank you, Chief.
Alderwoman.
Is the fire chief available?
Madam Chair.
Okay, is the fire chief available?
Oh, we're gonna go through all of them and
Oh,
then,
Madam Chair, I was hoping we could, because the chief has the most time pressing matters. I was hoping we could get questions through with him and then he could exit.
Okay, if that's what you need, we shall accommodate.
Okay.
Um,
Madam Chair, do you have questions?
Well, I don't have any questions since I sit on the committee. So I'm thoroughly versed on the request in this board bill. But what I'd like to do is to start with our committee members and ask if they have any questions. We'll start with Alderman Jeffrey Boyd.
Thank you, Chief. Always appreciate an opportunity to interact with you. I think I saw you earlier. But I want to ask you this. Of the 4 items totaling $5.7, almost $5.8 million, which items can we really defer for a couple of years or more? I mean, if I had to X 2 or 3 of the 4, which would be the ones that you would prefer that not, get funding this year? Not saying that I'm not supportive of all of them, but I'm talking about this round of allocation.
Okay, that's a tough one, Alderman, simply because, like I would mention anecdotally, each one of these categories would be something. I mean, hey, if just off the top of my head, I mean, I guess, hey, a facade issue, that there's certainly leaks in the old academy building. I mean, Rich might be able to speak to more about tuck pointing with respect to continued damage, but certainly the building looks unattractive. If we were talking about deferring something cosmetic as opposed to something that's actually causing damage, I think Rich can speak to the damage that's caused by the lack of tuck pointing.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. But let me say this. Wow. So facade and tuck pointing and looking at the match from the Police Foundation is, really something that, is a no-brainer to me. Vehicles, I think, are very important. I want the police officer to be safe. I want them to have the best vehicles possible. But maybe elevator replacements could be something that could be deferred a couple of years or 3. And that is probably a Rich Bradley deal. But I'm just going to tell everybody right now, I have issues with this bill. And I'm looking for ways to cut some of the money out of this bill, more especially that is requested from ARPA funds. So I'm being open and honest and transparent. And so I was asking, you that, so that if it comes down to taking $84.9 million out, whatever the ARPA funds, then we need to get down to that, because I'm not for that at all. Period. I'm not going to even compromise on using ARPA funds for any of these capital improvements. So.
Yeah, yes, sir, Alderman. So I can give you personal experience from the elevators. There's 7 floors in the headquarters building. I would say that on average, the personnel have to call for the elevator repair person 3 to 4 times a week, and so it's not uncommon for we have to. It's not uncommon for one or both of them to be out. That's kind of a norm, if you will. And so I mean, again, I mean, it's very inconvenient. We bring not only employees but guests into the building. And so, I mean, clearly that is something I think Rich can attest to it. That's something that clearly is regularly used, and I'm not going to use the word embarrassing. I'm just saying, hey, we're asking people to go up. Sometimes they walk up 7 flights of steps. People have been caught in the elevators, and so I mean, I don't really see that as one to put off. But again, you all have to prove it. But I'm saying clearly, that's an example that the repair persons really shouldn't have to leave because they're here all the time. So I mean, they could actually stay here because we know it's going to go out several times a week. So that's kind of our elevator situation in the headquarters building.
Okay, and Chief, I think that's fair, and thank you very much. So, to me, that is something that, all of them is paramount important. And let me be very clear, anything that jeopardizes public safety is definitely something I want to support. So I want to be on record for that. If it jeopardizes public safety and we need improvement, I'm down for that. Okay. So, but I wanted to ask you the question because
Yes, sir.
some things on here, I think we can defer. Maybe not necessarily so with the police department, because we certainly need the police department. I am not a defund the police department person. I think that whole messaging is extremely wrong, and that people in my neighborhood want to see the police and they love the police and they want to see the police protected and safe when they do their jobs. So thank you, Chief. That's all the question I have for you.
Thank you, Alderman. We'll move on. Alderman Vicaro.
Yeah, Chief, I do have some questions. When you're talking about the tuck pointing, hopefully you're talking about the old headquarters where the dispatchers are at.
The academy, yeah, Alderman.
Well, what about where the dispatchers are at? Chief?
I'm looking at that picture, Alderman. I think that's more about the radio tower equipment.
Well, I'm just saying, in talking to the different dispatchers, not only have they been stuck on the elevators that don't work there, that water runs down the steps. You know, I mean, I would think that if we're not gonna tuck point that building or do something, I mean, if you need video, I can probably get you some video of that. It seems that they've, you know, I don't know, they left the dispatchers are putting more things up there in an area that needs updating. So where's this? So the heating, air conditioning, are you doing anything to where the dispatchers are at? Or is all this somewhere else?
Yeah, this is. I believe, Alderman, the dispatchers are beneath that, and I think what the challenge would be is that the water damage that's caused by that not only would affect their workspaces, but also the electronics and the computer work, the computer setups that are inside of just beneath that.
No, I understand. I guess when you're talking about tuck pointing, so is it to the building? Is to fix the leaks and update the heating air conditioning system? Is that in the building? I think I don't know if you can hear me or not. My computer is frozen up, but is that in the building that is used by the dispatchers?
It is not. Rich, I'm correct, right? That is not the same building. Am I correct?
That is not correct. Right, you're correct. It is in the building, the old police academy building, which is attached to the old police headquarters. There's nothing with this building.
Well, Rich, so Rich, what are they doing about the leaky roof in the dispatchers, the water that runs down the steps, the elevator that doesn't work?
Okay, so what I would respond to that and say is that building is not a masonry building, so we wouldn't tuck point it. But there is an item later to be discussed called miscellaneous building repairs. I am not aware of any problems over there, but now that I've heard this, we would investigate it and we would resolve those issues under a miscellaneous item rather than a line item.
Okay, well, then I'm gonna have to sign off and on in order for my video to work, so I'll just defer for now. Oh, and one last thing before I defer, Chief, the new cars, wouldn't it be a lot cheaper to get regular police cars versus all these big Tahoes and stuff? Them Tahoes are expensive, you know, versus police cars that, you know, do we need all Tahoes?
Well, I think, Alderman, I think what we've learned over the years, the wear and tear on the regular car, but more importantly, officer safety. And we have been accustomed to using the Tahoes for several years now, and I think certainly that they are proven to be a safer vehicle. You know, we often have to use some transport as well with prisoners and others, and so the Tahoe has become the preferred utility vehicle. And we've also added a lot of equipment in the car, computers in the car, what have you. We have a shotgun rack, and so there's need for room and space, and it makes the smaller car a lot less practical.
It just seems to me that you can buy 2 to 1. The other thing is the Tahoes are not going to get the kind of gas mileage. And I see these things coming in from out of the city. You know, when I'm driving back home from, we have a place in the country, I'll see these things out on the road coming in from the county, from Jefferson County. How many cars leave the city with our gas?
I'd have to get a count on that Alderman. But I would tell you that I can't think of a major city police department that's not using it as some type of utility, sport utility vehicle to accommodate the work that the officers do every day.
Well, I mean, it seems to me that the only people I see in the Tahoes are the white shirts.
Well, that's not true. All of the fleet is predominantly Tahoe. The marked fleet.
Okay, I'd be interested to see that. And like I said, I don't think they're the most efficient vehicle that we could have, you know, but I'll bring that up later in a public safety meeting, and I'm gonna have to sign myself off of this meeting and back in because obviously I'm frozen. I don't know if you can see me move, but on my screen, everybody's frozen. So anyway, Madam Chair, I'll defer to whoever's next.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Howard.
You want me to go through? Okay.
If you have any questions.
I guess the only question I have is, this is capital improvements only, so we're not dealing with any equipment other than capital expenditure type equipment. And maybe that's a question for Mr. Bradley. Because I had some questions about some other things that maybe the police department might need. Such as, we talked about it yesterday, some vests that are more protective of the officers. That would probably be out of another budget?
That would be out of another budget, and we're only going to deal with those items listed in this
The capital.
capital.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, Alderwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief Hayden, for kind of walking us through that and being willing to answer questions. The headquarters, and I have to apologize if you mentioned this, or if Alderman Oldenburg mentioned this, I was having some audio issues on the front end. The headquarters, we're talking about putting $2 million into the elevator in a fairly new building. What is the age of the headquarters building? When was it constructed?
Chief, I know the answer to that if you don't.
Yeah, I was gonna say we moved in, ma'am, in 2014. I didn't know the exact age of the building. Did you know, Tom?
Yeah, Alderwoman, I believe 1989. Rich, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that building was constructed in 1989. So you're looking at, and those are the original elevators. Again, capital starved. When we moved to police headquarters, we kept those original elevators because we were didn't have the sources. So we were forced to be penny wise and pound foolish. And now we've got to come back and fix those elevators because they're breaking on the regular. So 30-year-old elevators, Alderwoman, is, I think, the answer to your question. That is definitely the definition of a critical capital improvement in my mind.
Okay. I mean, we have a lot of elevators throughout city-owned buildings that are significantly older than those elevators, Alderman. And so, I mean, City Hall, I know we replaced those finally this year, but they're so old. I am concerned. We've had so many issues with regards to the 911 operators, and making it, we're not accommodating that department. And if those elevators are not working at all over there, it's alarming to me that we're not aware of that. I would like to learn a little bit more about that situation from Alderman Vicaro if he has some additional information on that side. But I'm not very familiar with the cost of replacing elevators, so that $2 million struck me as a lot of money for for that type of improvement, especially considering we have critical needs as far as bridges and other things, a lot of infrastructure across the city that we need to be investing in. Chief Hayden, would you mind talking to us a little bit more about the vehicles? And again, sorry if you went through this earlier, but you know, we have such old vehicles throughout all of our city departments. I mean, it's embarrassing to see some of our forestry trucks driving down the street. You know, I never see an older police vehicle. And so I'm curious, you know, what the need is there. And if you could just kind of walk us through the rationale for that large expenditure, considering comparing to other city departments, our fleet on the police side of things certainly looks nice. And if there's a deficit in number, that would be helpful to kind of understand.
Yes, ma'am. So I know that what Rich has asked for, he worked very closely with Lieutenant Chitwood on some numbers and needs. And so this request is about half of what we actually need. So I think that we certainly were cost efficient in that regard. But Alderwoman, like I said, a bunch of our cars are well over 100,000 miles. You know, I'd have to get some numbers on it, whether that's half the fleet or not. But I mean, we really, you know, naturally we operate those vehicles 24 hours a day. And so there's a lot more mileage put on them throughout the day, just because it's a 24-hour vehicle being operated. But you know, that goes from, and like I said, you talk about me having been on for 35 years. It's just that, hey, we used to change the vehicles out probably at around 60 or 80,000 or so. The oldest one would be 80, and now the oldest one would probably be 120, 150,000 miles on them. And so while I'm thankful that they look reasonably well on the outside, the wear and tear on the motors and the ability to stay in service, I think, is very critical, particularly when we are handling first responder type incidents.
So, but from a purely, and I apologize if this was mentioned on the front end, but from a purely quantitative perspective, what are we looking at as far as the replacement goes, and what does that percent, you know, the fleet you mentioned, we have several that are over 100,000 miles, and certainly that can, you know, I know from myself, I drive a vehicle that has well over 100,000 miles, and certainly that could play into some costs of repair and other things. But I was hoping that maybe there could be some metrics, or at least some quantitative approach to such a large expenditure on a fleet that is so far superior to the fleets of almost, I think, every city department, other city department.
Yes, ma'am. I don't, Rich, I don't know what's, I can probably get more, like, you know, how many of them, you know, what percentage of them are over. I know that this is a purchase of about 71 vehicles. And again, that's about half of what we need. And Rich worked very closely with Lieutenant Chitwood, who's over our fleet services program. And again, very critical need. I personally don't see how we get around it. But again, we're only gonna kind of get to about, with this request, we only get to about half of what's actually critically needed.
Okay, so Chief, is this replacing vehicles, or is this adding to a fleet? What does the 71 get us? Is this a straight replacement of 71 older vehicles that, you know, I mean, is this or is this adding to the fleet, or can you help us understand what it is?
This will be taking the oldest ones out. So this would be replacing the 71 older.
I could field this one, Chief, if you don't mind. Alderwoman, there are 608 total vehicles in the police department fleet. 158 of those vehicles are critical needs at this time. That's the scout marked vehicles, detective vehicles, prisoner transport, command, and other administrative support vehicles. What we're proposing is that we replace 71 of the 158 vehicles that are critical. And those 71 vehicles are actually the marked scout vehicles that are on the street every day that the officers drive. No other vehicles at this time. And those would be replaced with the four-wheel drive, full-size Tahoe, pursuit rated, 24-hour, 7-day-a-week patrol K9 and K9 units. and then they're replaced about every 6 to 7 years, usually when they hit 130,000 miles plus, because the problem is there's a lot of idling on those engines. So 130,000 miles on one of those versus 130,000 on one of our cars is probably twice the mileage due to the wear and tear of idle. So it's simply replacing vehicles in the fleet, scout vehicles on the street.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bradley. So in other words, this isn't expanding, this is simply replacing vehicles that are already on. It would be helpful, to have that sort of like an analysis on, the cost benefit of, kind of replacing, just because again, we have such older vehicles throughout every other city department. And, it's such a large amount, 3.4 million, and $50,000 per vehicle is a high figure, and what we're looking to do here. When we replace those, it's that 3.4 million for 71 vehicles. That looks like a cost of about 48,000 per vehicle. Are we recouping any funds, any costs in the sale of the 71 that we're replacing?
I would say that by the time that we auction them off, the cost is very minimal. Many of these vehicles that we're replacing get totaled and are damaged and repaired and new engines put in them. By the time, and you'll probably hear the same story with the fire department, by the time we sell these or auction them off, it's really for scrap value. It's not for a usable value.
Yikes, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just surprising. I mean, I don't see vehicles on the street that look that they would just be worth scrap, but that's surprising. I'm assuming that cost is negotiated for a fleet. It's just I was just a little bit sticker shocked on how much they were per vehicle, but.
That is the contract pricing that we have. Chris Amos, my ESD commissioner, could provide some more details, but it's through our government contract pricing. And that is relatively cheap, considering that when you look at a four-wheel drive Tahoe for personal use today, they're somewhere in the $75,000 range.
That's right.
That's good to know. I'm not in the market for a Tahoe. Have we ever considered shifting some of those vehicles to other departments? That, other city departments, even our building division, gosh, those guys drive around the oldest little vehicles I've ever seen. Instead of selling them.
We do that when it's possible. We do it. And if they're usable, they are given other departments. In fact, my department has a couple of them. And we use them until they don't run anymore or they're not safe enough to run anymore. But most of the time, they're in pretty bad shape and they get auctioned off.
Hey, Rich, I think it's also maybe worth noting when you look at fleets vis-a-vis other city departments, the police department runs 24-hour shifts with its vehicles. So the wear and tear is much greater than the parks department that the Alderwoman referenced vehicles or the street department vehicles. Those departments aren't running 24 hours with their vehicles. So we have a rolling stock that has a higher rate of turnover with police vehicles. Also worth noting that we're not ignoring other city vehicles. This bill contains $10 million to other city vehicles and only 3.4 to the police department. So that's I think that's a disparity that's worth noting that we realize are critical. The Capital Committee realizes there are critical vehicle replacements in other city departments too.
Yes, I appreciate you pointing that out. And I think, when we're going through these, I think it's helpful to have the rationale. And so asking these questions and getting answers is really helpful, not only to us, but to the general public who's asking questions about it too. And going through that decision-making process is certainly not necessarily one that we do, but it's certainly very helpful. So I think, again, kind of having an understanding of what the critical need definition is, is something that would be helpful, and to know what those 71, what that looks like is a good way to communicate just what the need is to the general public and to the rest of us. So I appreciate the opportunity to ask those questions. That's all I have, Madam Chair, at this time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Boyd.
Yes, ma'am. I don't have any questions. I just have a comment because I still look at myself as a newbie on the Board of Aldermen. And when I got elected in 2017, the first question I had asked was, did the departments have capital requests for equipment and stuff for their each individual department? Because it was a big issue about forestry and the equipment that they had, in which that's when it had the masking tape and all that to hold these vehicles together. But I think as Alderman Spencer so eloquently went to and said that people need to be educated as the community to understand, not this administration, not even administration before that, other administrations, the priority was not capital equipment and making sure these departments had updated equipment. With the first responders being on the job 24/7, their use is much heavier than parks or buildings or street department because they are 24 hours a day. But when it comes to safety of the employees that we are overseeing, I think that's something people need to take heed to and look at, because Alderwoman Spencer might think it's funny. It's not funny to me when it comes to the safety of my people that work in the city. When you have police officers and firemen that don't go away from the issue, they go into the issue. I think their safety is a priority to us as employers. And so I take that real seriously. I think maybe some things we might be able to back off and not do and say, okay, that might not be a priority, but it's certain things that they're asking for, I think is a priority, because again, they are 24/7. They do not have time off. And so with this whole defund the police thing, I have always been publicly saying I am not for that. My residents are not for that, because the safety of these police officers and these residents should be our priorities. So it's not to the point that I'm feeling, we shouldn't be giving them things and that stuff. It just hurts me because we continuously nickel and dime these people and the job that they're doing. And like I said, it wasn't just from Lyda Cruz's regime, and it was Francis Slay, because he was the longest sitting mayor. That was not a priority to those administrations. And people need to be clear about that. Because when I kept asking, well, why aren't you all getting equipment? In the corporate world, you have a budget every year and you apply for equipment. And so people need to realize this on this call that's listening. These departments didn't get new equipment every year. They just didn't get it. The police department was one of them. And so when you have elevators that people have to be terrified to be on, I think that's a safety issue. As a city, we need to take heed to. So that's just where I'm at. I just think it's not fair because we keep nickel and diming our departments. And so this equipment is valuable to their safety. And as Alderman Davis has said yesterday about the vets, we have to protect our employees, because we're their employees. And so I just think this shouldn't be something that we nickel and dime. We need to just focus on it and try to make sure that we support these first responders so they can do the job of protecting our city. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I would like to take a moment here and thank the chief for being present for the time that he had available for us. I do know that you have to leave now, and I'm going to ask that Rich Bradley assist Alderman Oldenburg with the appropriate answers for the questions for the remaining members of the committee. Thank you, Chief Hayden.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for this opportunity to share with all of you. Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Alderman Muhammad Collins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions in regards to this particular category. I do support it. No questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have no questions or comments at this time.
Thank you. Alderwoman Evans. Alderwoman Evans.
I have no questions at this time. Quite a few of my questions have been answered already. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. President Reed. President Reed. Moving on, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment, brief comment, and then we'll move on to the other part of this. It is very critical that we give an understanding to the public that this bill is not about an either or. This is simply one step in the process of identifying needs of the city of St. Louis that not only were affected in a more severe way during COVID, but had also suffered prior to that as far as not having the available funds to take care of those needs, and sometimes just simply delaying. Everything that looks good is not good, and that's most especially with a car. Those engines is what it's all about. And I know from experience that we are definitely going in the right direction after serving on boards that had the same kind of needs. I'm glad to see that you are going to expenditures that really give more value. Also, I wanted to say very briefly too that remember that this is the beginning of an expenditure process. We have lots of opportunity to make sure that all needs that we can identify are appropriately addressed in the future. So this is just one step. This is not the be all. This is not one thing against another. This is just simply moving something forward that is truly should be identified as an emergency need, and let's get it done. Let's go on to go back.
Chair,
Who is that?
Madam Chair, Boyd, I had a follow-up. I don't know if my hand is up. I can't see it, but
You know, my screen is frozen too. I can't get I can't get the data information for who's present or anything.
It's up, it's just dark.
Is that what's
okay.
going on?
Oh, it is. You're right. Not it's dark. Black hands
Okay.
don't show up in the shadows. Okay. So if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question.
Alderman Boyd, I will give you that opportunity in just 1 second.
Okay.
I do know that as we move forward with this process, we do have another ARPA bill that's coming up immediately that we will be discussing. The mayor's office has sent their suggestions forward. We shall deliberate it as a legislative body and get it moving as well. So we have much opportunity to handle those desires and requests that we all have. And I want to give also remind everyone that there was a citizens advisory group that gave us their recommendations for this capital budget as well. So we're going to move forward and go back to Alderman Boyd. Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. So, Madam Chairwoman, first of all, I want to give my thanks to all the individuals who participated on the Capital Improvement Committee. I mean, I was on that years ago, and I understand what a daunting task it is. And I know Paul Payne, who I consider Professor Payne, who have been around a long time and really know what our needs are. And a lot of respect for Rich Bradley, our President of the Board of Public Service. But I want to ask this question as it relates to vehicles. For disclosure, I am a used car salesperson. I know that's an oxymoron for a politician. But there are some vehicle manufacturers that vehicles last a lot longer than some. I mean, I hate to say it out here, but like Toyota running 300,000 miles is pretty cool. You know, you're okay. You know, if you got a Toyota that is 300,000 miles, right? And so it's kind of piggybacking on some of what my colleague from the 20th Ward said. And I'm just wondering, either Professor Payne or President Rich Bradley can expound on the fact that when we look at and we evaluate the purchase of new vehicles, do our charter allow us to look at, you know, the best, or do it just say the lowest bid? Because I remember in 2005 when I got my butt kicked by the comptroller when I was trying to change the charter to when it came to goods, because trucks, you know, all that stuff are goods, right? To go with the most responsible bid, and somehow there was a lot of confusion and I was ostracized, but that was not where I was trying to go. It was 2005. Y'all can look it up. Y'all want to go in the archives. But I think that it's very important, if we're going to buy a computer, if we're going to buy a truck, if we're going to buy a car, it's very important that we look at who the manufacturer is, you know, what the consumer folks say out there about, you know, the vehicles, than just going by the lowest bid. Because, you know, we could spend, you know, $50,000 on a refuse truck and it may last 3 years. And we could have spent $60,000 and it lasts 10 years. So I want to open that up to Professor Payne, President Bradley, you know, share some light on this as we look at purchasing vehicles. And I already know that we got some leases that we did some years ago for refuse trucks, and now we're gonna, I guess, buy them with this board bill, and I guess do away with the lease. I don't know, but talk to me about that.
So, Alderman, and let me jump in here, please, Mr. Bradley. Alderman Board, we will refer to that in documentation that will be sent to the committee. That is more in depth than what we're discussing today, because, and I'll give you a number of reasons why. As you look at items like that in discussion, you also have to bring in so many other things and so many other conversations. When you get into unions and all the other things that play into this, and just simply buying made in America, let's just start there. And so there's a lot to be discussed with that, and it's not, I'm not going to allow that in this particular conversation, if you don't mind. We can get into depth on that later on.
Okay, Madam Chair, I yield to the chair.
Thank you. Alderman Oldenburg, I'm going to come back to you because I think I lost my train of thought on what you wanted to do.
Alderwoman.
I think we need the fire chief.
President Reed, are you available now? Did you have questions?
Yes, I'm available. I'll just speak really briefly.
Okay.
You know, the city of St. Louis ultimately in this round, in this type of ARPA funding, we're going to end up with somewhere in the neighborhood of 500 million. What we're working off of here today, and also in the next board bill that's sitting over in HUD's that we will begin moving next week, is the second half of the first half of ARPA funding, right? We did the $135 million that was allocated. And this piece, a majority of this bill will come off of, will impact the balance of that first $250 million worth of ARPA funding. You know, when we look at it, we're expected to have the second half of the 500 million hit the banks in the city of St. Louis somewhere in May or June timeframe. It's looking more like May that we would have that. But between this bill and the bill that we have sitting over in HUD's, that will wrap up this first $250 million. So the capital committee, they did a lot of work on these capital line items. A lot of them aren't, things that are big headline things and things that people would say, man, that's awesome, right? But there are things that you need just for basic upkeep and maintenance. Things that had to be deferred due to the way COVID impacted our overall revenue streams into the city of St. Louis. So the capital committee has a massive backlog of capital related projects. I think in this next board bill that we have over in HUDs, I think we need to look at a major economic development package in communities and neighborhoods that have been long left behind. Neighborhoods with very high rates of poverty and vacant abandoned buildings and things of that nature, because as President Biden said, it's those areas that are going to take much longer to recover. It's those areas that are hardest hit because of the economic downturn. It's those areas that end up seeing the public safety numbers and the crime numbers increasing because of how it has impacted those communities. It's those areas that have lost more small businesses because the small businesses that were struggling to survive in those areas, just a slight decrease in their revenue streams was enough to just knock them out of business. So we know we're going to have to do something major there. So I'm looking forward to working with everybody, members of this committee and other members of the Board of Aldermen, to get that next package out and get it out in a way that could really speak to what we as a city value, in terms of our investment in communities that have been long left behind in the city. And I think we have an opportunity to transform parts of our city by doing that. So that's all I would like to say about that. And then, some of the other committee members spoke to this idea that we should automatically be against any dollars that go to law enforcement or police department, because we don't supposed to like the police department, we don't supposed to like law enforcement, and we should be working to defund the police. Look, all of us, and I don't think I'm speaking out of turn to say that all of us want to see a better functioning, criminal justice system as a whole, law enforcement as a whole. The question is, how do we get there? Right? In my view, I don't think we get there just by taking funding out of it. I think we get there by putting programs and services in place that can help transform law enforcement, that can help transform some of these systems that all of us would like to see and should have an investment in seeing transform. So I'm looking forward to working with anybody that's willing to do that, and looking forward to do that. But again, I thank each and every one of the members of the committee and everybody that's worked on this package thus far. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, President Reed. Alderman Oldenburg, where are we at in your
Up
presentation?
next, Chairwoman.
Go right ahead. I'm
Chief
sorry.
Jacobson, you're up. I think you're on mute, sir. Chief, can you hear us?
I got
There you
you.
go.
There you go. Good afternoon. Thanks for the invitation to the board this afternoon. Hey, first off, I got to reiterate what Chief Hayden said, and the work done by the Capital Committee over the last couple of months was just the tip of the iceberg. I mean, this committee gets together on a regular basis and we argue out what our needs are, and the ones that have been highlighted in this bill are the critical needs of the department. So I'm just going to give them another shout out for all the work done, especially Rich Bradley. It's not an easy task when you're trying to fight for your department and you have to decide what's going to go and what's going to stay. So they did a great job. With the fire department, the majority of the money is going to replace the critical equipment that is approaching 12 years old. Our trucks, most of what we try and do with our trucks is keep them on the street for a maximum of 10 years. And then we put them in a reserve for 10 years. So with almost all of our trucks, we get 20 plus years out of them. Our reserve fleet now, of which I believe I've got 12 to 14 trucks, they're approaching 21 to 22 years old. So again, these are the critical needs that we're going to be replacing. And we're actually replacing equipment in each one of the 6 districts in the fire department. So it's not just going to one area. We try and balance our engine hours and the condition of our trucks. And I'll have to give a shout out to the members of the fire department. When you see most of these trucks on the street, these trucks look good. We take good care of them. Every time they back into the firehouse, they're cleaned. And I'm not just saying the outside, the inside, the outside, they're wiped down because we've gone several years ago. We started the cancer initiative. So we have to get every bit of soot and product off these trucks. So yes, they do look good, but yes, they are 12 years old. So they need to be replaced. With that, we're going to be replacing 8 ambulances, and we're going to go with the standard ambulance that we currently use. We are a trauma-based service, so we don't do transfers. In other words, we don't do hospital to hospital transfers. Everything we do is a trauma-based type operation. So we always use a larger style ambulance with a 12 to 14 foot box. So a lot of work gets done in the ambulances. They are on the road 24 hours a day, and they take a beating. We have gone to mostly gasoline engines in these ambulances because of the idle time. And we had an issue with some of the regeneration systems that were being required on the diesel style engines. And we were tearing the fleet up with trying to keep the maintenance up, and it was just impossible. So I guess about 5 years ago, we went to the gasoline engines, and we're keeping more units on the street. I'll say that. But we will be replacing 8 ambulances based on how the prices come in. Getting into the fire trucks, we're going to be replacing 9 pumpers. These pumpers, these are the trucks that don't have any aerial type ladder on top. They'll be replacing the pumpers that are currently 12 years old. We're going to take the 9 pumpers that are in service that are 12 years old and put them into reserve status. And we'll keep them clean. And when we need maintenance or one of the newer trucks break down, we pull out the reserve. We're required by the NFPA and NIOSH to keep so many reserve trucks in position and ready to go as a major city fire department. So it's part of our ISO rating as well. So we have to keep these trucks. I'll jump into a comment with regards to what do we do with these trucks when we're done with them after 22, 23 years. Same way, they're almost sold for scrap. We'll take what parts we can off these trucks and put them into an inventory. So in other words, we totally dismantle them. We'll take any usable part that we can off a truck and inventory it in case we need to put it on another one of the reserve trucks. So basically, when it goes out the door to the scrapyard, it's on old tires, old wheels, a chassis, and nothing much else. So there's not a whole lot used to them or left to them. So that's 9 pumpers. We're also going to be replacing 1 75-foot truck or quint, and that's the one that's located over at McCausland and Highway 40. That one is approaching 17, 18 years old, so that needs to be replaced quickly. That was an engine house that didn't see as much duty, so that truck lasted a little bit longer, but it is very much needed at the time. We're also going to be replacing 2 125-foot hook and ladders, hook and ladder 5 and hook and ladder 6. They're also 12 years old. You also have to remember that when we spec out a truck and put it out for bid, once that bid is awarded, it takes approximately a year to 14 months to build a fire truck. And with the supply chain shortage that we are seeing right now, that's pretty much the same with an ambulance. We're looking at a year to get an ambulance. So these are going to take some time. With regards to, anybody have any questions with regard to hook and ladders? Because I'm going to jump right into buildings real quick, which isn't as big. So I'll explain. I'll take any questions on the hook ladder once I get done with this one.
Chief Jenkinson, could you please continue your presentation and we'll take questions at the end?
Absolutely. With regards to buildings and equipment, we're going to be replacing some roofs on some of the firehouses. Over the years, we've replaced quite a few of the roofs. Rich could get into how many we have left And we're also going to be upgrading what's called the Magna Grip exhaust system. And that's an automated system that's in every firehouse that pulls all the diesel and exhaust fumes out of the house and lowers the risk of cancer and keeps the house a whole lot cleaner. We're on our second generation of exhaust systems, and the current one, which we got through a grant several years ago, needs to be upgraded a little bit, and that's what that number is. I am done with my presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. We'll go through the committee for questions. Alderman Boyd.
Yes, first of all, I want to compliment the fire department because they do take excellent care of their equipment. Chief, only because I'm not supportive of ARPA funds being used in this allocation in this board. To me, this board bill is more of a capital improvement bill. And what we're doing is we're extending some bonus bucks that we got from the federal government to accommodate some of our shortcomings. And I can appreciate that. I can appreciate the president, being supportive, but I am not 100% with this because I want to get my money up front. I'm going to be up front. I am a champion for North St. Louis. We have sat behind the scenes for decades, and we have not gotten our fair share because we're so nice and we're so giving and we're so forgiving. We're like, okay, yeah, just do what you want. We'll wait till next time. We'll wait till next time, and next time just doesn't happen. And so it's no indictment on the fire department. You know that I'm extremely supportive of the fire department. I'm extremely supportive of the police department, but I'm looking at ways that we can accommodate what's in this bill for the fire department as well as the police department in a way that taking these ARPA funds out makes sense. So if you got fire pumper replacements, $8 million. Is there a way that we can, because of the good maintenance, and again, I want to applaud, and I want to say that our firefighters are some of the best in the region, and they take care of our equipment. Is there a way that we can defer that for a couple of years? Because my thought is this: I don't trust government. I don't trust this administration. And I'm not being disparaging, but every administration since I've been alderman for 19 years have made promises and promises and promises, and we've gotten deferred. And so while we have this potentially $500 million, I would rather North St. Louis get its fair share up front, and then we can do the rest. Now, I heard the president say, hey, we got, $200 million this next round coming in May, but why can't we get in North St. Louis our fair share first, and then we talk about the rest later? Because I don't trust that we'll be able to get that. There are so many people, there are so many groups, there are so many activist communities that they want certain things that I'm tired of waiting. So I'm going to be honest with you, just looking at that $8 million for fire pumpers, will they last another 2 years, Chief? Just doing real talk here.
I'll do some real talk. I don't know if they're going to last another year. That's how desperate we're getting. The systems on these pumpers are starting to fail. We're hard to be, when you talk about the supply chain issue, we've got a different side of the supply chain issue. Not only we can't get some of the parts, a lot of these companies are saying we're not even going to make the parts anymore. So I'm concerned just with 1 year waiting to get the new trucks.
Okay.
Here's another thing to consider. With the way we've been replacing the apparatus over the past 15 years, we have not really had to go out for a major bond issue. When I say major bond issue, what I mean is we haven't had to come out and replace our entire fleet. We've broke it up into thirds. So if we continue on this track, it releases the burden upon the public because we're able to stagger our purchases and reduce the overall cost to the public. And I think it's working. We're replacing a third of our equipment every so many years, which is what we should have been doing all along, as opposed to replacing the entire fleet. If I had to go and replace an entire fleet right now, we're probably looking over $100 million.
And Chief, I would agree with you because we have the same issue with refuge, and we were able to try to solve that issue because we decided that we're going to lease some trash trucks instead of buying trash trucks because we couldn't afford to actually buy trash trucks. So I'm with you on that. And when it comes to public safety, I am 100%. I'm going to err on the side of public safety. Okay, but so now I think I want to probably ask Professor Payne. Paul Payne, I've been Alderman 19 years, which is almost 2 decades. And I can remember at least 2 bond issues that supported the fire department and the police department. I can only remember 1 bond issue that have supported North St. Louis. And that was basically Prop NS. And it wasn't just North St. Louis, let me be clear, it was the whole city. So neighborhoods like Dutchtown, and I'm looking at Alderman Cone, the 25th Ward, and I don't know the neighborhoods in the 20th Ward. You know, they have suffered a lot of decline, but guess what? North St. Louis, and I represent the West Side, we have suffered decline for 50 years. That's 5 decades. And so South St. Louis, certain neighborhoods, based on economics, are almost like, I hate to say it, catching up with some of the North St. Louis that were suffering for 3 decades before they start suffering. How much money have we actually invested in the fire department and the police department over the past just the 20 years? We've had several bond issues since I've been Alderman.
Sure, I can address that. We've had, if you recall, and I don't know if you were a member of the Capital Committee back, 2014, something like that, we had a proposal to do a $150 million bond issue. It was a very large one. And we were going to address on a larger scale the replacement of the fire department and all. And that particular bond issue did not, I mean, it was on the ballot, but failed by a small percentage. And so it didn't get issued. So as a result, what we need to do is, well, we had to recognize that, hey, but we still need to replace this equipment. So through the comptroller's office, we were able to identify that portion of the existing tax levy that was going to expire. And so we did a no tax increase levy in 2016 and another one in 2018. If you recall from both of those, a large proportion of those items were allocated to the fire department. And as the chief mentioned, each time it was a segment of the replacement. It was mostly like a third and a third. I don't know if exactly like that, but it was a portion of that, simply because we thought that's what we could accommodate without actually increasing the tax, the levy. So that was what we did over that time. But other than that, I mean, and most of those were directed at public safety related items. Other than that, we have not had a significant bond issue. I think it was, wow, this goes back maybe 99 or something like that when we had a $60 million one, I think. But it's been quite some time where we had a significant issue. Now, Prop NS will give you the ability to issue $6 million a year up to $40 million for rehabbing properties. But other than that, we have not issued large GO bond issues.
Yeah, and Paul, the Prop NS is like a nickel or a couple of pennies in the bucket compared to what we've been doing. So let's go back to, I became Alderman in 2003, and let's go back to the use tax. So the use tax was able to be used with public safety as well. As a matter of fact, I remember explicitly, because I don't think I was an Alderman at the time, this happened in maybe 2002, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that we were sold as constituents, hey, this is for the fire, this is for the police, we got to do this, and it's going to help our city because the radio systems don't interact with each other and blah, blah, blah. And we did that. And Paul, we passed the use tax, and nobody, and this was during Francis Lake administration, and it's no indictment on him or his administration, but it was like nobody could have imagined how much revenue that would generate. But it generated so much revenue that we went back to the voters, or we created an ordinance which says, hey, we're only going to give you $5 million of those dollars for healthcare. We're going to give you $5 million of those dollars for affordable housing, the Fund Affordable Housing Commission, and we're going to give you $3 million for building demolition. And since then, we have cut building demolition from $3 million to 1 year over just 700,000. And we have been screwing over North St. Louis. And I am just quite frankly tired of it. And if I sound like I'm frustrated, I am. And I don't mean to be casting aspersion on anybody in leadership. You know, I have a great relationship with you. I have a great relationship with Rich Bradley. I have a great relationship with certain people in the mayor's office. This is no indictment on anybody. But damn it, I want to know, when is it the black folks' time? When is it our time to get our money to do what we can do? I don't care about Kings Highway, Union, Natural Bridge, whatever. I will dodge potholes to create 100 to 200 housing in my neighborhood. And I don't think we are being fair to the people that I represent when we want to give $80 million plus of ARPA funds to capital improvement. We're getting ready to go to the taxpayers in April for a bond issue. Paul, tell me what that bond issue is for.
Well, the bond issue was to provide the opportunity, again, similar to what we did in 2016 and 2018, to fill in the gaps where, first of all, it was a no tax increase levy. The levy was expiring, so you take that advantage. So you're not, and so you maintain that levy. Any funds that would be available for matching federal grant programs and such like that. That's what that was for, and that includes many of the items on these lists that you're going to see. But what I do want to address something overall in this discussion, and I have some prepared material for you, which I haven't gotten to, but and I've been here 34 years, and I can tell you just by the available sources that we are seeing today, both in ARPA, the infrastructure bill, the RAM settlement monies, we have not had this opportunity ever in my time here to address some of these. And I do want to add to what the chair, and I appreciate the chair's comments on this. These are not mutually exclusive items. I think when you look down to it, there's going to be the ability to address a lot of the backload of capital improvements, as well as some of the initiatives to the neighborhoods that you're talking about, both. And I don't think one is going to suffer at the expense of the other. And I think when you take a look at the numbers, we've got an opportunity here that we have not ever seen. And I think once you get to that point, and when we talk about this, you're going to see that, and I imagine it's going to be a multiple series of appropriations to deal with that. This is just the first one on the capital. But some of these things, and as I mentioned, and as the sponsor mentioned, some of these things aren't going to be exciting. But every time you hear something like how many times can the civil courts building flood when you say, hey, look, you know what? We need to replace those pipes. And that's not something that you want to say, hey, this is something that the public can get excited about. It's not, but it's this kind of thing you have to do. But I don't think these are mutually exclusive. I think there's going to be great opportunities for both addressing some of these capital needs, as well as addressing some of those neighborhood development projects that you're talking about.
Okay, let me ask you this, Paul. And I'm not being facetious, so you know I respect you dearly. And I've been very educated in my 19 years by you. Do you believe a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush?
Well, here's the thing, and I'll put it in this context. We've got a pretty big bird right now. We've never seen it before. The amount of money that the feds have provided the city is significant. This is a major opportunity. We have not seen this before, and I think you're going to have multiple opportunities over these next couple of years to see some of the improvements, both in the capital range as well as your neighborhood improvement range concerns, to where they will not crowd anyone out.
And I can appreciate you saying that, Paul, but let me tell you something. Again, you know, here's where experience matters. I've been on for 19 years. I have seen the downtown neighborhood created where it didn't exist before. There were vacant buildings. There were manufacturer, shoe store. There was all these manufacturers downtown that had abandoned the city of St. Louis. Then, thanks to low-income tax credit, historic tax credits, we created a new downtown. We created downtown West and I guess downtown East or whatever it is on the backs of Black people. We have elevated Tower Grove, Botanical Heights. Matter of fact, Botanical Heights used to be McCreetown. People don't talk about McCreetown anymore. They talk about Botanical Heights. We've created the Shaw neighborhood, and I have colleagues that live in those spaces that don't understand that block grant money and TIPS rebuilt those neighborhoods on the backs of Black people. Because the HUD dollars, the CDBG dollars, and the home dollars that we got was based on poverty. The majority of the poverty just happened to be on the west side. I represent the west side, not the north side. The west side and the north side of the city of St. Louis. But because of seniority, aldermen were able to divert those monies to their neighborhoods on the south side so that we can stabilize the south side. We can reinvent the south side, and to hell with the north side right now, because they'll get theirs sooner or later. Now, we have almost $500 million of ARPA funds. This is the best opportunity that the north side and the west side will ever have in its history. I call it bonus bucks. And we're going to continue to support projects that don't elevate the quality of life of people in the neighborhoods that I represent, that I look like. That's not fair. And I'm not saying that, Paul, people like you and Rich Bradley and folks that work for the mayor's office don't care about North St. Louis, but it doesn't show in this board bill. I want a bird in the hand is worth way more than two in the bush, because I don't trust government. I don't trust this administration. I didn't trust Lottie Cruz's administration. I didn't trust Frank's administration. I work with them for the best interest of my neighborhood at the end of the day. But there is not one report card that can demonstrate that those administrations made my community a priority. And all I'm asking, because I am not supportive of this bill unless we take all the ARPA funds out. I am saying make us first for a change. Make us feel like we are important and we value. Yeah, you want to say, oh, but all this extra money is coming and we can do y'all later. I don't trust that. Politics is about today. Do you know 30 days is like a lifetime in politics? People forget what you did for them yesterday. I want mine now. And I am not going to support a bill that takes $80 million of ARPA funds that should be, the North St. Louis and West Side should be getting a half of the ARPA dollars. And anybody that disagree with me, too bad. I'm going to stand on my square. We should get half of that $500 million because we have been waiting 50 years, 5 decades. 5 decades for our fair share. And all we ever get is the minimum. I don't want to settle for the minimum anymore. I want the maximum and more than the maximum, because I'm tired. I'm tired of these conversations where, oh, we're going to take care of you. And, it's just that we got to shore up this base over here. And we got to shore up this. We got to shore up that. We have taken care of downtown. We have taken, oh my God, care of Central West End. It is time for everybody that is exclusive of the Central West End and the South Side to get more than their fair share. We deserve that. If you guys cannot convince me that all this money that you want to allocate for capital improvement is a detriment to public safety, I'm not trying to hear it. Because if you build new housing complex, single family housing, you get rid of slum and blight in our neighborhoods, I guarantee you, we will feel safer in our neighborhoods. We have a black mayor. We have a black president of the Board of Aldermen. We have a black comptroller. Black people that I represent have not seen any initiatives that says, I love you, black people. It's, oh, we got this money. Let's do capital improvements that we deferred for 20 years. Oh, let's do this. Black people have
Alderman
been
Boyd,
deferred for
Alderman
50
Boyd,
years.
Alderman Boyd. The chair is going to ask you to wrap up your,
I'm done, Madam Chair.
all right, I thank you very much. Before we move on to the next person, I think it's imperative that I make these statements. ARPA funds have been approved by the federal government and have been issued by population to not only urban areas, but small counties and large cities. It has been recommended by the President Biden that we use these funds in a way that improves our ability to grow and enhance those neighborhoods or communities that have suffered from disenfranchisement. It has also been recommended that we use these funds to provide better public safety and infrastructure as needed that had been neglected previously and also hampered by the additional expenditures of funds for COVID from our from our treasurers. It is also delineated in the rules of expenditure from the Treasury Department on how to spend the ARPA funds, that those things that we are talking about today have been indicated that they could be used for that purpose. I shall also reiterate that this is just a beginning. We also have a bill that we'll start working on next week that I believe a lot of input has come from alderpersons and most especially came from the mayor's office and the citizens advisory groups who gave us their suggestions as well. As we move forward, I am really cognizant now of the time for the public who wants to speak. This meeting has already gone on an hour and a half. And so I'm going to ask my committee members, if you could please limit your questions and or concerns so that we can get to the public. And now the next committee member is Alderman Vicaro. Please move forward.
Okay, so I don't mind, very easy, quick. Paul, out of the first group of money the Board of Aldermen appropriated, how much has been, the mayor's office has been spent? I mean, it seems like I see that very little of the money that was appropriated has been spent. Out of that first set of money, how much has actually been spent? And how much is still sitting there?
I don't have that in front of me, Alderman. I'm sorry. I wasn't discuss the operating piece. I believe there was an update just recently, but I don't have it with me. Well, I could get that information, but I don't have it with me today.
Well, okay, Madam Chair, I would like to request that be made available, sent to you and then delineated to the different members of this committee. Are all
Alderman, yes, Alderman Vicaro, it was sent to us already. And what I'll ask the clerk to do is to resend it to all of the committee members. It's been presented to us on 2 different occasions, and I will ask them to send it to us again. Also, I will personally pull up the article from yesterday, and I think there was one the day before, that also indicated those expenditures that had Post Dispatch is also tracking too. So
well, maybe you can answer the question. Out of the original money that the Board of Aldermen appropriated, how much has been spent? And maybe I missed it in my email, but if you have it, maybe you can just let us know real quick.
I will have them forward all the documentation to you, sir.
Okay, but you don't know it off the top of your head, I guess.
Oh, no, I don't keep that in my head, no.
Okay, or can I ask that of the president of the board? He may know.
Oh, sure. President Reed, if you have that information readily available, please share it.
I don't have it ready. I don't have all of it, but I can give them a quick overview. Only about 2% of the funds that we allocated in the first round were actually spent. You know, and there were some items in there that were quite troubling when we looked at what $12.4 million this board put in place for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and utility assistance, which, you know, all of us knew was very urgent that money got out. And 6 months later, to see that not a dime was spent out of that account was quite troubling. So all you know, areas all across our city are suffering because of the slowness that the money is moving in terms of moving out of the executive branch of government and getting out to the community. So it is absolutely essential that the mayor's office really double and triple down on their efforts to get that money out the door on anything. If you here's the deal, on anything, whether you're looking at, you know, an exam score, you took a test and you missed 98% of the questions. You were supposed to you know, work to get more sales done, but you missed 98% of the sales volume that you were supposed to go after. When you miss 98% of something, that is a major, massive failure. And that's a failure that is impacting the residents of the city of St. Louis. So I think it's important that this board continues to push and call on the administration to act swiftly on those funds. And quite frankly, some of that could have been done very easily. There were contracts that were in place under the previous administration, like for rental assistance, mortgage assistance, and processing those applications. So things that were already in place that just needed additional funding. So they could have extended those contracts very easily and kept that funding moving and kept those applications, you know, assured that we were meeting at least the minimum goal on processing applications, and we would have seen some of those funds move on. So anyway, that gives you a general overview of it. Also, I want to remind everybody that as part of the ordinance, when we passed that last board bill, we put in there a requirement that a detailed report be given to the Board of Aldermen monthly. So it took us 6 months to get the first one. It should not take 6 months for us to get any other ones past that. I think that that's problematic. This isn't new for this administration. We did the same thing under the Cruzen administration, and the Cruzen administration ultimately put a portal together for reporting. So I would encourage this administration to begin to populate those numbers on a regular basis into that portal so that there's transparency. So the residents and people can see, and all of us can see. None of us should have to wait 6 months, especially when we're dealing with dollars with such a short lifespan. And we have to get all this done very quickly. So, they're going to have to really pick up their efforts in terms of processing and getting systems in place to do it. And I also would encourage them to take advantage of all of the work that was done by the previous administration in establishing programs that work, that have been vetted, that are okay with the federal government.
Thank you. I kind of knew the answer, but I also felt I wanted it to be public. I mean, I could have stated it without that, but I wanted it to be put out there. I mean, yes, I did. We get the emails, we get the reports, and I agree they should be coming a lot easier and quicker. But I asked the question that I knew the answer to. Most of the time I ask a question, I know the answer. But I asked a question that I knew the answer to, but it's also the question people keep asking me. They keep asking me about, where's the money from the stadium? What about this? I mean, generally, I try to ask the questions, I already know the answers, and then I'm just curious how many people won't give me an answer. So anyway, that I just wanted it to be public that we have been doing our job, and the people that are on me are asking me, go, well, what about this? What about that? Well, I've applied, I haven't heard, the statements, and I'm off track, so I'll stop after this, but the statements about we need all this help. And then yet when I send people that are qualified, it seems like they're turned down. So anyway, I'm just rambling for a second, but thank you. I will move on for the sake of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alderman Vicaro. Alderwoman Howard? Yes. Alderwoman Howard?
Okay, I want to go back to the fire department. We've digressed a bit. I just had a question, and I don't know if this is for Paul or for Chief Jankerson. We were talking about how many fire engines, pumpers, equipment was replaced. I don't know, what was it, 2016 when there was money allocated? Are we on that a third cycle now, or is this gonna bring us all up and we'll be even, this will replace everything, 2/3 of the equipment?
I'll answer that. If, once we get this equipment ordered and in place, which will probably be right around a year, we'll be on that cycle of a third and a third and a third, because the equipment that we will be replacing with this capital money are trucks that we bought 10 to 11 years ago. So if we stay within the recommended guidelines of only keeping a frontline piece of equipment on the street for 10 years, we're on track to stay up with that requirement. So yes, we're in the third and the third.
Okay, and then one more question. Do we recoup anything when we put these? I assume that these get sold like to smaller fire departments or volunteer fire districts at some point? No?
No. When we get rid of a truck that we can't use for a reserve or a training truck anymore, like I said, we basically strip the parts that we're going to need to keep the reserve fleet up, and they're sold at auction. And the only thing there is a shell.
So they're just decoration by that point.
I wouldn't even call them decorations. No.
So I didn't know.
You can't use them as a parade pumper, believe me.
Okay, so basically you cannibalize the old ones that you retire and use them, and you're able to do that?
Yes.
Okay, well, that's good. All right, thank you so much. That's all I have.
All right. Alderwoman Spencer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chief, for being here today. I haven't seen you since the beginning, I guess, for some time now, and I would be remiss to not offer condolences in the loss of firefighter Polston earlier this year. I know that you all have a very, very dangerous job, and I've been reflecting on the line of questioning on the police vehicles, and thinking in terms of our relation to other fleets, and just recognizing that when these vehicles do go down, the emergency vehicles, the result is not that we don't get to pick up leaves on time, it's that we don't respond to emergencies. And so I don't have any questions at this time, but I just wanted to offer that. So thank you for the opportunity here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Boyd?
No questions. Thank you.
Alderman Muhammad Collins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I will reserve my questions, or I will reach out to the chief.
Okay. Alderwoman Middlebrook?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions at this time.
All right, thank you. Not Alderman, but President Reed?
No questions at this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. For those that are paying attention to your chat, Alderwoman Schweitzer put the information that was requested from Alderman Vicaro into the chat. There's a link to it where all that information was provided before. And also, I wanted to make sure that as we move forward, that we respect our speakers, that we understand that this is not about a debate with speakers. We are here to listen to the public so that in our deliberations, we can have their concerns on our mind of understanding.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I may interrupt. I'm sorry. Just, and I know everyone's been patient, especially those waiting to speak, but if we could, I think it will provide a lot of contextual information for the public before they speak. If Mr. Payne could just provide some quick slides. He did prepare a very brief presentation. If we could just take another 3 or 4 minutes to hear from him, I think that will provide a good context for the public.
Okay, and Alderman Oldenburg, you want to put the bill in front of us after Mr. Payne and then the speaker?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Go right ahead, Mr. Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to screen share here. Let's see here. Can everyone see their screen? See my presentation on screen?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Also in everybody's Google Drive, members of the committee, just to note.
Okay. All right, just to, again, the sponsor discussed this a bit. You should recognize this slide. This is basically our FY22 capital improvements budget. And as the sponsor mentioned, often in any given year, we're pretty much limited on how much we have in capital improvements budget. I should also point out that within this $30 million budget, nearly half of that, or over half of that, is actually allocated towards debt service. So for existing debt obligations. So you see of the $30 million, 10.7 of that is citywide debt of the citywide portion. Of the parks piece of 6.7, 3.7 of that is also in existing obligations for debt, and all of the $1.6 million in police department improvements is allocated towards debt. So in terms of every year, and as you are pretty familiar with that, we're limited to discretionary capital expenditures. So what we find with ARPA is that we've got a number of options for addressing some additional capital needs. The capital needs inventory of which Bradley discusses. This is something we puts together, itemizes priorities. There's a link to that in this exhibit, which will also be posted online after this meeting, which you can review. It highlights some of the critical, some of the items identified as needed and desirable priorities. Both the City Capital Committee and with input from the Citizens Advisory Committee reviewed a number of presentations regarding some of those categories. Particularly interest, you can see a very good presentation on the condition of the city bridges that the sponsor referenced, as well as some of these other projects. All of the links here are provided, and you can look them and you look it up at your leisure. But you can see most of the ones that are in those included in Exhibit A in the proposed board bill. You'll find reference in some of these presentations. For instance, the PSAP and the Justice Center upgrades, as people are familiar with. And I did want to add and piggyback on the sponsor's comments about some of these things are going to be new and add to the effectiveness of the city's operations. Both the PSAP, which is a consolidated 911 system, as well as the LED streetlights. Others focus on public safety, such as the fire department, and obviously the bridge repair. I encourage you to look at that presentation. And then one of the things we heard from the Citizens Advisory Committee is they'd like to see tangible and visible improvements. And I think there are a mix of those in arterial streets, is certainly in the rec centers. And then again, and I'll highlight this again, is that some of these are more on the mundane variety. I mean, you're going to have building repairs and fleet replacements. Again, if I hear from the courts that there's another flooding taking place in the civil courts building because of some pipes, we're looking at insurance, the insurance for those buildings going up significantly because of those repeated, more frequent incidents. These are the exhibits from Board Bill 143 or 184 that highlights the programs and projects identified. There are two that were not included. These are in the Capital Committee's recommendations. The total of 87 million, I should point out, of this total, 69 or just under $70 million would be from ARPA. The other 16.4 comes from the prior year's operating surplus. And then $1 million, I can remember as from a budget presentation, these were amounts that were not allocated when we did the budget from the EcoDevo sales tax fund. Also, I think for your reference, and so everyone knows, and I know everyone's concerned about where these occur within the city. There is a map. Obviously, it's difficult to read in this slide, but there's a link where you can actually highlight and see, okay, where are these improvements taking place? You can see particularly the arterial street proposals and some of the rec center proposals and such that are on this map, and you can reference that. And you can see it will have both a geographic location as well as the estimated dollar amount for each of these projects. A very common question that I'm receiving is, how does this, what is ARPA and what the ARPA total dollar amount and how much remains? As the president of the board mentioned, we've been awarded almost $500 million, 498.1. We received our first installment last year, appropriated, and now in the budget we had an appropriation of 17.3 as revenue replacement. We may not need that depending on how revenues ended this fiscal year, but then we had a net with board bill number 2, we had a net appropriation of $122.9 million. And you can see how that number, what that number is comprised of. There were some funds in board bill number 2 that were not ARPA funds, but that leaves you with an unappropriated balance of $108.8 million, with the proposal of this being at 69.6. That still leaves $39.3 million left in at least the first installment of the ARPA revenues. And the total appropriation you can see from the 4 sources: ARPA, a half-year end surplus, and well, the 3 sources and the EcoDevo funds. A couple of things I wanted to point out regarding ARPA and its final rule. Last year, when we were considering these capital improvements, we had what was known as the preliminary final rule. That was issued last May. Well, since then, in January, the feds have issued its final rule, which gives a little bit more specificity, actually provides some more flexibility in terms of the spending of these funds. Just 3 highlights. One, it mentioned you could go from calendar year to fiscal year or vice versa. That's not consequential, but actually what is consequential in this one is that when you're calculating revenue loss, each year stands alone. So that if you have year 1 and year 2, which we have under our belt right now, if year 3 we've got a significant surge in revenues or something like that, that does not negate the losses that you calculated for years 1 and 2, and that's a big difference. Revenue loss funds, the eligible uses, final rule, page 9, basically highlights those, and it is pretty much if it doesn't fit in any of the other 3 buckets, it's pretty broad in terms of use. I'll just let you read that for yourself, but it provides the eligible uses for that. But it does mention specifically capital improvements, and as a matter of fact, you could spend up to the total loss if you wanted to on capital improvements. And then finally, and this is a big item, and I did want to mention this specifically because it's a major change from when we were talking about capital last fall, is that the use of funds for local match can also be used from ARPA revenues. And this is big because what that means is those federal programs, which oftentimes are a 4-to-1 match, highways and bridges and things where we don't have the match funds typically, but we try to maximize what we can do with those funds because it is big bang for the buck on those. The final rule actually provides that some revenue loss funds can be used for grabbing those dollars. So to the extent that we have those capabilities or those funds come available, particularly with the transportation funds that the feds are going to be providing through East West Gateway and such, being able to use ARPA funds for getting those funds and those match funds and will maximize our dollar and give us the biggest bang for the buck on some of those projects. One of the parameters that has not changed, and this is what we need to be concerned about also, is that the timetable for spending ARPA funds remains the same. All funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024 and liquidated by December 31st, 2026. And that's important when you come to capital because there's a lot of lead time in terms of preparing and designing and those kind of requirements in order to make sure that those projects are completed and spent in the time provided. And finally, I did want to provide just an illustration of some of the revenue loss calculations. This has been pretty much of a generous calculation that the feds have provided. What it does is we take our FY19 fiscal year revenues, adjust those for 18 months at an annual rate of 5.2%. So it's actually higher than what was provided in the preliminary final rule. And so through the calendar, so that establishes your base, what this dotted line, this blue line is. And if to the revenues that are falling short of that, that constitutes your loss. So in year one, we had over $180 million loss. In year two, it's just slightly less than that, 176. So for instance, let's say year three, we get revenues, I suspect are going to be improving, but let's say we get the settlement from the Rams and such like that to where there is no revenue loss. Well, these first 2 years are already in the book. So you have already $350 million in losses. So that should not be a problem in terms of how you utilize revenue loss receipts. And I just think that provides you some context for some of the items that we, as we discuss, uses. But again, I would like to say this is a major opportunity for addressing both some of those backlogs of capital needs, as well as some of the community improvement discussions that were in both the first iteration of the ARPA allocation, and I'm sure will be in this coming allocation as well.
Thank you very much, Director Payne. As you know, I truly respect you, and I enjoy when it's an opportunity to work with you because understanding budgets and expenditures, as you know, is one of those things I love to do. So we get a lot accomplished, and sometimes it takes a moment of understanding. But in order to balance government and use with all the elements involved, whether it's employees, equipment, infrastructure, land use, all of those things, it's difficult. But we appreciate you and your service. Alderman Oldenburg, let's move on to your part, please. Okay, Alderman Oldenburg. I'm not sure what happened to Alderman Oldenburg, but he does need to make his presentation of the bill before us. I'll give him another.
Mine says Zoom quit unexpectedly, and mine's all froze up, so he may be having the same
Yeah,
issue.
mine was for a moment too. I don't know if you all noticed, and I couldn't do anything about it. I tried to get
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I could just make a motion to bring Board Bill 184 before us so that we can go on the discussion. That way you get a motion and a second, and you can hear from the people, and you can give the alderman an opportunity to wrap up at the end when he comes back.
Okay.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Was not board bill put before the committee originally when we opened the meeting?
No, it wasn't.
It was not. So we just started talking about general stuff.
Well, let me take that back. That was so long ago. I think we did.
I believe it was. I believe it was.
It was.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I wasn't here from the beginning. I've been in and out.
It was because we started off with yes.
Before us,
it is before us, so we can move on with the speakers.
Okay.
He wanted to he wanted to add his amendments to have the full bill before us.
Gotcha.
But we can do that later.
But Madam Chair, I'm going to yield to you. If you want to go to the public, that's fine. But I have a bunch of other questions about the bill. But I will yield to the chair because I want to be respectful.
So you would like to ask some questions of Paul Payne?
Well, or whoever, Paul Payne, the sponsor, or whoever. So, I mean,
that was the last person that spoke.
You tell me. I can wait until the sponsor finishes with public comment. I'm just letting you know. I can wait.
So I'm going to share with the committee again. I'm going to have to limit us to 3 minutes because we have fully extended this much further than I ever
The
dreamed.
alderman from the 16th is
Sorry,
back.
Alderwoman. I could
I'm
not
sorry.
wait any longer on a bathroom break. I apologize.
Oh, okay.
I'm back
So-
though. I'm back,
so-
and I don't know if the committee wants to address specifically Paul's presentation, but as the sponsor of the bill, I feel terrible that the public's been waiting for over 2 hours now to speak. So I would love to let them speak, and then maybe we can come back and address any questions of the committee, if that suits you, Madam Chair.
So where we are right now is Alderman Boyd said he had some additional questions.
Okay.
And the last person that spoke was Paul Payne. I'm only going to accept questions based on the presentation of Paul Payne and nothing else. Okay?
Okay.
So, Alderman Boyd?
Paul Payne, because we have a board that is data-driven, that requires data in order to support some of our policies, which I can appreciate because I'm very thoughtful and data-driven. When we looked at the capital needs for the city, did we look at the Citizen Service Bureau request for services when we thought about capital needs?
Specifically CSB?
Yes, sir.
No, what the process involves is originally going through both requests that we receive from individual departments, and which is some part, but the larger section of that is what are those items identified through the Board of Public Service, who basically serves over all departments, operating departments, identifying those capital needs broadly for the, and again, you've seen the range of those services that are represented there. So, and those are the primary sources for that inventory.
So because I was not on the capital committee, and nor do I want to disparage any of the work that the capital committee done, I'm just wondering if we looked at Citizen Service Bureau, the request for trash not being picked up, illegal dumping, board ups, and so on and so forth. If we kind of, looked at that data as we thought about the best use of not only our capital, but our ARPA funds, and probably more so our ARPA funds than the capital funds, because I can see that the capital use for refuse trucks and so on and so forth being paramount, but not necessarily the ARPA funds.
Well, yeah, let me address that with the ARPA funds particularly, because and there was a slide I presented. I won't bring it up, but the slide I presented in the budget presentation last spring about ARPA and some of the guiding principles GFOA mentioned, and they cited capital specifically, simply because one thing, it will allow you, for instance, you mentioned trash pickup and all. Some of that stuff is related to streets being able to pick up stuff, having trucks that work. I mean, so being able to do that is a capital expense. And we have to continue to remember that ARPA is our temporary funds. 2 or 3 years from now, they're gone, right? I mean, we have to spend those. We have to obligate them by the end of 24, and they have to be spent by the end of 26. So from a budget standpoint, we can't rely on those funding services for a long going period. So what you want to be able to do is give yourself put yourself in a position from whether it's improvements in infrastructure, improvement in equipment, so that you are more able to address those services once ARPA goes away.
Right.
And that's what we all hope, is that you're in a better position once after 24 or after 26 that you're able to do that.
Agreed. And so are you of the position that, and I don't mean to put you on the spot because I know you are focused on capital needs and I'm focused on community needs. Are you of the opinion that potentially we couldn't spend $250 million on rebuilding our neighborhoods in West and North St. Louis with those dollars before 2026 expire?
They are eligible costs. I would think being able to put in infrastructure is definitely an eligible cost. The thing you need to be sure of is that whatever you are proposing doesn't require the timetable such that you cannot achieve what you wanted to do in that time. Because what you do not want to do is you don't want to go to the point where you have to give back money to the government, and to the feds. Yeah. But yeah, I think anything that you propose that does not create a structural imbalance, for instance, from an operating standpoint, is definitely worth consideration.
And so I'm of the belief system that St. Louis Development Corporation, CDA combined, probably more so St. Louis Development Corporation, not to be necessarily a slight against CDA because they deal with a lot of home and CDA funds, could probably get this money out the door with if you open the door to more developers. And you're not looking at just one or two, but you're looking at maybe 20. I'm just making that number up. It could be 10 that could accomplish what we want to accomplish. So I say that to also say that my history with the Board of Public Service is we have to send out for bid with some engineering company to do all this work to tell us what we need to do. And sometimes that could take more than a year. And I'm of the opinion that we could probably expend this money a lot faster with SLDC than we could with BPS. Now, if somebody want to prove to me that I'm wrong in my thought process, I'm willing to engage that conversation.
Well, I don't have any particular opinion on that, other than the fact that you do definitely. Well, the other thing you want to make sure is you do your due diligence. I mean, so you want to make sure that whatever is spent and however you spend it is done in a way such that you're getting the biggest bang for your buck, which again goes back to my reference to the projects that pay 4 to 1 and all that kind of thing.
Right, and so I'm going to go back to my statement about having the fact that, and I'm representing Black people, and I'm not trying to make this necessarily a racial issue, but it has been a racial issue for 50 years, 5 decades. If we have a Black comptroller, if we have a Black mayor, if we have a Black president of the Board of Aldermen, then I would think it's incumbent upon our leadership to ensure that we can expend these funds expeditiously where we would not have to pay funds back because we couldn't spend it. I mean, I know a lot of developers out there that would really jump on this right away and say, hey, look, I can do what you want me to do. Just give me the opportunity. But they have never had.
Alderman Boyd, I'm going to have to interrupt you because that conversation should take place somewhere else.
No, Madam Chair, I'm not trying to be confrontational. I'm trying to be thoughtful in my discussion.
And I am extremely sincere in what I'm saying.
Well,
that line of conversation should be done at another setting.
Well, I don't know, Madam
and Paul Payne is not in a position to make those kinds of decisions on behalf of the Board of Aldermen or the administration.
Well, Madam Chair, with all due respect, we are talking about a board bill that's going to allocate $80+ million of ARPA funds that can be used in North St. Louis. And if I'm out of order about how we can better use those funds to elevate the quality of life of people in North St. Louis, then rule me out of order. But I don't think
I'm going to rule you out of order because that was not what you were asking Paul Payne.
What I was asking Paul Payne was, no, Madam Chair, I was asking Paul Payne if we could expend these funds in an expeditious manner as it relates to housing development as well as capital improvement. That was what I was asking Paul Payne.
And that is not his area of expertise.
Okay, well, I'll move on. Can I move on?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll move on, but I disagree. So I just want to bring up a point about how the city of St. Louis spends money, because I think we are in a pivotal time whereby we will never have this opportunity before. And I think Black people have sat on the sidelines long enough. So I want to point out to people that the Central West End and other parts of St. Louis, or city of St. Louis, are affluent enough where they can pay for secondary police enforcement. And people in my neighborhood, we cannot. So we don't get the same level of services that people in more affluent neighborhoods. And we want to be affluent. We want to be able to be elevated to a point where we compete with Central West End and some more affluent South St. Louis neighborhoods. I want to bring that up. I also want to bring up East-West Gateway. And I think what I heard was maybe, and maybe Paul Payne can answer this question, the infrastructure dollars, will they come through as a pass through East-West Gateway to the city of St. Louis?
And Rich maybe know more about this than I, but my understanding is that it will go through the normal process, which is East-West Gateway. It would not be a direct grant to the city of St. Louis.
So East-West Gateway, I'm sorry, Rich, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, that's fine. That's exactly correct. They will go through East-West Gateway. It'll be the same competitive process we do for all the different grant funds.
Okay, thank you. So let me make sure everybody understands. I'm gonna ask you, Rich Bradley, please explain to the public how East-West Gateway allocates funding and what the geography is.
So the geography is the metropolitan St. Louis area, which is St. Louis City, St. Louis County, Jefferson County, Franklin County, and St. Charles County. And what happens is every year there are grant opportunities, whether it's for, I'll just classify it as transportation improvement program grants. They're broken down into different areas: STP, Surface Transportation Program, TAP, Transportation Alternatives Program, and CMAQ, Congestion Mitigation Air Quality Grants. And what happens is we submit applications and we compete for the federal dollars. Every organization is guaranteed at least one project in each category by East-West Gateway. However, with this additional funding coming on board, there should be multiple opportunities for all of the different organizations within the region to get this grant money.
Thank you. And again, I'm going to go back to a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, because we are going to be competing against the metropolitan area. Again, just like you said, St. Charles and whoever's in what is identified as the metropolitan area. Right now, we're talking about ARPA funds that we have control of in the city of St. Louis. And East-West Gateway is just another funding opportunity to help us with our capital needs down the road. And so that's why I'm advocating for, don't spend our ARPA money on capital when we have funding coming down that we have no control of. We have control over ARPA funds. So I'm done with that. Now, I'm going to say, it was said earlier that the capital improvement money that we get is based on a certain tax that we have. Is it quarter sales tax? Is that right, Paul Payne?
The largest source is the half-cent sales tax.
Okay, and so half of that, I think, goes to capital and the other half goes to the alderman, right?
Well, it all goes to capital. It's just of which 50% of that is allocated to the alderman. Yes.
So let me ask you this, Paul. In the past 20 years, how much of the portion, I'm going to say that 50% that goes to capital has been taken away for the benefit of the wards being able to sustain their level of capital?
Well, now, off the top of my head, I couldn't say so, but I can tell you that there was reallocations in the fiscal crisis of 2009 and 2010. And then there was also in the year in which the COVID hit, the initial year.
Right. And so I would bet you, and you correct me if I'm wrong, the aldermen have been cheated, and I hate to use that word, or disenfranchised by taking away their percentage of capital more so than the actual capital campaign fund.
I would disagree with that characterization. And let me say why. Budgeting is not something where you pass something that says, okay, here's how it's going to work, and every year it's just autopilot. That's how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Every year you have to look at that thing, and if you get hit with a major crisis such as the recession in 2008, 2009, that's called the Great Recession for a reason. And when you look at that, you say, okay, what do? Do you impose a bunch of layoffs upon city employees and cut services there, or more likely you defer capital improvements? And that's usually what happens. I mean, it's not just city of St. Louis, it'd be most other cities as well. You do what you need to do. And for those who are also interested, I imagine we in our households do make the same decisions. When you don't have the funds, if you say, hey, well, I've been saving money to do renovate my basement for a rec room, but the roof starts leaking, guess what? The rec room goes out the window and you fix the roof. It's each year looking at what the situation is and making sure that your priorities are met. With this bill and with these funds, we do have a new opportunity. And I do not think this is mutually exclusive. I firmly believe, and I just by looking at the magnitude of these numbers and the opportunities that they're presenting from various sources, ARPA, the infrastructure bill, the RAM settlement, all of those monies are going to provide us with opportunities to address both capital needs as well as some of the community improvements that you're talking about. And I think it's important that we don't say this is someone gains and someone loses, because I think that's not it's not a zero-sum game.
So Paul, are you saying that when the alderman had to lose $100,000 per ward to balance the budget, that the capital fund was short the same amount of money?
What I'm saying is that you have certain the discretionary money in the capital fund wasn't there, but you have debt service that you have to pay. I mean, as I mentioned, over half of our capital budget is debt service.
Okay.
You have to make those payments.
So let me ask you this, Paul. So at the end of the year, if we have a surplus, tell me what happens to the surplus money.
Well, in this regard, you have $16.4 million which is one half by ordinance allocated to the capital fund. And so you can see where the appropriation is, because it's contained in this proposed appropriation.
Yeah. So 16 million last year is what you're saying.
It's the one half of the operating surplus.
And how much money did the aldermen lose to do capital improvements in their wards?
In the current year, they got the full allocation.
Last year, the first year of the pandemic.
Yeah, I off the top of my head, it was something like a half or something like that. I'd have to look and see what the actual.
And if I remember, it's at least $100,000 per ward.
Okay.
Okay. And my thing is this: why should we have had to lose $100,000? Why didn't we get reimbursed that $100,000 since we had all this excess? Because our money was taken away from us because there was a projected loss in revenue and that we would not have it. And so instead of us having that $100,000 to do capital improvement, it went to the general capital fund. And that's not fair.
Well, what it's going to, and you can see it's going to those items in this bill. Now, you could reallocate it towards the ward capital if you wanted to propose an amendment when we did Board Bill 1 or something like that. That's up for debate. But going into the budget no, there was no playbook for that budget. You could call any city, and I did say, hey, how do you manage when the economy shuts down? What are your estimates on that? And there weren't any. There were no playbook for that.
Well, Paul, so let me ask you this: when the mayor's administration,
Alderman Boyd, I'm at my limit, because we had talked about we were going to do 3 minutes on this round.
Well, I don't know.
I know I said it. And
Madam
you've
Chair,
had,
I know the
and you've
public do 3
had,
minutes, but I'm a member of this
and
committee.
you have had at least 15 minutes. So what I would like to do is to be able to allow the other alderpersons to speak. And also, I want to recommend that I call a meeting to just discuss this in its totality,
Yeah.
because a lot of it is being kind of skipped over. And I want to make sure all of it is included because I do know factually about some of the other part of this that is not being talked about. So I want to have a full meeting on this so that everybody understands, most especially the public and some of the new alderpersons. Because when you take money at the beginning of the pandemic, we knew what happened. We didn't have money for the additional services that needed to come out of the health department, and all of the things we need to do right away. And so we have to talk about this and get all of the information out front about these expenditures. And so I would like to ask you to yield.
Okay, Madam Chair, I would say this. I'm going to yield, but I want to say experience matter. I've been here long enough to ask the right questions. Thank you.
Experience does matter, and I agree with you. And my 40 years gives me the opportunity to say this needs to be in another full discussion, and I'd be happy to call a meeting for it. So the next person is Alderman Vicaro.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I do agree with Alderman Boyd. And you can go back through the depression. There was times they took ward capital away and canceled projects, but and I agree, it should be brought up at another meeting. But what I did want to ask was just simply, are we going to get Alderman Oldenburg's amendments and all the amendments in before we talk to the public so they see the full bill? Or are we going to give them a partial bill and then do the amendments? And then I think we're better to do the amendments. That's just a thought. I'm leaving it. I just wanted to.
I'm gonna ask the sponsor of the bill how he would like to move forward with his bill.
Okay.
I'm happy to do that. I can certainly discuss the items. I just know that unfortunately it's clumsy because there's 8 amendments here that really just address an increase of $2.1 million to some capital purchases. So, Madam Chair, I'm happy to entertain them, but we do, as you know, have to make a motion and accept and have discussion on each amendment for what really is the overarching theme to add $2.1 million, which is $1.1 million in tree removal and $1 million for trash task force alley cameras. So, I mean, with that being said, maybe we could just go through those at the end of the speakers, because my heart is actually going out to the poor patient citizens who signed up, and now it's 20 minutes after 3. They've been waiting an hour and 20 minutes. So that would be my suggestion.
Well, the only reason I say is if we're going to add things that might be, like whether it's trash task force or whatever.
I just mentioned what they were, so if the public's listening, I mean, I guess
Yeah, and I think most of the people are signed up for one particular reason. So he's indicated what his amendments are for, so that now they know.
I'll mute myself. So
it's a good point. No, I appreciate it, Alderman from the 23rd. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Also, can we, where we at? Alderwoman Howard.
Okay, are you asking me if I have any questions of Mr. Payne?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No, at this time I don't, but I appreciate his time and I appreciate his detail in his presentation to us. I think it's very clear on what we're headed with this amount of money. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And next we have Alderwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I appreciate the diligence here. Mr. Payne, I don't have any questions, but maybe if you had those materials, you could share them just for our review.
Yeah, I will share those.
They're in your folder.
Actually getting those posted. Right.
Oh, they are. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Alderwoman Howard. I didn't see them. Thank you.
Okay, was that it, Alderwoman?
Excuse me.
Is that it
Yeah,
for you, Alderwoman?
thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderwoman Boyd.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Ms. Chair.
All right. Alderman Collins Muhammad.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions, but if it is permitted by you, I would yield my little 5 minutes to the Alderman from the 22nd if he has more questions.
All right, thank you, sir. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
I have none. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans.
I have no questions. I'd just like to thank him for presenting the information, the very informative information. And that's it.
All right, thank you. President Reed.
I have no questions. Just to remind everybody, we're on a tight time schedule with these funds, and we're going to get moving on this next round next week. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you made that statement because that is critical. I think we've all kind of found our place, and we intend to move forward in getting the additional funds allocated through our board bill as fast as possible. We've had a lot of good input, and I think we can move forward fast, and there's no reason to delay on that. I appreciate that, Mr. President Reed. Now, could we please move forward? I'd like to ask Vice Chair Carol Howard, you're going to conduct the speakers list, and I hope a lot of them are still available, and or if you know somebody who had to leave, text them so they can get back on. Alderwoman Howard and our board clerk, you will conduct the speakers part. Thank you.
Okay. At this time, we will start with the speakers as they're signed in on my list. And we will swear them in as we go along, and you will be limited to 3 minutes, and the clerk will keep the time and give you a warning at 5 seconds before or 30 seconds before your 3 minutes are over. So at this time, if Inez Bordeaux from Arch City Defenders is on.
I'm right here, Alderwoman Howard.
Okay. Do you swear that, or do you affirm that what you're about to tell us is true, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Introduce yourself for the record and who you represent.
My name is Inez Bordeaux. I'm the manager of community collaborations at Arch City Defenders. I live in the 9th Ward, future 3rd Ward.
Okay, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. I want to start my remarks by reminding you all that according to the Mapping Police Violence Annual Report that was released about a week ago, SLMPD once again tops the list as they kill more people per capita than any other police department in the entire country. And yet they eat up $173 million of our general fund budget. I keep hearing from alders why they don't support defunding the police. It seems to me that you all need to be educated on what we mean when we say defund. It's not just about defunding the police, it's about building the systems that support the people of this city by eliminating poverty, and that will reduce crime, and that will help eliminate the need to have more police per capita than most cities in this country. I do not want to see more money invested in the police when less than 2 weeks ago, we had unhoused people freezing to death outside due to a winter storm. At any given time, there are about 1,000 unhoused people living in the city and only about 620 beds available. That is what our ARPA funds should be used for. That's what it should be invested in. That's what that $5.8 million that you want to give SLMPD should be used for. Rescue is right in the name. And this is an issue that needs rescuing, not the police. That again has a general fund budget of $173 million. Instead of giving that money to the police, I'd like to see that money be given to cure violence. The program has been far more effective in reducing gun violence and homicides than SLMP ever has. I'd also like to bring up the fact that today SLPS was closed today due to inclement weather, and many of those children don't have access to stable, reliable technology and internet access that allows them, to keep up with their studies at home while they're dealing with this snow day. We could invest in that instead. And while I'm talking about the children of this city, I think that you all should be reminded that there is an unconscionable amount of children living in poverty in this city who survive on the 2 meals a day that they get from school, that breakfast and that lunch. And so what happens to those children when they can't go to school? Why can't we invest this $5.8 million that you all are talking about?
30 seconds left.
And invest in those children instead. As far as I'm concerned, the police can walk up the 7 flights of stairs if their elevator isn't working. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing how the Board of Aldermen decides to address this issue.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, Eugene Stubblefield, are you on? Do I see Eugene still on here? If you're here, open your mic and say hello. Okay, I will move on. If he gets back on, if somebody could send me in the chat. At this time, Harvey Galler. Is Harvey still on? Okay, again, if Harvey checks in, let me know. Anna Gennari, the Director of National Child Welfare Organization. Is Anna on?
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you so hopefully you can hear me. My internet's not been working.
Okay,
Hello.
I need to swear you in.
Great.
Anna, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please say your name, identify who you represent, and then proceed.
Hello, my name is Anna Gennari. I'm a St. Louis City resident of the 9th Ward, representing myself. I'm also, as noted, the director of a national foster youth organizing network. I'm also a person with lived experience in the St. Louis juvenile justice system, and also someone who's experienced gun violence here, particularly on my front door. And I am here today to still strongly oppose Board Bill 184, and particularly any additional funding to SLMPD. As already noted and said, this money is to be used to provide critical funding to offset the impact of the global pandemic, not an already inflated police budget. We also know there is no evidence that increased policing decreases crime. But what we do know and has already been said is that SLMPD has killed more people than any other police precinct in the country. As a public service, and I've said this to this committee before, but I know for myself as a director of a public service, if I don't meet my expressed outcomes, I don't get funded the next year. So, but this is not just an anti-policing sentiment, which it very much is. It is also pro-family, pro-youth, and pro-community. I've also said this in other meetings, but in St. Louis, the statistics show that at least 10% of children violently removed from their family and put to foster care are removed because of a lack of housing. Not neglect, not no abuse, but for a basic need that could be and should be provided for to ensure that our families are safe and cared for. We need this funding to go to what we know works, like guaranteed income, housing, healthcare, economic development, all the things that have already been stated. These are the things that strengthen the protective factors in our community. These are the things that we have evidence to show support our youth, support our families, and support our communities. I absolutely strongly oppose this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gennari. Next, Tracy Fantini Spies. Tracy, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Tracy. I don't see you yet, but there's so many people here. I'm scrolling through my screen, but anyway, you'll pop up. Okay, is your picture on?
Yes, my camera's on.
Okay, there you are. I see you now. Tracy, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, Tracy, would you introduce yourself and tell the organization you represent? And we'll start the timer.
Certainly. My name is Tracy Fantini Spies, and I'm a resident of the 11th Ward. I'm here today representing myself, and I want to testify against the passage of Board Bill 184 as it is currently written. What I'd like to say today, excuse me, is that pandemic-related relief funds should not be used to fund police, prosecutors, or jails in any way, especially because the communities who have been devastated most from the effects of the pandemic are the same ones that have been devastated from systemic harm perpetrated by police and the criminal punishment system. Instead, these funds should be invested in people and addressing the societal conditions that are the root causes of crime, such as poverty, housing insecurity, food insecurity, lack of employment opportunities that pay living wages, and we cannot forget the systematic, intentional disinvestment policies of this city government in the past. We should be funding infrastructure improvements to transportation, utilities, and broadband internet. We should be providing direct aid payments to residents who need them. We should be providing desperately needed community services, especially a 24/7 no barrier shelter for our unhoused neighbors. Eviction and foreclosure protection, including evictions that are happening due to landlords evicting tenants because they can get higher rents with the increased housing demand, so that they don't become our unhoused neighbors. We also need sobering centers for our addicted neighbors. We need healthcare, vaccination, personal protective equipment, and other medical care for our incarcerated neighbors. We need more investment in evidence-based violence interruption programs that don't involve law enforcement, like Cure Violence and Cahoots and other models around the country. And something that hasn't really been lifted up, at least I'm not hearing it in the community these days, are the mental health needs, especially of our teachers and our children in our schools who are suffering from the trauma of violence, poverty, and the social emotional impacts of the pandemic. Nobody seems to be addressing this, but I'm a parent and I'm very involved in the public schools, and I can tell you that both the children and the teachers are suffering and they need help.
30 seconds left.
Thank you. The last thing I want to say is that defund the police is not just about taking funds from the police, as Inez pointed out. It's about reinvesting those funds into the communities that have been ravaged by many of the things that I have previously mentioned. And you don't have to support the defund the police movement in order to prioritize the needs of the people, especially those who have historically been harmed by our criminal punishment system.
Time is up.
All right. Please vote no on this bill and put the needs of the people first instead of the police.
Thank you, Ms. Fantini Spies. Okay, next we have Jay Shepherd. I see Jay. Jay, you're up. Would you introduce yourself? Or wait a minute, I gotta swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Would you please introduce yourself and who you represent and move forward with your appeal?
Hello, my name is Jay. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I am a resident of the 25th Ward, and I'm an organizer with Action St. Louis. I'm here today to testify against the passage of Board Bill 184. ARPA funding should be used to support individuals and communities who have been devastated by the coronavirus pandemic. Using these funds for cop cars and elevators while over 8,500 St. Louisans have been getting evicted due to the pandemic is negligent and violent. Giving these funds to SLMPD, who already get $173 million, while we have days like today with a winter storm and little to no options for our unhoused family, is negligent and violent. Black communities have been hit the hardest by this pandemic, so it's especially negligent in promoting violence to give ARPA funds to a police department that kills more Black people per capita than any other police department. While bills like this, when bills like this are passed, the city is prioritizing new cop cars over an accessible and ecologically sound transportation infrastructure for its residents. SLMPD should not get new cop cars while residents don't even have viable public transport options. If this was truly about investing in stopping violence, we need to invest in violence prevention and interruption through quality, accessible, and universal housing, healthcare, youth programs, education, employment, cash assistance, income support. Investing in these resources would actually address the root causes of crime. I would like to see ARPA funds used towards housing assistance, rent cancellation for community members during this deadly and devastating eviction crisis, permanent quality accessible housing for our all unhoused folks, direct cash assistance and income support. This pandemic has hurt and impacted us all. This money could be used to heal some of those hurts. So I would like the Ways and Means Committee members to vote no on Board Bill 184 and support not giving any of these funds to the police. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jay. There's one thing I've been forgetting, and we're on the sixth person, but going forward, you also need to tell what 100 block or what block where you live. I guess you're in this, you've been telling that with what ward. I'm sorry, go ahead. Next is Hillary Flexer. Is Hillary still on the call? Hillary, open your mic and say hello if you're on there. Okay. All right, we'll move forward. If Hillary gets on, we'll come back. Well, let's move on to Brian Gunderson from the 15th Ward. Brian, are you on?
Yes. Hello.
Hi. How are you today? Okay, Brian, do you affirm that all you are about to say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. Introduce yourself and who you represent and move forward with your appeal.
Yes. My name is Brian Gunderson. I'm from the 15th Ward. I've rented in a few different areas in the city, but that is where I live now. I would like to acknowledge the work of the alders and the staff and all the committee members that pulled together surveys and reviews. I appreciate seeing things on this budget proposal that include lights and refuse investment. We're all definitely dealing with that in most of our neighborhoods. The bridge improvements, the rec center improvements are great. But I think, as was mentioned a few times earlier in the meeting, the ARPA funds for St. Louis are going to end up being one of the highest per capita among US cities that are receiving them. So it's an extraordinary opportunity. It's an extraordinary amount. There's a lot of places these things could go. I've worked in food service and hospitality jobs in the last few years. And of course, I've seen a lot of struggle among people there. We often don't have healthcare provided by work. Healthcare workers are struggling, teachers, small business owners are struggling. And as was pointed out today, parents, with the kids getting sent home from schools and being in and out of in-person schooling, there's a lot of stress there, a lot of strain. Given all these concerns that I personally know about from folks I work with or folks I know, I think budgets are a moral choice. And I think I would like to see improvements to broadband access for parents, teachers, students, small business owners, more investments in our youth. I appreciate the rec centers, but I'd like to see more with youth employment programs or other activities. And for parents and those that have had to go back and forth between lockdowns and being in person, I'd like to see more investment in childcare needs. And the Cure Vines program has been working really well. I'd like to see more money for that considered here, as well as things for mental health experts and dispatchers. However, as has also been mentioned, a good deal of our budget of the city already goes to public safety, 53% the last time I looked at a document, and that doesn't always trickle down to frontline officers. So I'd like to see things like mental health support for them, but I think that large amount plus the amount that the Police Foundation often gives leaves a lot of room for getting creative with the year-to-year budget. I don't think that this is the appropriate time to address some of the capital needs of the police department. I would ask that the Ways and Means Committee members consider voting no on the current form of these proposals and ask to amend this proposed funding to remove the 5.8 million for the police department. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have David Bozier. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, Mr. Bozier. Is it Boger or Bozier?
It's Boger, the
Okay.
German.
Okay, all right, Mr. Boger. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, state your name and who you represent. And
My name is David Boger. I live on the 3600 block of Russell Boulevard, and that is in the 8th Ward. I'm not here representing anyone besides myself. I speak in opposition to 2 of the 4 items to be financed that are in Exhibit A, Category E, the Police Department buildings and equipment. I recognize that regardless of our input today, these 2 items will still be included in Board Bill 184. The first item is $2 million to replace 3 elevators in the Police Department headquarters building. KTVI reported on July 19th, 2014, just 7 years and 7 months ago, that, quote, the facility is top of the line, purchased for $2.7 million and renovated for $10 million, most of which came from the Police Asset Forfeiture Program. It is unconscionable that elevators with only 1/4 of their life expectancy left were not upgraded during renovation. Elevators are typically upgraded when components reach their design life cycle. Rather than replace the entire unit, which I suspect the $2 million is talking about, we should rebuild these elevators by changing out the worn components, which may include the electrical components. We can probably repair these elevators for much less than $2 million and create a lot less interruption in that building. I question the current expense. The second item is the $3.42 million for 71 new Chevy Tahoe police cars. I drive a 20-year-old Toyota pickup truck with 400,000 miles on it. It drives like new. The Toyota Sequoia, which is only made in Princeton, Indiana, and San Antonio, Texas, is an equivalent to the Chevy Tahoe. Purchasing a statistically significant number of better quality, more reliable vehicles for a comparison will give the city information about what models would be cheaper over the whole life of the car and save the city money. You don't have to spend so much in the life of the car. In addition, buying 71 new cars all at once means that the police will need an inflation-adjusted $3.42 million as a lump sum, again, to replace these worn-out cars. What plans do the police have for getting this huge sum in 7 years? Isn't buying this equipment at one time a disaster in making for the city? This money would be far better spent on our unhoused population, which is currently freezing outside. Thank you.
thank you, Mr. Boger. All right, next we have Tammy Buford or Bufford. Miss Bufford, are you still on the call?
Yes, it's Bufford.
Okay. All right, Miss Bufford, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, please state your name and who you represent and move forward with your plea.
Good afternoon. My name is Tammy Bufford. I'm a resident of the 25th Ward. and I'm representing myself. I'm here today to testify against the passage of Board Bill 184. The bill in its current state has an allocation of $5.8 million for the police department for cars and elevator replacement. The ARPA funds that you are allocating is supposed to help the communities we live in and in response to the economic impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic. These funds should go to the communities that have been affected, providing housing assistance for rent and mortgages, permanent quality and accessible housing for the unhoused people, direct cash assistance and income support for unemployed and underemployed people, summer youth employment, educational and recreational programs, resources for teachers and students to ensure safe, enriched, and supportive educational experiences, library expansions, and free universal high-speed broadband internet for everyone. There are a lot of St. Louis City schools that have been closed down and are now sitting vacant. We should invest the money to house the unhoused, to provide them with shelter, health and mental health services, as well as educational and employment services. In closing, I would ask the Ways and Means Committee to vote no on Board Bill 184 in its current form and amend the bill to remove the $5.8 million currently allocated to the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Ms. Bufford. Next up, we have Jesse Neville. Jesse, are you still on the call? Open your mic and say here. Okay, I guess Jesse's left. Next up would be Barbara Anderson. Barbara, are you still on the call? Okay, we'll go on to Ronnie Axel. Ronnie?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, Ronnie. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. State your name and proceed with your plea.
My name is Ronnie Axel Amin, and I am a power builder organizer with Freedom Community Center, and we work with the survivors of violence. I am also a resident of the 20th Ward, and it's my hope that my alderperson and the rest of the Board of Aldermen will not vote for Bill 184 or any bill that would allocate American Rescue Plan Act funds to the renovation of an elevator, to address the cosmetic needs of a police academy, or the purchase of huge gas guzzling vehicles. However, I am for investing in programs and resources that directly service the community, enhance the quality of life of its residents, and addressing the numerous challenges that exist partly due to COVID-19 pandemic and the inadequacies that has been the results of decades of disenfranchisement imposed upon my community. In listening to some of the testimonies and statements, it just seems like business as usual. It just reeks of a misappropriation of funds. There's the budget to address many of the needs, and if a police headquarters currently doesn't have a working elevator, that is another issue that is in desperate need of attention that cannot be addressed with the allocation of these funds. When neighborhoods are in despair, when we have an unhoused crisis, when children don't have adequate meals, health care, or in education, when there is a mental health crisis, I promise you that if you invest directly in the quality of life of the people and provide community-based solutions, there would be a reduced need of investing in luxurious police cars and gadgets. Just like Ms. Bufford, I support amending the bill and removing the $5+ million from the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Axel. Next up, we have Adriana Daris. Adriana Daris. Okay, we'll move on. Chiquita?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, Adriana. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, state your name and who you represent and move forward with your appeal.
My name is Adriana. I'm in the 25th Ward and I'm representing myself. I am against Board Bill 184 because I don't believe ARPA dollars should go towards the police. And this conversation has been long and interesting. And I hear a lot about Tahoes and all these questions that have been for Tom and the police. And at first I was gonna say, we don't believe you, but I guess I'll speak for myself and say, I don't believe you. I don't trust you. I don't believe what you say when you say that you need Tahoes and elevators. And it doesn't look like there's really any prioritization for the things that a lot of people are saying. Specifically for me, that's housing. And I think that that money that you set for the police right now, Tom, should go towards housing. Yeah, I don't think the police should exist. I'm part of those defund people because I really believe in our community. And I really believe that with the resources that you all have the power to control, we could do a lot of good. So y'all better start saving at the police department. I know we all been struggling these past 2 years especially, so y'all better get some duct tape or something. Thank you.
All righty. Next up is Hattie Svoboda Stell. Is Hattie Svoboda still on the call? I'm sorry.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, Hattie. Hattie, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. State your name and who you represent and move forward with your plea.
My name is Hattie Svoboda Stell. I'm a resident of the 7th Ward, and I'm here today to testify against the passage of Board Bill 184. I am the violence intervention organizer with Freedom Community Center. It's a new organization that's focused on transformative and restorative justice for serious violence in North City, St. Louis. It is proven that the drivers of violence in our communities are related to the desperate need for investment into resources that we all depend on: housing, access to living wages, healthcare, transportation, childcare, etc. Of our city's entire $1.1 billion budget for fiscal year 2021, the police department was the most heavily funded department, as they consistently are. We spend nearly 5 times the amount on police than we do health and human services in this city. The police department is very well funded. Our city's over-reliance on policing as our public safety model has only resulted in increased violence in the same communities that lack the most basic resources and have been most devastated by this pandemic. In a survey that our organization conducted with survivors of violence in the city, 82% of them said that they prefer community-based solutions to policing and prosecution. These are the people who are at risk of experiencing violence and do experience violence that our police are supposedly responding to. So any COVID relief funding being spent to expand the resources and therefore the reach of our police department is literally doing nothing to meaningfully respond to the pressing needs of our communities most plagued by both this pandemic and by violence. Instead of the $5.8 million being allocated into our police department, I implore that we instead invest directly into violence prevention and interruption through accessible and universal housing. As we've mentioned multiple times today, there are at any point over 1,000 unhoused people on the street subject to freezing and overheating to death in this city. We need investment into healthcare, including expanded holistic mental health responses, youth programs, education, employment, direct cash assistance, and income support. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to receive this ARPA funding, and it's a once in a lifetime chance to meaningfully address the city's long-term failings to support the needs of all of its citizens. So how dare we consider spending it on new cop cars and elevators? I would ask that the Ways and Means Committee please vote no on Board Bill 184 in its current form and amend this bill to remove 5.8 million currently allocated to
30 seconds.
Thank you, the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
Here. Oh, wait a minute. Next up, we have Robin Brown. Robin, are you still with us? Open your mic and say hello.
I'm working on it. Hello, everybody. My name is Robin Brown.
Okay, Robin, I need to swear you in. Robin, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, again, state your name and who you represent.
Robin Brown, I represent myself. I'm from the 4th ward.
Okay, and then move forward. The 5th ward? Did you say?
4th.
4th, I'm sorry. Move forward with your appeal. Thank you so much.
I would like to ask that the Ways and Means Committee members vote no on the BB 184 in this current form and amend the bill to remove the 5.8 million currently allocated to the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Barbara McCoy. Is Barbara McCoy still on the call? There was a question in the chat box. Was speaker number 15 skipped? No, Chiquita Hill spoke. All right, we have next up Pastor Richard Jackson from Manasseh Ministry.
I didn't speak.
Wait a minute. Who's that? No.
Chiquita Hill.
Let me see your face.
Yes, ma'am. Hi.
Oh, somebody spoke and responded to Chiquita Hill, and it wasn't your face. Okay.
No, I just had, I got a little text in the chat saying I was up next, so I was waiting. Hi, how you doing, speaker?
I apologize. I
problem.
called Chiquita Hill. Somebody clicked in, and okay. Anyway, all right, Ms. Hill. I need to swear you in. Do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I do, speaker.
Okay. State your name, who you represent, and proceed with your plea. Thank you.
My name is Chiquita Hill. I represent myself, citizen from the city of St. Louis, Missouri, and I reside in the 11th ward. I'm here today to testify against opposing the bill 184 as far as police receiving like luxury vehicles. A personal experience that I'm dealing with right now is like today, school's out due to the weather, but mainly it's been out due to COVID. Teachers are getting sick, students are getting sick, parents are being left out. I've been teaching my kids at home. I'm disabled, you can't tell, and I also have mental illnesses. So it's been very overwhelming for me. Pretty much this year I thought it would change, but this year it's a shortage of bus drivers. So my students that are honor roll students aren't getting to school, so they're paying for it. I don't see why the police need more vehicles or even the buildings right now being facelifted when where I grew up, North St. Louis needs a lot of uplifting. The community as a whole, mental addictions. I think that money should be put into rehabbing those homes, mortgages, for the community and, you know, the residents in North St. Louis, even though I'm in South St. Louis. The addiction rate and mental illness rate is sky high. I haven't seen my psychiatrist in months. They're quitting their jobs left and right because they're also overwhelmed. This is very traumatizing for me to be living through. And then again, like I said, I have students that have been home due to shortage of drivers or no buses coming to get them. And it's crazy that the school and the Board of Education and transportation are not linked together. So I and my kids are left out in the cold, and me being with disabilities, I'm spending extra money to get them to school. So I think they need to propose something, you know, to be taken care of to help me being a single mother to get my kids back and forth to school. Also programs like mental health. Also a student myself, social services, they need more help. And this is facts. My therapist quit also. And I just feel like that money could be used for the community in those areas. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Hill, for joining us today. I will call upon Robin Brown one more time. Robin, have you joined us? Okay, Barbara McCoy. Okay, all right. Pastor Richard Jackson. Reverend Jackson,
Yes.
are you? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Reverend
Hi.
Jackson. Thank you for being with us today. I swear you in. Reverend Jackson, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, to my being, yes. Yes.
Okay. All right. I will state these people have not expressed a position, so I expect that you will state your position as you move forward with your appeal. So you'll have 3 minutes. State your name and who you represent, Reverend Jackson.
My name is Pastor Richard Jackson, and I am the founder of Manasseh Ministry. And no, I do not live in the city. I live in Blackjack. We do a lot of work in the city. My concerns will always continue to be for those individuals who are voiceless and not able to speak due to fear or due to retaliation or due to the fact that their words of being able to word it right would not be digested by the listeners. I think it's very insulting that people have to beg to get what is due them. And when you live in a society in which we live in, that's what Afro-Americans have to do. So a lot of wording and a lot of rejections have already went on. So I don't want to be redundant about this, because at the end of the day, I know, and you all know exactly what you're going to do. And you're going to do it the way you want to do it. So despite how many rebuttals come from the public, at the end of the day, you'll listen. You'll listen because it's part of your job. But you're going to do what you want to do. And you're going to come up with a good reason as to why you're going to do what you want to do for the police and the firemen. I'm not against them, but at the same time, police officers and firemen are doing okay with what they have. I'm sure you can find some other outlets to get funding, while all these people, which they've talked about on this particular Zoom, have talked about all their needs. They need help too. So yes, I'm against the bill, even though I'm not in the city of St. Louis, but I speak for those who are voiceless, but have a voice. That's my speak. And I thank you for your time. I'm out.
Thank you, Reverend Jackson. Next up, Anna Ginsberg. Is Anna still on the call?
Yes.
Hi, Anna.
Hi.
Anna, you're listed here as no position. I would like you to give your testimony. If you can affirm that what you're about to say is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I'm listed as
state your name and who you represent.
Anna Ginsberg. I live in the 24th Ward. I'm representing myself. I'm listed as no position because I didn't realize you had to say whether you were for or against. I do have a position.
You can divulge that as you move forward. Okay.
Yes. So I don't want to see the 5.8 million spent on the police. It is, when I worked for the city, the police were so resource rich, and they have a third of the city budget. And surely if they need improvements, they can take it out of that huge budget. I think this money should go to protect some of the most vulnerable people, including people who are most vulnerable to COVID. And there's a way to do that and still help public safety. That is to fund non-police programs that respond to 911, that reach mental health, people who have mental health issues, substance abuse issues, and people who are unhoused. And if best practices are used to do this, this will reduce future spending, because best practices result in helping people change their behavior. Police don't need to be doing this work. Social workers and other professionals need to be doing this work. They're trained to do it. I'd also like to add that I have a 15-year-old vehicle, union made, American made. It has over 100,000 miles on it. And I plan to drive it for another up to 300,000 miles. So it is possible to get union made American cars that last a long, long time. That is basically my testimony. I agree with a lot of the other things that were said, and I hope you will take this into consideration and delete the 5.8 million that goes to the police department.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ginsburg. Okay, next up we have Ruth Arisman. Ruth, are you still on the call?
I am.
Hi, Ruth.
Hi.
How are you this afternoon?
Fine, thanks.
Okay. I would like to swear you in. Ms. Ruth, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth as you know it and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, proceed, state your name, who you represent, and move forward with your appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for this opportunity to speak today. My name's Ruth Arisman. I live in the 1900 block of Withnell in the 9th Ward. Been here since 1979. And I'm representing today Women's Voices Raised for Social Justice with Susan Glassman. I'm co-president of that group. And Women's Voices Raised for Social Justice is not anti-police. We believe that police have a legitimate role, but we have very serious questions, particularly around allocating money for the fleet and for the elevators, both of which have been thoroughly discussed. I want to thank Alderwoman Spencer for her insightful questions. I think that allowed us to have some insight into the metrics and the rationale for some of those decisions. Women's Voices one of our top concerns is affordable housing. So that's what I'd like to focus on. We were gravely disappointed that this prioritization of relief money lacked any resources for people who are unhoused. As a social worker, is my professional background, I know from my experience that what one of the previous speakers offered is absolutely true. Children are often removed from their home, and inadequate housing is the factor that precipitates that happening. That should never happen. A child should never have to be removed from their parents' home because of housing. I also, as a volunteer at my church, we're part of the winter outreach effort that houses folks. When the weather is bad, it must be 25 degrees or lower. And when it's not raining or snowing, the temperature needs to be 20 degrees. I can't imagine what happens to those folks when the temperature is 26 degrees or 21 degrees. You know, they are on the street, and they come to us from warming buses, which warming buses are a good idea. They're not available all the time, and it's, you know, they're there sporadically, but that's how people come to us, and they receive dinner and a towel and washcloth, toiletries, a cot for the night, breakfast in the morning, and then they receive a bus ticket, which is often, for many of them, a ticket to nowhere. They have nowhere to go in the morning. Being unhoused is a full-time job. You're always looking for the next place to be, standing in line for the next bed, wandering around, trying to protect your possessions. Living like that makes it very hard to get your life together.
30 seconds.
Thank you. So we need to do better. You know, what we have is a non-system that's patched together, a volunteer and public efforts. We need to have something that's consistent to meet the daytime and the evening needs of folks who are unhoused, regardless of the weather. So as you consider the use of this COVID relief funds for infrastructure, we hope and we urge you to include infrastructure that includes places for people who are unhoused. Use this once in a lifetime effort to benefit those who have the greatest need. Again, thanks for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you. Okay, next on my list is Jake Lionfields. Jake? Are you?
Yes, Vice Chairwoman, I'm here.
Okay. Jake, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and I represent myself, and I live on the 3500 block of California, which is in the 20th.
Record. State your name.
My name is Jake Lionfields, and I live on the 3500 block of California, which is in the 20th ward and soon the 7th ward.
Okay, all right. Proceed with your plea. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm a caretaker for my father, who has a terminal illness and is dying. So I really understand the importance when we talk about making sure that systems like elevators work. However, I'm here to testify in opposition to the monies allocated to St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department through Board Bill 184. And the reason is just because I don't trust that that money doesn't already exist for the police department. And here's what I mean. Back about 5 or 6 years ago now, our comptroller Darlene Green published an audit of the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department overtime fund, and she found rampant abuse of the overtime fund. There were hundreds of thousands of hours of overtime hours that were that could not be verified, that cost the city millions of dollars. That was just within one fiscal year that was measured. There's also, frankly, not a lot of transparency around the civil asset forfeiture fund that the police department maintains. How those monies get spent over time, you know, transparency and accountability related to that. And then in addition, we have one of the highest staffing on a per capita basis compared to other similarly sized cities, compared to other cities across the country. There's a lot of reason to believe that our already overfunded police department has the money available to make these capital improvements if they deem it necessary. But instead of challenging them to hold themselves accountable from a fiscal perspective, by and large, our city government has not done that, both on the executive branch side and on the Board of Aldermen side. I strongly urge the removal of the $5.8 million from this board bill, because we can find those monies elsewhere, and there's been plenty of analysis to suggest that's true. We need to do better instead in investing in things that will improve the safety of our city. For example, we need to be investing in our unhoused population. I was volunteering earlier this winter at the Bethel pop-up shelter. I can tell you that $150,000, which is the smallest amount allocated for the police department in this current board bill form, would have absolutely fundamentally changed how the pop-up operated that night and how several other pop-up shelters operated over the course of the winter. I can also tell you that we aren't currently making the investments we need on an international level, on a national level, on a state level, and certainly on a local level to avert the climate crisis. There isn't specifically the investments we need to make sure that we have a livable future in this city, in our state, and across the country. Finally, I would note that the Citizens Advisory Board heard a recommendation for a $19 million expenditure on the CJC side of this board bill, but there's only 12.5 million allocated, and that isn't itemized. So from a transparency and accountability perspective, that expenditure should be itemized so that the Citizen Advisory Board and the general public know where that money will be going to, and so that we can appropriately hold CJC accountable. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, I don't know. I know one person, Jesse Neville, is signed back on. Is Jesse still on, or did he sign back off?
I'm here.
Okay. Hi, Jesse.
Hello.
Jesse, do you affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please state your name, who you represent, and proceed with your plea?
My name is Jesse Neville, and I'm representing myself and Uhuru Solidarity Movement. And I'm a resident of the South Side, living in Ward 9, and I'm here to testify in opposition to Bill 184. On behalf of many residents on the South Side of St. Louis, I want to express my disgust and outrage at this bill. I find it appalling that COVID relief funds allocated to the city based on the devastating and disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on the Black community would then be diverted towards intensifying the police occupation and containment of that same community. As an Uhuru Solidarity organizer working under the leadership of the Black-led Uhuru movement, I have learned everything I know about the realities in this city from the leaders of that movement. And it is they who have exposed that the conditions of police terror, displacement, homelessness, food deserts, and starvation imposed on the North Side are no different from what occupied and colonized people face in Palestine or Iraq. More police is not the solution, or more SUVs for the police is not the solution to the fact that on the North Side, there are over 7,600 abandoned buildings, no jobs, no economic development, that the city has systematically destroyed Black businesses, shut down schools in the Black community, handed over thousands of properties to real estate developers, built the NGA spy station after demolishing an entire Black neighborhood, denied the community any access to quality healthcare, and overall created the conditions in which the majority of those who died from this virus were African or Black people. As white residents of this city, we do not want to be represented by those who would chomp at the bit for any opportunity to funnel more money into the police and who perpetuate the offensive narrative that the Black population is a criminal population. It is not exploited and resource-starved people who are the criminals, but those who would prefer to fund the police who stalk, terrorize, harass, brutalize, rape, and murder Black men, women, and children every single day. What the Black community-led Uhuru movement is demanding is Black community control of the police, the right of the people to have a democratic control over the hiring, firing, training, and disciplining of any police who operate within their neighborhoods. That makes sense. What the Uhuru movement is demanding is a public policy of economic development and reparations to the Black community on the North Side. We stand in solidarity with the demand for reparations from the city government for centuries of ongoing oppression and violence
30 seconds.
Us at their expense. Again, I represent a growing number of white people in this city who stand in solidarity with the Black community and who believe that the only pathway to genuine, principled unity and peace is reparations, not more police, reparations, not more prisons, reparations, not more gentrification. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I think we have come to the end of our list. If there is anybody that I missed, if they could please indicate they are present by opening their microphone and stating their name.
Okay. Madam Vice Chair, I'm not sure if you're going to come back to members of the committee, but I have some responses from the things that I heard, and I will yield to you on your direction.
Okay, hold on a minute. I just want to make sure we're not missing anyone, because I would not want to, wouldn't sleep well tonight. Is the chair, Madam Chair?
I am not accepting any comments from the committee based on public.
Okay. So I guess we'll go back to the bill's sponsor and allow him to introduce his amendments. Alderman from the 16th.
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I appreciate the comments and everyone who spoke. I believe procedurally, Madam Chair, I should probably put Board Bill 184 as it is correctly in front of the committee. I move that Board Bill 184 be placed in front of the committee.
Point of order, Board Bill 184 has already been placed before the committee when we started the discussion.
We decided that, I think, while you took your break. It was at the beginning of the meeting. That's a long time ago.
That's excellent. Then,
but hold on for a second. Just
it wasn't voted on.
Okay. But just so we're clear, because I want to make sure that we don't miss a point. If the sponsor of the bill doesn't feel like he brought it before the committee, I think we probably should err on the side of caution and allow him to do that. Okay. Otherwise, we'll be out of order.
I think he might put a vote on it. Okay.
Point of order. If the president would yield for a question.
Oh yeah, I'll yield for question.
Okay, Mr. President, why were we taking? For what reason were we taking public testimony? I'm just curious.
No, you can still take the public testimony on the matter. We weren't taking any official action on the bill. If you remember, like in committee hearings, a lot of times all discussion will happen and then we'll bring it up at the end. So, but I still think that, if the sponsor of the bill feels like he still needs to bring it before us because he feels like that hadn't happened yet, I think we should just allow that to happen. I think we should err on the side of caution there.
Okay, but Mr. President, I clearly understand some of the rules that talk about a resolution, and we are definitely able to talk about a resolution before it is actually, asked for approval on. But clearly, we were talking about the board bill when we opened public discussion. So maybe the chairperson could help me understand what was the purpose of public discussion and what were we discussing? I'm confused.
Mr.
President, I'm asking the question of the chairperson.
It's very clear.
I can respond to that.
No, hold on, Mr. President, I will let you, but it was very clear. We made a determination that the sponsor gave the overall purpose of the bill. It was delineated in the beginning so that there was no misunderstanding of what the speakers were speaking on. And it was also indicated that the speakers had identified what they were speaking on. So there was no reason to have any confusion at all.
Okay, Madam Chair, with all due respect, because I promise you, I do not want to disrespect you because I'm a chairman of a committee and I don't want to be disrespected.
Yes, sir.
What were the public speaking on? Were they speaking on in general or were they speaking on the board bill?
It was very clear that they were speaking on Board Bill 184 as they indicated as they were making their presentations and as we discussed the purpose of the public speaking.
Okay, so Madam Chair, was the board bill not before the committee? Let me be clear. Was it not before the committee when the public commented on it.
We did not vote on the board bill, no.
No, I agree with you. We did not vote on the board bill because there was no motion to vote on the board bill. However, we were speaking on the board bill before the committee. And I'm just trying to make sure that I'm in order because I don't want to be out of order.
Right, and the sponsor was the first one to speak. He spoke on his board bill. He also indicated the process he wanted to take with his board bill, and we moved forward.
Therefore, Madam Chair, the board bill was for us. I mean, I'm not going to argue with you, but I'm going to yield to you because I will, do what I got to do when it's my turn. So I will yield to the chair. I'm not going to be disrespectful.
And Mr. President, I think you wanted to weigh in on this.
Yes. If you all remember when the primary sponsor lost his video connection, right? And you had asked if he wanted to move to bring the bill before us. I offered to do that. Then it was stated that he had already brought it before us. But now is being stated that maybe he hadn't brought it before us. It doesn't put us in poor form, but what needs to happen now? Because now we're about to begin voting, we're about to begin amendments and everything else. We have to have the bill in front of us. We know that right now. And if the sponsor, who is now here and present, has not made the motion to bring it before us, I think he will remember that. And I think we just defer to him. And if he says he hasn't made that motion yet, he needs to make the motion now before we begin voting on anything.
Madam Chair,
I totally agree.
Madam Chair, I yield to the sponsor.
Totally agree.
I disagree, but I do.
Alderman from the 60, I think she's waiting for you, Alderman.
Right. I would like to move that officially Board Bill 184 is before the Ways and Means Committee.
Second.
I've never heard this before, but okay.
Apologize, Alderman. We've discussed this. I would now now that the board bill is before us, I would like to make the various amendments that I outlined at the beginning of this committee hearing. So I move that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 184. I will read the amendment.
Second.
I have a question. Do we have the amendments in front of us in our folder here?
Yes, Madam Vice Chair, they should be in the Google Drive.
Okay.
There's a form and then there's a combined version of the bill. You should see amendment board bills that show 3 pages, 8 amendment.
And you also received an update during the committee hearing, and it was just simply some corrections that needed to be made, but it's all in your Google Drive.
Okay. Okay, I'll find it. Just a matter of clicking. Madam Chair, if he could go ahead, that's fine.
So, okay?
It's been seconded. I'm sorry, point of order. I didn't know.
Okay. So it's been moved and second to adopt Board Bill 184.
Discussion.
Right ahead, sir.
Amendment 1.
Amendment 1 to Board Bill
Amendment
184 was the motion and seconded.
Discussion.
Is he going to read the amendment? Or is it too much?
No, typically you would, right, Mr. President?
Yes, please read it into the record. I think we have to do that with all of them.
Yep. To amend said board bill, page 1, line 7 to page 1, line 8 as follows, beginning page 1, line 7. Following the words capital improvements totaling, strike out the words 84,800,000 and insert in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follows, 86,980,000. This is again in the form of discussion. We're adding $2.1 million from the concept I spoke about earlier in this hearing with the line items that are appropriated also in your Google Drives and illustrated. I have nothing further on Amendment 1.
It's been moved and second on Amendment 1
Discussion.
for committee discussion. Let's start with Alderman Boyd.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Alderman Oldenburg, can you explain to us, exactly what we're changing in with this amendment, please?
Sure. Simply, Amendment 1 increases the ARPA dollar appropriations with 2 additional line item adds. So this amendment increases $2.1 million to the overall capital improvement bill. And those will certainly come in later amendments, Alderman, but it increases $2.1 million, $1 million for trash cameras in the alleys for illegal dumping, and $1.1 million for tree removal, which was originally to be added to this capital committee list, but it was identified incorrectly as ash borer instead of hazardous tree removal, which would be the difference being, of course, not a disease tree, but those trees which have reached far past their life expectancy and are a public safety concern with dropping limbs and or falling on houses and cars. So those were the 2 additional adds. But in Board Bill 1, we're just increasing, or I'm sorry, in Amendment 1 to Board Bill 184, we're just increasing $2.1 million. I apologize for the clumsiness of this, Alderman. I wanted to do this as a committee substitute, but the sponsor ran out of time and had to utilize the amendment process here to make those changes.
Okay, and these changes, Alderman, was based on what?
Well, starting with the tree removal, that was based on something that should have been in there and at the request of the Parks and Forestry Director to include a $1.1 million contract that they have utilized in the past with the company. This will remove about 2,000 trees that are 80, 85 years plus in age, and again, are pose a potential public safety risk. The other $1 million increase, again, which is line item for the trash task force cameras, was based on, Alderman, you're a member of public safety, so I'm sure you remember the in-depth detailed environmental investigation unit report, which at the end, the findings and recommendations were we need to, over the next 2 years, replace 100 or so cameras because we're dealing with antiquated cameras right now that require police officers to go to the current location, download the data, and they're not federated in with the real-time crime center. So this was an opportunity to achieve the public safety committee's goals in effectuating that environmental investigation unit plan of changing over and updating some of their cameras.
And certainly I was the chairman of streets at the time when I was willing to sponsor the bill to add $3 to the refuse bill, which went from 11, I think, to $14. And it was to make sure that we had adequate a number of cameras and officers, detectives, to be able to deal with the trash task force. And so I'm very comfortable in the fact that we did that. And I'm even willing, if we need to upgrade cameras to support that. But at the end of the day, I'm just curious as to how much conversation the Capital Committee had when they decided that they prioritize the capital needs, because obviously this is a second thought.
Specifically, the Capital Committee didn't make the recommendations on the trash task force cameras, Alderman. They did, however, it is an express recommendation on the tree removal line item. And I think you and I even had a conversation now, so I guess we'll play the roles we're playing here as to why I added that. I added that based on the conversation that took place in public safety and in my conversations with the police department, and its timeliness with illegal dumping being a prolific problem, Alderman, and a prolific problem not in areas that I represent. And this was a conversation in the public safety committee that said we need to put resources where people feel they can illegally dump, and let's catch them. And if we can upgrade the technology which is federating the real-time crime center. We're being efficient with police resources, and we're catching bad doers who are dumping illegally in the 22nd, 27th, the 3rd. Those are some of the highest, 21st, some of the highest illegally dumped wards. And that was all in that EIU report that I think you also saw, and that was submitted to the Public Safety Committee.
Absolutely. And I definitely support that unit, because I was the one to ensure that I would not have heard the bill if we could not have been given funding for the trash task force. Let's be clear with that.
Sure.
And I just want to make sure that, the trash task force funding should have already been included in that board bill that we passed. So which it also included capital needs for trucks. So don't get me twisted. I don't want nobody confused what I supported, 2 or 3 years ago with what's going on today. So we should already have enough money based on that board bill and our capital needs to take care of the trash task force. So to come to me and tell me that we need more ARPA funds to deal with that, that's not cool. Because I only supported that bill with the understanding that we would use those funding, those extra $3 that we're charging our constituents, which some of my constituents do not feel like they are getting satisfactory, because now, of course, we sold them that because we're going to do recycling and we're going to save all this money. Now we're not recycling because of a shortage of drivers. Now we're just picking up the blue cans with the solid waste cans, and everything's just one. So I don't want to hear that. And I'm not being disrespectful. Please understand, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, because you and I have a good relationship.
Sure.
But I am not going to accept the fact that we should use ARPA dollars to do something that we already taxed the taxpayers for. That's why, yet again, it matters based on your experience and your longevity at the Board of Aldermen. So,
Alderman, if I can address, you are correct. You are correct. In 2017, we did pass an ordinance that increased the trash fees that residents pay, and $150,000 a year, which was a portion of that increase, did go for so they could purchase cameras. So this is an opportunity, Alderman, that you can only buy maybe 10 cameras or so with 150,000. They bought a bunch of cameras since 2017.
Yeah.
Technology has changed. Now the request from the Environmental Investigation Unit was, boy, what would really help us is if we could have a splash over the next 2 years to purchase purchase 100 cameras at about 10,000 a piece to jumpstart our replacement. They have over 200 cameras in the field right now, Alderman. We achieved the goals of that board bill and of that. Now to buy cameras, a year or two at a time, this was an opportunity to really jumpstart the field of cameras that exist for illegal dumping in the city. That's my only response.
Yeah. So, Alderman, with all due respect, $10,000 for a camera, it seems just ridiculous. I wish the Alderman from the 3rd Ward was on here, because he has done a lot of research on cameras and how cameras have been. The technology has advanced to the point where we paid for cameras back in 2010 or whenever it was, where the same amount we paid then, we could pay now, and they're much better cameras. So I just can't agree with that at the end of the day. And Jesus, I'm not buying the fact that we need to do this for refuge. I'm not buying the fact that we need to do this because of all the capital needs we need, because at the end of the day, I will keep saying, West St. Louis and North St. Louis have not had our fair share of these dollars, and whereby these ARPA dollars can be used to rebuild our neighborhoods. We got the bond issue that may be coming forward. And let's be a champion. Let's tell the comptroller that we on board with her. With passing this bond issue through capital improvements. Why do we have to use the bonus bucks, I call, from ARPA funds to do things that we can do in the future with capital improvement dollars? Help me understand that. Help me understand, because again, I don't trust that we're going to do the right thing by Black people, because we have not shown that in the past. I yield to you, sponsor.
Alderman, I certainly I appreciate and am trying to impart some empathy here on your point, and I would concur. I would concur. We know that North City is right, the disparities that exist and the lack of attention. I'm not going to challenge that. I'm not going to challenge that. What I will say though is that capital improvements citywide, and if you even take a look at the map that's in the Google Drive, do address capital needs of parts of North City and other major thoroughfares throughout the city. I think that's still a benefit that's coming into your community. But again, I'm not going to sit here and pretend to tell you that you have gotten your fair share, that North City has. It hasn't. I think a good start with a good amount of these ARPA dollars is to invest in capital improvements, because we're a connected city. We need to have, what good is a neighborhood if the city around it is falling apart?
Exactly.
We are connected. So I think it's a responsible and very prudent use of capital expenses to utilize this once in a lifetime dollars, to which we have still the second tranche of funding to come through, and we are the appropriating committee here of those funds, Alderman. So you sir, and this board are in the driver's seat of appropriating those dollars, those future dollars. We know we've got about 40 or 41 million left, absent of what happens on this board bill, but then there's an additional 249 that will hit the city's accounts in May or June.
So let me ask you this, Alderman, and it's probably not fair. I may need to ask this to Paul Payne, but with the bond issue that's forthcoming in April, if we pass that, and if we all in agreement, and all of us 28 aldermen think that we need to tell our constituents that we should pass this, how much money would that generate?
I think it's a 25 or $50 million bond issue.
It's 50 million.
50 million, that's right, Alderwoman.
So thank you. So let me ask you this. So Black people feel that we always have to take a backseat, and somebody, I want any of my colleagues to tell me I'm wrong with what I'm saying. We have taken a backseat to almost all the dollars, all the incentive dollars that have come to the city of St. Louis. Why can't we err on the fact that the bond issue will pass, because we think that it's the best interest of the city of St. Louis? $50 million. Why can't we err on the fact that that will pass and use that money to do what you want to do, Alderman Odenberg, in this bill, and that we give 100% of what's left of the ARPA dollars to North St. Louis? Why can't we do that?
Yeah. I mean, I think from those of us who care about capital improvements and know how capital starved the city would be, I think I heard this earlier in this committee hearing, but a bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush, right?
Amen.
So
I said that. Amen.
Yeah. So if there's capital dollars, capital sources to utilize here, what that are critical capital needs, I think it's risky to put that to the voters, even though it's a no rate increase.
So to your point, and let me say to you, I've been alderman for almost 20 years. I don't think any bond issue, and I'm going to ask Paul Payne to tell me if I'm right or wrong about this, has failed because it was not an increase in what it was a rollover. For the most part, our citizens are okay with rolling over those monies instead of getting that $2, $3, $4, $5, $20 back in their real estate taxes. So, I mean, when I say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, I think this is the best opportunity for North St. Louis to get their more than their fair share than to wait for the next round of ARPA funds. Paul Payne, Madam Chair, I want to ask that Paul Payne would address that question.
Mr. Payne, are you available?
Yes, I'm available, Madam Chairwoman. Sure, I can address that. One is that I'm not going to predict anything of what the voters would do. I mean, we've had several proposals. We had one, as I mentioned earlier in my discussion, one proposed bond issue that failed. That was the larger one of the $150 million. And we've been successful with the smaller ones in both 2016 and 2018. Again, I think it's wrong to predict how voters would perceive anything. They could say, hey, yes, we see that's a good purpose and we'll vote it in. They could say, hey, you've got all this other money. We don't think we need to vote on that. Right. And anyone's guess is as good as mine on that point.
Okay. Yeah. So Paul, so the ARPA dollars, this is now, right? This is like, we have this right now, right? Help me out. We have this right now, right?
Yes, you've received half of your allocation.
Okay, and so let me ask you this. Would the federal government give us an opportunity, years down the road? Chances are, I'm gonna ask you, chances are, will they give us an opportunity to have excess funds based on their benevolence to do capital improvement? Chances are, I mean, realistically.
I don't think I understand the question.
Okay, so do you think that in the next 5 years that the federal government say, hey, cities, metropolitan areas, city of St. Louis, I'm going to give you an opportunity to access millions of dollars, 10, 50, $100 million to do capital improvements. What's the likelihood of that happening?
I didn't think we were going to have this opportunity. So, I mean, so you can't, again, you can't project based on what the feds are going to do.
My point exactly. But what we do know is what we know now. Would you not agree?
Oh, absolutely. Which is why I was suggesting that you make the most of your opportunity today.
Okay. But yet we have more than one opportunity to go back to the voters to ask them if they'd approve a $50 million bond issue. Do we not?
You can propose it as long as you're willing to, as for as many times as you're willing to pay for an election.
Exactly. We can do it every year for the next 10 years. But we can't count on the federal government within the next 10 years to give us the same opportunity we have today. So I would rather err on the fact that bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, because we can always go back and sell the citizens, the public, on the fact that we're in dire straits and we need your support. But we can't count on Congress to do anything for us for real, right?
Well, I mean, again, I would argue that these are not mutually exclusive goals. I mean, you have got large allocations, larger than, and you mentioned you're 20 year plus on the board. I've been here 34. We've never seen this kind of opportunity from a funding standpoint. Right. And I think there is plenty of room for addressing both capital as well as your service needs in particular neighborhoods without crowding out those kind of any of those opportunities.
And so how will it hurt us if in May that we introduce another board bill? Because what the president said is there's an opportunity where we will get the rest of the half. How will it hurt us to advance those funds in a board bill to take care of what we have? Because my concern is it ain't gonna happen. And so therefore I have anxieties about the administration is going to give us what we deserve. So if we have an opportunity to do it now, I really take it now. I'm willing to sacrifice driving around potholes on Kings Highway, Union, Natural Bridge, whatever it is, to say that I'm going to build 500 homes in Western North St. Louis rather than do the potholes. And that we will come back we'll come back in May and satisfy the potholes. I'm willing to do that versus saying, well, let's do this now. And, you know, we'll work with the administration. We'll try to work it out. We'll work with ENA. We'll work with the comptroller, work with the mayor, we'll work with the president, who all have different personalities other than the 28 aldermen that we have right now, and think that we're going to get what we should get and that we deserve. Help me understand why we can't wait, Paul.
Well, sure, I can help you understand some of that. Personally, because first, because you've got a delay, you got monies that we're having to come up with, for instance, the Justice Center upgrades. That has to go on today. That's ongoing today. The PSAP design, that takes time. In order for that to proceed, you're going to and meet the deadlines of the ARPA deadlines. You're going to have that design completed within, and I don't have the presentation in front of me, what, a year and a half or so. There are those kind of things where we require startup costs and startup design issues where you need to get those things going if you're going to meet the deadlines for spending. We've already appropriated $122 million of ARPA for non-capital items. If you look at the total bottom line, you're going to end up with something around 25 cents on the dollar, which is what this represents of that first installment. So there is plenty of opportunity given the installments that you have already received, the amounts that are currently remaining from that first allocation, as well as the one that you're about to receive come this spring to address many of the items that you're talking about.
So Paul, are you of the opinion that we probably cannot or may not address the capital needs the next round, and therefore we need to do it now because we're not sure if we can address it the next round, where I'm advocating for address my neighborhood with housing development now? Or is that what you're saying?
Actually, I would hope that we'd be able to address not only your needs, but additional capital needs in the next iteration as well.
Okay. But a bird in the hand is better than two in the bush.
I think we can both be in the same, in the same hand, both in accomplishing.
So Paul, you've been 34 years, right?
That's correct.
And please, Paul, do not think I'm attacking you personally. I'm talking about policy. I have been here for almost 20 years. I have seen low-income housing tax credits go to downtown. I have seen block grant money go to downtown. I have seen all these monies go to downtown to create a whole new neighborhood with over 10,000 people using the data. Because what the progressives say right now is, we're going to be data-driven. We need to make policy based on data-driven. And we have not gotten our fair share in North St. Louis and West St. Louis. So why should I trust that this next round will be for Black people?
Alderman, I think that sounds like a rhetorical question to me, so I'll just leave it.
Thank you, because you know the history. I appreciate that comment, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and I'm not trying to embarrass you, because I respect you more than that, Paul. Please believe that.
Well, I appreciate those comments, although I disagree with your take on it, but I do appreciate the comments.
Well, we disagree. Madam Chair, I'm done.
Thank you. Alderman Vicaro.
So I'm not gonna, fight against all the amendments. I agree with what a lot of Alderman Boyd says. When it comes to the trash, the recycling, promises that were made to people, about, we're going to charge you this extra, we're going to give you this service, and, and then the turnaround. I think that whatever we do today, even though I'm going to support this, it's going to affect whether or not we get that bond issue through. That's a fact, because people are going to look at all this and go, you got plenty of money, why should we not take the little bit of money back? I mean, that would be my thoughts. The other thing, and I agree, North St. Louis, there are a lot of things that need to be done. And I do get tired of all the tax abatement, all the incentives. They pulled the police out of the 23rd Ward to put them downtown, and the answer to that was, well, you know, if you do this, you can have your police back, was the answer in the meeting. You know, there's, since I've been here, 2 tax abatements, both on businesses, both that have come out higher, not lower. You know, our trash pickup, I think there's a lot, you know, a lot that needs to be done north. But I would say don't discount my neighborhood out, who I also feel that the people have not received what they should be getting. But I do believe, you know, what Alderman Boyd is saying is so factual, that, you know, we charge the people extra for trash pickup and for cameras. And then we said, well, those cameras won't do. We have to do more money. There's a lot to be argued, and I understand the bird in the hand thing. I'm going to support the amendments and get this thing out. But, you know, I applaud Alderman Boyd. Some of us might be saying, well, he's off the deep edge, or some of us might say that, you know, sometimes Alderman Bosley will get a little preachy. But you know what? I've been known to be a little preachy myself. And this city's going to certainly suffer when half the aldermen are gone. Because right now, you have a great group of aldermen fighting for each neighborhood. And I applaud Alderman Boyd for his frustration and being mad. A lot of your frustrations, I understand. If anybody looks at Facebook, it's why are we paying for recycle? Why are they putting it all in the same truck? Why, you know? Yet when I pose the question, well, then we should not be collecting the money if we're not doing the service. You know, it's, you know, anyway. I just want to say I'm going to support these things, but just to move it on. But I'm not, you know, everything that Alderman Boyd was saying, I share a lot of the same frustrations. And I guarantee you this city will suffer when there's not aldermen fighting for each little individual turf to make sure that their area of the city is well taken care of. When we become this whatever, you know, anyway, the meeting's gonna go on forever. I just let you know, I support what Alderman Boyd is saying, and I appreciate what he says. Understand, I think that a lot of tax incentives go downtown and have not seen my ward. Very seldom do I see a police officer in my ward, like very seldom. When homes get broke into over here, they say, well, did you see who did it? They don't even send a policeman. They don't send a policeman for broken in cars. They don't send a policeman if your car gets stolen. You get a phone call. Did you see who did it? Well, do you want to report? You know, do you need a report for your insurance? You know, I'm not, you know, yet I agree, downtown, there's police on bikes, cars, feet. I mean, you name it. And then they want to, anyway, I'm sorry. I'm preaching way too much and the meeting's going way too long. But I agree. And I think if we're going to, we're never going to get the bond issue through. And we can't keep telling people, even when it comes to the capital money, year after year after year, in 14 years that I've been here, that money has gone to supplement the budget. In the first year, they even took back the money from projects. Yet when money was extra at the end of the year, they didn't say, oh, here you go. You know, we get projects. I'm waiting. I put money into the 2 parks that we have over here. The one park, the money has been sitting over almost about $750,000 now for improvements in Linwood Park, that luckily I have the people from the neighborhood sit in on the budget meetings so they know what's going on. Because, oh, we don't have engineers. Well, we didn't have the design. Well, first we got to do a design, then, but we don't have the people to do it. And then we got to find a company. I think the taxpayers are, I don't know about, I can tell you taxpayers, I can tell you, I am extremely frustrated, you know, about all this. I do believe we need new police cars, fire trucks, and whatever else. I support that. You know, I know I won't comment on what people said or didn't say, because we're not, but I do share a lot of the same frustrations. And downtown St. Louis is extremely incentivized, tax abated. You know, we got some neighborhoods that are so tax abated that the only people in that neighborhood are paying the higher taxes are the people that their homes are assessed higher because of all the tax abated houses. You know, so anyway, I'll move on. Thank you for the time. I'm going to support these amendments, but you know, a lot of this is just going to be, I'm just going to do it because I think moving stuff along is probably the answer, or not. I think we lose too much in the total thing, not supporting it. So anyway, thank you so much, Mrs. Chairman, Madam Chairman, and I'll just move on here.
All right, thank you, sir. Alderwoman Howard.
Hello, out of respect for the timing, it's dinner time for some of us, and respect for my colleagues, I'll try to keep my comments and my questions short. For clarity, you're talking about the amendments that's on page 8 of the exhibit of the presentation that Mr. Payne presented, and
Yeah, the highlights.
Yellow.
Yes, yes.
Okay. All right. Those are 2 of the amendments, because the first thing I had, I didn't realize those were amendments. I thought they were highlighted just because they were. Okay. I think that's more than ample. I mean, I'm not more than ample, but I think it's sorely needed because of, we need people patrolling the trash. Our constituents are paying for trash pickup, north side, south side, wherever they are. If they're tax paying individuals, they're paying for trash pickup. We have people that are absconding and stealing our trash services. So I think that we really need to take care of this. And then the hazardous trees is really a need. I support this. The only other question I have, and this is sort of off topic of the amendments, but you know, we've been off topic a little bit today. You think? So we're talking about the the proposition that's going to be before the voters for the general obligation bonds. My understanding, part of that money could be used to leverage some federal dollars for matching funds for more infrastructure and more federal dollars that may come our way. So I think that saying that we need to spend that money or make an A or a B here, you know, this kind of reminds me of when Uncle Fester dies and the family has money, but we can't agree on how we should move forward. So we just go ahead and everybody takes their cut and spends it, and you know, they go to the casino. So I think that we really kind of need to come together here and look at the whole city. I understand we have problems north side, we have problems south side, we have, you know, and I know north side's been neglected. I don't argue that. But I think that because there is a time element with federal funds, we need to move forward and get our ducks in a row here, or we're going to wind up turning money back, is my fear. We're at the end of our session here, and if we don't get it out now, we start all over in April and the clock keeps ticking. So I'm for this. I think that there are some things that I have questions about, but I think, you know, we need to move forward, and that, you know, when we get to the second round, I think our people have spoken as far as what they want to see happen. This was through everybody sending a representative to work with Mr. Payne and the Board of Public Service, and they've all spoken. So I think we need to listen to what the people have said and move forward. So with that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alderwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any questions or birds or any, yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. Alderwoman Boyd.
I have no questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Alderman Collins Muhammad.
Hey, thank you, Madam Chair.
We got all this money.
We need to mute somebody. Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand in support of this board bill. I think that this is an investment in our city's infrastructure needs. And when I listen to the testimony from the various members of the public that gave it, all the things that they listed, we already funded in the Board of Aldermen.
Yes.
It is already funded. Is the money spent? No. Unfortunately, we don't have that executive authority as a legislative body, but that money is sitting there. I mean, $5 million for affordable housing, another $1 million for food assistance programs, over $5 million for employment and training programs given to Slate, another $5 million allocated for homeless services. I mean, virtually homelessness could be ended in the city of St. Louis today if the money was spent. So the money is there, but we just don't have that authority to spend it. Our authority is allocation and earmarks in creating the parameters in which this money is spent. So I just want to make sure the public knows that. And I hate this misconception, Madam Chair, so please indulge me. But I hate when the public thinks that half of our city's operating budget is spent on a police department. Absolutely false. Could not be the farthest thing from the truth. 52% of our city's budget is spent on the Department of Public Safety, which is the largest municipal department in our city, which includes our building division, our corrections division, our neighborhood stabilization team, our fire department, and so many others. So I just hate when people make that misconception because it's misleading. It's wrong. Morally and ethically, it's wrong to say that. But Madam Chair, again, I support this board bill. I will be voting for its passage, and I would encourage my colleagues to do the same. That's all that I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions at this point.
Okay. President Reed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No questions, just a quick comment. Again, I just want to remind everybody that we have a long way to go. We still have the majority of the funding that's coming to the city of St. Louis to appropriate. This is another small appropriation. Next week, we're working on another appropriation. And in May, we're going to be working on another very large appropriations. And we have very limited time to get through all of this. So a lot of those needs, and I want to thank the Alderman from the 21st for covering some of those things that we've already appropriated money for. And, you know, I also would encourage some of the people who logged into today's meeting and took so much time out of their schedule to sit through all of the testimony thus far and still hung in there and gave a very impassionate pleas about what they would like to see funding for, you know, homeless services and the like. To please pick up the phone, call the mayor's office, 622-3201, I believe the number is, and let them know. And, you know, inform them that the money that they're sitting on and all these major pots, you know, right now, rental assistance, mortgage assistance, utility assistance, $12.4 million, not one penny of it spent. while people are being evicted out of their homes and having their utilities cut off on a day like today. Families making a decision on whether they're going to buy food, feed their families, or end up homeless. Trying to call other family members to take out loans, all of these things, that stuff doesn't need to happen. The money's sitting there. So I'm asking them to take out time and call the mayor's office and say, please process those applications. Please put the money to work that the Board of Aldermen has sent over there. So thank you for your time, Madam Chair.
Okay. I don't have any comments other than somehow we've got to get the message out that it's not an either or, as so many have already indicated. We have more than enough money to handle all needs. And this is a small amount of money that has been agreed upon by a number of entities. And so the support of it is not against anything that anybody suggested today in the public hearings. As the president has indicated, there's more than enough funds out there, and the various departments can move forward with getting some of those things taken care of. And we will do even more in the future. Please remember, this is not the end. We will continue to do more in the future. Alderman Oldenburg, I'll go back to you to close on amendment number 1.
Renew my motion to amendment number 1, Board Bill 184.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman Boyd,
No.
Alderman Vicaro, Alderwoman Howard.
Yes, and I'd like to be listed as a co-sponsor, please.
So noted. Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderman Vicaro.
Aye.
10 aye votes and 1 no vote.
Okay. Your motion has been approved for amendment 1. I'm losing my voice and I may have to turn it over to the vice chair in a minute. I wanted to indicate, Alderman Oldenburg, that you can move forward with your second amendment. And I also wanted to let the additional alderpersons that may have some comments know that in this next round, I will recognize you. And please know that it was not technically on purpose that I didn't before, but we had a lot going on and I really wanted to get to the public and get them in. So move forward, Alderman Oldenburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to adopt amendment number 2 to Board Bill 184.
Oh.
As amended.
Second.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to inquire of Paul Payne, the Budget Director.
Mr. Payne, are you still available?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, number 1, I like to call you Professor Payne because I learned so much from you. You had testified earlier that some of the revenue that was lost as unrestricted funds based on revenue loss was 176.5 million the first year and 180.9, I believe, the second year, for a total of 357.4 million.
It was reversed. Reverse that.
Okay, it's reversed. So are you suggesting that of the $490 something million of ARPA funds that we could actually recoup 357.4 million?
No, what this does is basically, all that it illustrates to you is what the revenue loss calculation under ARPA was. if you remember, there were four, I'll call them buckets in terms of uses of ARPA funds. One of them was the revenue loss category. And it said you can spend in that category up to the amount of revenue loss. So there's an annual calculation each year. So as long as you don't exceed that amount, you are within your rights to spend revenue loss dollars. So that all that does is tell you what the parameter is for that particular category. Doesn't mean you spend that much. It just means that is what your ceiling would be.
So let me ask you this. So in the past 2 years, based on the ARPA funding allocation, how much money is the city of St. Louis able to recoup that will be unrestricted based on revenue loss?
Let me put it to you this way. The allocation from ARPA doesn't change. That dollar amount is set.
Okay.
The only thing the revenue loss calculation tells you is how much you can spend in that category. So you could spend up to that amount of the ARPA loss that is calculated each year. So there, you got 2 more calculations to do. You've already had 2 so far. So of those first 2 years, as you mentioned, it's over $350 million based on that allocation formula or that calculation. So that's technically what you are allowed to do. That doesn't mean you will do, but that just means you're allowed to do. Right.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So let's just suppose 200 million of that we could recoup as revenue loss and does that mean that we are allowed to put it back in general revenue?
It is under ARPA, under the final rule, you're able to spend it on services. And again, I don't have the wording in front of me, but I'd refer to that wording. But anything that basically it's general services for that would be anything that anything that's not. Let me tell you what it's not.
Looks like Paul Payne has frozen.
I can, if you want to allow me, I read all 146 pages of
Paul
it.
Payne is back.
Yeah,
Paul Payne is back.
Okay, yeah, for some reason this is a little shaky here,
Yeah.
but I don't know where it cut off at, but basically what it's providing, the revenue loss providing for any government services, including capital improvements, and there's only several prohibitions, and those prohibitions would be paying off debt with it, paying into pension funds, or what was the final one I had? Or putting it into reserves.
Okay, so based on the buckets that it could be applied to. Now, Paul, you remember me almost 20 years ago, I talked about the shell game, right? And so, you move money, you tell people employees are paid, it looks like they're paid $90,000 in this bucket, but that's really 40% because 60% is in another department and they're really paid $170,000. That's just a makeup, right? So is there a way, technically, that we can recoup revenue lost and use it, let's say 200 million, because what I have is over 300 million. Could we use 200 million of that to rebuild North St. Louis and West Side neighborhoods from general revenue, not from ARPA funds, but general revenue, unrestricted?
Paid for by city general revenue,
Yes.
including capital improvements. Sure.
No, I don't want to talk about capital improvement. I want to talk about general revenue.
Yeah. What?
Yes or no?
The ARPA provisions tell you what it cannot be used for.
Okay, so we use ARPA funds to take care of what we can use ARPA funds for, which supplements our general revenue. Am I right or wrong?
Say that again, please.
Okay, so we got $200 million of ARPA funds that we can replace with lost revenue from general revenue, right?
Sure.
Because it pays for services. So if we take that number and we add it to our budget to cover our lost revenue for services, can we now take 200 million from what we would have originally allocated to services and pay for other expenses for the public.
Well, you can spend these dollars on services.
Okay. Okay, so that means that we don't, there's some money in that bucket of general revenue that we can swap, or am I wrong? Can we swap some of that money? From general revenue? Because
I'm at a loss to sort of picture what it is that you're saying.
Okay. So here's what I'm saying. If we had $100 million that we lost from general revenue for services, okay, and we replaced it with ARPA funds, which is allowable by law, right?
Correct. And
we still have our, regular general revenue funds. So let's say $100 million that we would have originally added to capital or whatever. We say, hey, no, we're gonna plug, our lost revenues to general revenue, and so now we have an extra $100 million that we can apply toward other stuff.
You can apply these to additional services, sure. Well, that's what this is proposing to do.
So would other stuff include housing development in distressed neighborhoods, general revenue funds? Would general revenue funds be allowed to do housing development in distressed neighborhoods?
Let me again, what I'm going to say, and because I'm not the accountants and I'm not who do all the definitions. What I can say is, if it constitutes a service to the public, you can spend those dollars on it, and those up to including the capital improvements, which is what was in the definition that I cited.
Right. So instead of us using capital improvement dollars from the sales tax, we can use the lost revenue dollars being reimbursed from ARPA funds to cover the capital issues.
Well, you still need to use the sales tax dollars for capital because under the statute that's required.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you this. So in our general revenue budget, notwithstanding what we use for capital, can we use general revenue dollars? Let's say 50 million. I'm just going to say 50 million to do housing development in neighborhoods. General revenue dollars.
If the Board of E&A, the Board of Aldermen approve that appropriation.
Thank you. That's all. That's my whole point. At the end of the day, I want the public to know that we can use general revenue dollars to rebuild North St. Louis, notwithstanding the fact that we can use ARPA dollars to replace what we lost, and so on and so forth. I want to make sure I'm clear on that. The next thing I want to say is to the public, and a lot of people talk about the Board of Education, and well, I know I'm not going to say that because that's not germane to this amendment. So I'm going to save that. Let me say, if you don't live, I'm just going to say, at the end of the day, with all these amendments, I'm going to qualify some of my issues with this, with the fact that if you don't live in West St. Louis and you don't live in North St. Louis, you don't get what Jeffrey Boyd is saying at the end of the day. Because we have taken a back seat for a long time. And if we can use general revenue dollars to fix what we have suffered from 50 years ago. And I've been paying attention to politics since Vince Schaefer. And I'm going to tell you, North St. Louis have never got their fair share. So I just want to put that out there. And I will be voting again, no on this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Alderman Vicaro. Alderman Vicaro. Alderwoman Howard.
I was trying to unmute myself. I had no additional questions. I had to move from one room to the other for a minute, but then I just had trouble unmuting myself. No, I have no additional questions.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Howard.
No questions. Thank you.
Alderwoman Spencer.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Alderman Muhammad Collins,
No questions, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
I have no questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Evans,
I have no questions, Chairman. Thank you.
thank you. Alderman Reed, I'm sorry, President Reed.
No questions.
Okay. So Alderman Oldenburg, we go back to you to close on this amendment.
Perfect. I'm going to read the amendment and then renew my motion to amend said board bill page 2, line 21, page 2, line 22 as follows, beginning page 2, line 21, following the words, a total of, strike out the words 84,880,000 and insert there in lieu of the words, the figures 86,980,000. Alderwoman, I renew my motion to adopt amendment number 2 to board bill 184.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Do I hear a previous row?
Previous row.
Previous row.
Thank you. Your amendment has been adopted. I'm sorry, I'm really losing my voice. Move forward, sir, on your next amendment.
Certainly. I appreciate you all. I move that we adopt amendment number 3 to board bill number 184.
Second.
It's been moved in second to
Previous
adopt board.
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Read the amendment.
yes,
Alderwoman Howard has asked
Yeah.
Alderman Oldenburg to read your amendment, please.
The amendment number 3 reads as follows: to amend said board bill page 3, line 10 to page 3, line 11 as follows, beginning on page 3, line 12, following the words total of, strike out the words $67,480,000 and insert in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follows: $69,580,000.
Okay. Alderman Boyd.
yes. Alderman Onenberg, explain to us what this amendment covers.
Amendment 3 increases the $2.1 million that I spoke about earlier. It was found 3 or 4 places in here, and the board attorney, when drafting the amendments, Alderman, went through just in essential order of the document. So it's reiterating kind of some of the earlier amendments, but in mechanically it increases $2.1 million to the total appropriation board bill.
Alderman, because the public cannot see Exhibit A, which may include the amendments, can you really talk us through each amendment and what that $2.1 million covers?
Sure.
We're only discussing Amendment 3 at this point.
Okay, Madam Chair, Amendment 3 covers adding, looks like $1.something million to Board Bill 184. So all I'm asking is for the sponsor to tell us what are we adding to Exhibit A, Madam Chair, out of all due respect. That's all I'm asking. This is germane to the amendment.
The items listed, Alderman Oldenburg, can you refer back? We've been talking about only 2 items all night, so I mean all day.
Page 3. I'm on page 3, line 12 of the board bill, Alderman Boyd, where there's in line 8, you see Fund 1170 American Rescue Plan Act funds.
Yeah, I get that, but it applies to Exhibit A. Please point to Exhibit A what we are increasing. That's all I'm asking.
Sure. If you look in Exhibit A, that increases the total ARPA dollars at the bottom.
For what categories, please?
Well, it increases the total to 69,580 from 67, and there was an insert of the $1 million and 1.1 million in the cameras and the tree.
Cameras, and that's in category 8. We have category 8 through 8. So
Yeah, I'm sorry. A in streets addresses the trash task force.
Got you. Okay.
And in parks, you'll see C, category C, you'll see the adding of tree removal.
And the $1.1 million in parks tree removal, why are we removing $1 million worth of trees?
Well, it's actually 2,000 trees is what we'll be able to remove with the $1.1 million. So if you recall, the Capital Committee actually did this about 3 or 4 years ago with the continued crunch of forestry operations and the staff shortage that exists there. They were able to contract with a company that did a great job in terms of tree removal. So forestry could keep up with a lot of the trimming and other items that and duties and responsibilities of forestry, but it takes a lot more man hours and a lot more men who have a significant experience to take down a 60-foot pin oak tree.
Right. And so I remember when there were some trees that each alderman I think they were ash trees, if I'm not mistaken, and because some bugs or whatever migrating from wherever, and we were asked to put money into removing those trees. Are these the same type of trees? Because we didn't allocate enough money then? I mean, are these a different species, disease trees that we're looking to foresee?
No, sir. These are different trees than what we'd be categorizing as the ash borer and the disease trees. That's a different line item, and those were different appropriations that took care of that. This is simply for tree removal. The trees are dead, past their life expectancy. Call it 80, 85 years and older trees that, again, are, because they're dead, are dry, and they drop their rather large limbs on cars, sidewalks, and houses and do damage.
And let me ask you this. So every year, I know we allocate in the general budget money for tree removal or tree issues in the general budget. So last year, how much money did we allocate for tree removal based on this issue?
I'm not familiar with the line item in the budget that specifies tree removal.
Right. So this is a new opportunity because we have these particular bonus bucks that we can go ahead and add those monies to forestry, which forestry is another one of my most favorite departments, to remove trees. And I guess it would alleviate aldermen from having to allocate some of their quote unquote capital improvement dollars toward tree removal. So I get that. I get that. But okay, I'm still not for it. Thank you.
Alderman Vicaro.
I have no questions at this point.
Thank you. Alderwoman Howard.
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Alderman Collins Muhammad.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. Alderwoman Evans.
I have no questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
President Reed.
No questions.
Oh. Okay. Couple of things real quick. We still have, I think, 5 or 6 more amendments to go. We will, I'm going to ask everyone to be more succinct if they have a question and or an opinion. You will be allowed 3 minutes and only 3 minutes. I shall be rude if necessary, and we shall move along. I'm going to take the opportunity at this moment. I think there were 2 alderpersons that are not on the committee that asked to speak. I will give you that privilege at this moment. And what I would like to do is to ask you to take 3 to 5 minutes and express your concern, whatever it is at this moment. And I will start with Alderman Gunther. Is Alderman Gunther still with us?
Madam Chair, I believe Alderman Gunther had to leave for a community meeting that started at 5:30.
Oh, I can understand that. I got neighborhood meetings getting ready to start too.
He's here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to juggle between both. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to ask you questions while I turn off my other meeting here. So I've been listening to this with everyone here for the last 4.5 hours. And I did have a couple questions for the Alderman from the 16th, if that's possible.
Alderman from the 16th.
Yes, of course.
All right, go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to also turn my volume here. So one of the first questions I had was, and I apologize, I shut one computer down that had all the, that had the bill on it so that I can go ahead and log into another meeting. So I'm going to try to juggle here. But the one of the questions that I had was regarding, I guess, the very first part of the exhibit here. And as I try to look it up, the $4.2 million going towards LEDs. I'm a supporter of this, obviously, because of the energy savings and everything for the city. But I was wondering, you know, I've for the last 5 years during Ward Capital, we have been allocating funds towards LEDs transitions. So this $4.2 million, is this going to cover the entire rest of the city and the $34,000 that I've been putting into Ward Capital every year to slowly get the 9th Ward LED? Is there a possibility, is some of that money going to be, are we going to stop taking that money from our Ward Capital so that this $4.2 million will cover everything?
I think my live reaction to that is if the money hasn't been spent or appropriated in a contract yet, then there's probably a chance that you may be able to get that back. But yes, to answer your first question, this will complete 21,000 street lights, and that will complete the entire city. All of the city street lights will then be LED. So what I don't know, and I hate to defer to either Rich if he's still available, if that if where they sort of drew that line, Alderman. It's a decent question. If they were counting ones that again that they don't have appropriated and signed up for a contract, or it was ones that have yet to be Ward Capital appropriated for. My guess is it's probably the latter. If you haven't appropriated the Ward Capital, then they count the number of street lights, and that's probably the cutoff. But Rich, I don't know if you have an answer to that.
That's what I understood when the Director of Streets presented it. It's whatever they had funded, they cut off. If they would get this funding, it would take up the balance of them.
Okay.
So in other words, the money that I allocated for this year through Ward Capital to slowly get all my streetlights LED, but they haven't been installed yet. So they will be covered during this $4.2 million, and therefore I should be able to reuse that money for something else, hopefully. Is that right, Rich?
That's what I would think. Seems to be the answer to me, because
correct,
they said this would take care of all the rest that were undone. So,
and I think that same methodology applied to speed. I'm sorry, Rich, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I do think that same methodology applied to speed studies when arranging with the Director of Streets, former Director of Streets. There was that conversation, I believe, in Alderman Boyd's street committee. because some people had engaged or commissioned a speed study, and then the city get out of the business of doing that and charging us for it. And I think that the same methodology you just laid out there, Alderman, is what is going to happen here.
Okay, hopefully, because I know a lot of older people have allocated all their funding for streetlights. So therefore, they will not get a part of this $4.2 million. So, and then my next question, and again, I apologize, I kind of just was going through this list. The next question I had was conserving paving. You had on there from Jefferson Avenue, going from Chippewa to Shoto. And I, as someone that has Jefferson Avenue going, right through the middle of my ward, it definitely needs paving. My question though was, once you get north of Shoto, we have a brand new NGA project going in, and from Shoto up to, I guess, Natural Bridge, Purnell, Salisbury. I don't know if you've driven that lately, but I have. On bicycle, it's horrible. On a vehicle, it's dangerous. So is there a reason that we only did the Shoto down to Chippewa?
I think that's my assumption is, if I'm recalling the conversation probably right from the Capitol Committee, is that's one of the most critical road or parts of that road, Alderman. But Rich, I don't know if you have any further insight.
So the street department provided us with the major arterial street paving that they would like to get done under capital program. I believe they typically do the rest of it through their street paving and maintenance program, but I would really have to defer that to street director to answer. I can only go by what they submitted.
Okay, because it sure seems going from Shoto north up to Purnell, with a brand new NGA, it sure seems like that might be a priority as well. And it's much worse, much worse than what it is from Shoto down south to Chippewa. So
I may be mistaken, but I believe that there were some agreements made when NGA was being built that certain streets would get paved. But again, I would have to verify that with the street director.
okay, and going right along that line of paving, this past fiscal year, when we were, figuring out how to allocate our ward capital money, I was asking the streets department about Broadway / 7th Street. I'm not sure how familiar a lot of members of the board here are with that stretch. We have a lot of industry. We have a lot of trucking companies. Obviously, Anheuser-Busch, Yellow Freight, and those were roads are some of the worst roads I've seen in the city of St. Louis. When I asked about paving of Broadway / 7th Street, I was told to hold on, don't inquire about that because we have federal infrastructure money coming. Mm-hmm. So I guess this kind of goes a little bit with what the alderman from the 22nd was inquiring about. How much of this ARPA funds that we're using here is something that, I personally was told, don't inquire about it because we're having federal infrastructure money coming. And so why is Broadway 7th Street, which to me is just as important as a major road as Jefferson, Kings Highway, Grand, why is that not included?
So Broadway and 7th was included on the overall list from streets. It didn't make this cut of the first because it wasn't in the top of the priorities of the streets they gave us. However, with the federal infrastructure money coming, there is other opportunities to possibly get that done going forward here. It just didn't make this particular cut, but it is on the list.
And so with federal infrastructure money coming, there's more opportunity, but that kind of also goes towards there's opportunity to use federal infrastructure money for Jefferson, Grand, Kings Highway, the things we're using ARPA money for. So, because drive Broadway and 7th Street, it's not very good. and especially when you get down towards the 11th ward, down towards Crondelet area. I'm sure if the alderwoman from the 11th here was here, she'd agree. So
It's on the it's on the capital inventory list, Alderman. It is. It just didn't rise to the level of critical.
okay. Then my next question here under kind of the section C that you had, which I guess is part our rec centers. It just says in their pool renovations, it says 1 out of 7 pool renovations. Do you know which pool that is?
I think I do. I think it's in the inventory. But Rich, if you know, please say it, but I can find it.
My understanding was there are 7 pools in the city. Parks Department has them ranked from worst to best. I know the conversation came up about a couple of them. I don't know which one was going to be the pool or if we were going to split the money, but I know there was Wool, Tandy, and Cherokee that were brought up. So those were the 3 they were discussing.
Right.
Okay, so 3 you're discussing, the document we have says we get 1 out of 7. And so Cherokee's on the list. For 3 years now, Cherokee pool has not functioned. I know that the alderwoman from the 20th went through this early with Marquette Pool as well, of having to find money to be able to fix pools. And I'm sure her pool needs work as well. Cherokee Rec Center, from what I've been told, is completely drained right now. Because the pool isn't working, our rec center isn't working. So I guess the good news out of that was that we were able to use it for one of our emergency unhoused shelters because we don't have a rec center. Our pool's drained. So if Cherokee's 1 out of the 3 that you're discussing, I sure hope that, maybe that would rise to the top. And maybe we'd be able to find, instead of just money for 1 out of 7, maybe 3, 4 pools that are not functioning right now. So, okay, then I guess I had a lot of questions about the elevators as well. It seems like that's gone over. We spent $10 million on renovating this building 6 years ago, but I guess elevators weren't included. So now we need $4 million for that. And then I guess let's see. Oh, yeah. My last note here, hazardous trees. So you're adding $1 million or $1.1 million for hazardous trees. Do you happen to know hazardous trees? I've had trees that we've been trying to get cut down for 6 years.
Yeah.
We've have trees that have been deemed hazardous by the forestry. Ones especially that are on private property, that forestry has deemed them dangerous. We're losing large limbs, smashing through people's garage roofs, smashing people's car windows. And when they call me, then all I have to say is, well, the forestry deemed them dangerous, but we don't have money to take them down. So now you have to call a lawyer. So do you know if that $1.1 million for hazardous trees, will that be able to cover not just public trees, but also the private trees?
I would think not. Public trees are in the public right of way, so the city, and that turns into a property rights issue.
Right.
Who owns trees? You're obviously familiar with that, so I'm not sure I know what the question is.
Yeah. Well, I was just wondering if I could finally tell my residents that's had trees fall through their garage roofs, if we can finally get to them, even though, forestry came out and deemed them dangerous. And said they're dangerous.
Yeah, Alderman, I think if you want to trim a little fat off the U.S. Constitution as it pertains to property rights, the city would probably be happy to trespass and take down a hazardous tree.
Well, they've said that they can because they are deemed dangerous. They just don't have the money to do it.
No, they can't.
Well, okay. And then I guess those were the questions that I had written down from your list. I also I may have missed this because I was trying to go between another meeting, but I believe it was amendment 1 through 8 was what you went through. Is there an amendment 9 as well?
We haven't gone through all 8 amendments, Alderman. We still need to I think officially vote on amendment number 3.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna sit back and listen to the rest. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for taking a couple questions from me. And I will sit and listen as I join this other Zoom. So thank you very
Right.
much.
All right. I think I saw Annie Rice.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I could.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and committee, for all of the hours that you've put in on this so far. We really appreciate your work on this bill. A couple of questions I had, some of
Can
them
you
were
see your
covered.
face? We need to see your face.
Can you, my camera's on, I can see me. Can you all not see me?
Oh, maybe it's just me because my stuff's been acting up all day. So go right ahead.
We can see her.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
I'm
see
good.
it.
Rice.
I'm good. Okay.
Okay, good deal. The question about the police SUVs, and I realize we don't have the chief with us anymore, but I'm curious about potentially more efficient vehicles, electric vehicles for a city fleet. Like if we are running these vehicles ragged, are there? And maybe this is a question for President Bradley, but how do we go about analyzing what type of vehicles we're purchasing here?
So let me just talk a little bit about that, particularly, well, I would say for all the vehicles, and this responds to Alderman Boyd as well. We put a lot of time and effort into looking at the vehicles we've used historically, looking at the vehicles other operating departments in other cities, same sizes as use. We look at the manufacturers. We look at our contract and discounts that we will get. There are a lot of variables that go into this. The issue with the Tahoes is that it's a large vehicle for safety of the officers, for all the gear that they have in the vehicle with them, for all the gear that they wear on their belts and carry with them. There is no mid-size sedan that is big enough to house them and all the things they do and be pursuit rated. We looked very carefully at the Ford Explorer because the Highway Patrol uses it. And our mission here is a lot different than their mission. The police are, driving over curbs and doing other things. And we have found that this is the safest vehicle for our police officers to use that is on the market today. As far as hybrid and electric vehicles, that's a great question. Spoke to my staff about this. They work with Lieutenant Dan Chitwood, who operates the fleet for the police. And what we're going to do is not for our regular patrol vehicles, but for our K9 vehicles and other vehicles that are not necessarily what you would consider the real quick emergency response vehicles. We're going to do a look at a hybrid Ford electric gas powered vehicle for exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you. It's a concern for me, both from the emissions perspective and then also just, as we're looking towards new technology and we're putting in these charging stations all around, it seems like a good transition for us. And I understand, I think what you're saying about the amount of equipment that the officers wear on their bodies. And so having to have a large enough seat for them to sit comfortably in that makes a lot of sense to me. The other concern that I have about SUVs in a city environment is the higher the front end of the car, and we've got those cages on the front of them, the collision with a person, the collision with a bike, the collision with another car. I understand. Yes, it keeps our employee and our officer in the inside safe, but I mean the risk to those that they're encountering is so significant. And so if there are portions of the department that can be using smaller vehicles or lower profile vehicles that are less dangerous in that respect, I think it would be interesting to look at other cities if there's a different way that we could be doing this that could be safer for those that they're interacting with. The other question I had, so on the fire trucks, since we're on vehicles, the fire trucks, how is that contract? Like, do we have one long contract that's run with one, fire truck company that we continue to purchase from, or do we renew those contracts or put out new RFPs as we're going to purchase new vehicles?
So what happens is we work through the supply commissioner, which will be Chris Carter. We will put out a new RFP each and every time we buy these vehicles. There are certain manufacturers that are within the realm of what we use. I will tell you that we don't buy the high end, nor do we buy the low end. We buy the mid-range fire truck, and it holds up very well. You know, as Chief Jenkerson talked about, and I talked about earlier in the call, by the time we run these vehicles in frontline service for 10 years, and then in reserve status for 10 years, we sell, excuse me, $1 million fire truck for less than $5,000 in scrap. So we run these things till the wheels fall off of them. And yeah, but we put out a new RFP each time.
Sure. Yeah, I respect that about the fire department, particularly using those vehicles. The question on the police SUVs and the 100,000 miles. You know, I had a vehicle that had over 200,000 miles on it that was totaled by a police SUV this year. So I'm curious how often we're losing equipment to accidents and things too. But that's an aside. One other question I had as far as the Capital Committee, there was a lot of conversation that happened with folks that I, appointed from the 8th Ward and from others about an equity analysis for capital improvements. And I'm wondering, it didn't seem like they had gotten a response to that. And I wonder if that plays into the rest of this conversation as we're talking about investments historically across the city. Do we have something set up that going forward we can take an equity lens towards looking at these capital improvement projects?
I can jump in on that one. Yes, that did come up with the Citizens Advisory Committee, and at the time, SLDC was embarking upon its analysis from the development perspective, and I think they're still working on that. But I do believe that once some of that information is available, that we would be able to incorporate that into future recommendations. One of the things we did start doing, and you can see it in the presentation, is that visually you can at least see where improvements are being proposed on the map, and so and that's just one piece of that. But and they're obviously more complicated than that. But I think SLDC was beginning to analyze that from a development perspective, and I think given that capital will contribute to any proposed developments as well, that can be incorporated within future allocations.
Okay, I appreciate that. I think that'd be good information for us to have. And then if we do end up getting money from this federal infrastructure bill, which I understand there's a little bit of confusion on what exactly we're getting, where we would be getting it from, what timeline we would be getting that. Could some of these allocations shift? Could we, sort of reimburse ourselves for the ARPA money on some of the qualifying infrastructure? So I'm thinking particularly about the street paving, like that would seem to qualify under infrastructure. So, if there's more money coming, can we kind of replace what's in this bucket and then use some of this ARPA money?
Sure, I can jump again, and then if I misspeak, Rich, you can correct me. But with the federal infrastructure funds, my understanding is that it will be going through the normal route of awarding competitive type projects through East-West Gateway. So it's not like, hey, we choose this capital and we can replace it, but it would have to be something that was approved through that organization and through that competitive process. That's a great opportunity for us, but it doesn't mean we have that much flexibility with each project as it comes along.
Okay, that's helpful. That is a good understanding for that. Last question on ARPA funds. Can they be used, this is just sort of a broad question, can they be used for improving our city employee pay?
There was one of the buckets that was identified in the final rule and the preliminary rule for that matter was for premium pay in public safety employees. I believe that was like during COVID or something, that kind of where they were working extra hours or including overtime and things like that. So to the extent that they are responding to the pandemic and things like that, yes, you did have the provision ability to pay over and above your regular salaries. I think the thing you have to be cautious about on pay is that if it's on a permanent basis or something that you want to change the trajectory on, once ARPA money runs out, then you're left with, you're back to your normal structural balance, your regular budget, which you want to remain structurally balanced. So
Right.
that's the kind of thing you got to keep an eye on.
Okay, and thank you for that. I'm just trying to figure out, this is great, and I agree that capital projects can be good job generators. But if we can't get folks to fill those positions, or if we can't pay well enough to keep folks employed, it's just a concern going forward. So, all right, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for allowing me to ask questions. I appreciate it.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I needed to go back. I wanted to ask a question if you're still available, President Reed. President Reed, are you still available? Well, it appears that.
You might have had to jump to another call or meeting.
Yeah, I'll try to. I'm taking a note so I can remember. Okay, I want to go back to. I think we finished. We're going to try to go back to the beginning of where we were and trying to make sure that we are taking 3 minutes for our questions on each one of these amendments. And so we have finished our questions. Is that Amendment 3?
Correct. I think we're done with the questioning for Amendment 3.
Madam Chair, I have a follow-up question.
I'm talking to the sponsor to close. And so I'd like to move forward with that. So, sir, move forward on closing on Amendment 3.
Renew my motion for Amendment 3 to Board Bill 184.
Okay. So is there a second?
Madam Chair, President Reed already seconded the motion.
Oh, I didn't hear that. Okay, go right ahead. So we can, do we have previous roll?
Previous roll.
Objection.
Okay. Call the roll, please.
Alderman Boyd,
No.
Alderman Vicaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed, Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
President Reed. 9 aye votes and 1 voted no.
Your motion is passed on Amendment 3. Let's move on to your next amendment, please.
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move to adopt Amendment number 4 to Board Bill 184.
Would you like to read your amendment, please?
Certainly, the amendment reads as follows: to amend said Board Bill, page 1 of Exhibit A, as follows, beginning on page 1 of Exhibit A, in Category A, Streets, below the item LED light conversions, insert a new line item to read in the words and figures as follows: refuse, trash task force camera upgrades, $1 million. $1 million.
Okay. We'll go through the committee for discussion. Alderman Boyd.
Alderman, can you tell me how much money has the Economic Development Sales Tax Fund provided to North St. Louis since its inception, or at least in the past year, to do improvements to our community?
Do not have total recall. I couldn't give you a precise amount, Alderman. I'd be misleading.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to inquire Paul Payne.
All right, Mr. Payne, are you available?
Yes, I'm here.
And Mr. Payne, Professor Payne, can you tell us And I would hope that you have this knowledge more than just the last year. This tax was passed in 2017, was it? Eco-Devo tax?
Yes, that sounds about right.
And it included like 50% of the money was to go to transportation, which I doubt if the next 15 years we use it for that. Because of St. Louis County needs to participate more than just St. Louis City. I'm curious as to how much of this revenue has been allocated to North St. Louis for the redevelopment of our community.
Well, as you know, Alderman, there was a formula for the allocation of the Eco-Devo tax. And
Correct.
there was 60% that went to transportation, 10% which, in fact, I've got my budget presentation here, but there was 10% that went to jobs development, 10% which went to citywide capital. There were, let's see. So, and those allocations per ordinance have been followed each year.
So the 10% that's allocated to capital improvement, is that $1 million for this year?
Close to that, yes.
It's close to that. And how much of the money as far as economic development has been allocated to North St. Louis or West St. Louis?
Yeah, there wasn't a specific piece for that. Let me again get those categories.
But there was 10% allocated for economic development, correct?
Well, it was per the ordinance. Again, I don't have it in front of me, Alderman, but there was 60% allocated towards Metro for the transit purposes, and then 10% for each of those other 4 categories.
And one of them was 10% for capital.
Yes.
And we're suggesting that at least $1 million is for capital to be taken out of this fund. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Alderman Vicaro.
Yes, just not a question, a comment, a little off subject. I see John's beautiful baby there, and he's being a good father. And you're going to show that baby to us. And other than that, I have no other questions. Just a comment. I wanted to see the baby.
Thank you, sir.
My video was showing.
It's a beautiful baby. Let's see it. Let's see
The
that.
Heisman, John.
Yeah, I know. He won't show it. He's hiding.
I won't even work. Okay.
He's frozen.
Yeah, I can't even see anybody. Alderwoman Howard.
No questions, ma'am.
Okay. Alderwoman Spencer.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Alderman Collins Muhammad. Okay. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if I ask a question, this 4-year-old's head is gonna pop off, so I am not gonna ask any questions. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. Alderman Reed is on another call. He's going to try to get right back to us. Let's see here. So I don't have anything specific. Sir, Alderman Oldenburg, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Renew my motion to amendment number 4 to Board Bill 184.
Okay, his motion has been renewed.
I'll second that.
Okay, do we have?
And I'll call for previous roll.
Previous rolls.
Objection.
Okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Vicaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed. 10 I votes.
Okay, your amendment number 4 has been passed, and now you can move on to amendment number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt amendment number 5 to Board Bill 184. It reads as follows: to amend said Board Bill, page 1 of Exhibit A as follows. On page 1 of Exhibit A, in Category A, streets, strike out the total projects 13,080,000 and insert thereof to read the words and figures as follows: 14,080,000.
Okay, it's been moved by Alderman Oldenburg to adopt amendment number 5. Do I hear a second?
Sure, I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion? We'll start with Alderman Boyd. Alderman Boyd.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Alderman from the 16th, would you please explain the addition?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Alderman?
What is the addition for again?
This is Amendment 5 that says page 1 of Exhibit A. We're striking streets and we're adding $1 million. This would be for the trash task force cameras, I believe, if you follow the math and the figure. Yes.
Okay. So my question
Total
is
goes to the total. I'm sorry, Alderman.
Yeah.
In the exhibit, this is a change to accommodate the total.
Gotcha. So can you explain to us why we couldn't allocate the $1 million in the previous tax increase, $3 tax increase to this, and why we have to do ARPA funds?
We could, it would just take time because the by ordinance, I think only 150,000 a year rolls in for cameras and technology for that task force.
Oh,
So
wow. Thank you. I didn't realize that. Shame on me as the chairman of that committee. It shouldn't be just 150,000. But I am a proponent of the trash task force, and in the spirit of capital, I'm going to support this in the spirit of capital, but not in the spirit of ARPA dollars being used. Thank you.
Okay, Alderman Vicaro.
I have no real questions.
Okay, Alderwoman Howard.
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Spencer.
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
I have none, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
No questions, thank you.
Is President Reed back yet? Because I don't have any visuals. Okay, President Reed. So we'll move on to Alderman Oldenburg to close.
thank you, Madam Chair. I renew my motion to amendment number 5 to Board Bill 184.
Okay, could you please call the roll?
So previous roll,
Are we going to do previous?
unless there's an objection.
Hearing no objection, we're accepting previous roll. And amendment number 5 has been approved. Alderman, move on to amendment number 6.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt amendment number 6 to Board Bill 184.
And I'll second that.
Thank you. The amendment reads as follows: to amend said Board Bill, page 1, Exhibit A as follows. On page 1 of Exhibit A, in Category C, Parks, Recreation, and Forestry, below item Rec Center roof replacements, insert a new item to read the words and figures as follows: tree removal, hazardous - safety, 1.1 million, 1,100,000.
Okay, discussion. Alderman Boyd. Alderman Boyd.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Um, we had some discussion about seem like tree removal, and so I'm not going to belabor that discussion, but I am interested in supporting ARPA funds being used for our recreation. Wait a minute.
Sure.
Okay, can people see me? I got a message said you couldn't see me.
There we are now.
We
Okay.
see you.
Okay, I don't know what's going on because I got fast internet speed. I was just saying, in the spirit of the category of parks, recreation, and forestry, I understand the Hatteras tree removal issue, and certainly hope that some of that money be used for LRA. But I'm curious as to why are we not using some of these? If you're going to use ARPA funds, which a lot of my focus is more on ARPA funds than capital funds, why are we not using this money to just tear down Wold Center, which is in bad condition, and just create a whole new recreation center? It is probably one of the oldest. I remember going there when I was a kid when you had to pay $25 to go swim. And so I'm just curious as to, has there been any surveys done, any studies done on, just creating a whole new community center instead of just continue to band-aid the current center?
Not that I'm aware of, Alderman. I mean, I think you raise a great point. If there was a plan and collaboration on a whole new rec center, I think that would be a viable source to use ARPA dollars on, and would have my full support. I think this is saying that this is a capital asset of the city, and it's still got good bones, and we can make the dollar stretch by these capital investments to an asset that we own.
Okay, and so let me ask Rich Brad if he has any comment about the condition of Wold Center. And because I want to be germane to this specific category in which the amendment relates to, and I don't want to be out of order. So if I'm not out of order, Madam Chair, I would like for Paul Payne and or Rich Bradley to tell me, have they done a study on the Wold Center, and if it makes sense to just tear it down and start over?
I'll comment on that first. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think there has ever been a study to tear it down and start over. But I will tell you that in my tenure here since 2009, and even before that, I am certain and aware that we have done millions of dollars worth of work there. We have done a lot of work there over the years. And historically, a lot of our rec centers are of similar vintage, other than the two large rec centers, north and south, that were most recently built. So, I mean, I think the physical building itself is in relatively good shape. I think it just needs work, as do many of our infrastructure needs in the city.
So let me ask you this. So have you done a survey of the amount of work that needs to be put into it? Because I understand that Jason Tatum had allocated some money to redo the basketball court. I don't know if it has been done or not, but I'm just thinking how we can leverage, what he wants to do with what opportunities present us now.
Yeah, I've heard those discussions in the past. Those are typically managed by the Director of Parks and his staff, Commissioner of Recreation and Parks. But I'm aware that there have been or will be donated work to be done there. And I think a lot of the things that we are doing would complement that. I know, we've done electrical services, we've done flooring, we've done the gym floor, we've done lighting in the gym. So I think there are a lot of good things that have happened there. It just needs to continue.
Okay. And as far as tree removal, again, I think, some of us have put money into tree removal. And I do understand and appreciate the fact that it's been difficult for forestry to be able to hire people, you know, to do what we need to do, and contracting those services out is probably more prudent than us continuing to try to do it ourselves. The issue I have with it, and I will hope Paul Payne can appreciate what I have to say, is, you know, we put millions of dollars into staff for every department. And we find near the close of the fiscal year that we couldn't hire those people for whatever reason. And then, you know, half of that money, that's surplus that we, you know, that's going to be left over, goes to our capital campaign. And then the other half goes toward reserves. And so I think, you know, the citizens are being cheated in our current budget year, because the money that we allocated for staff to do what we would hope they would do, because we couldn't hire them, they didn't do it. Then you take our money and you put it in reserves and you put it in capital, and then we don't see it. And then in the next budget year, we put the same amount of money in there, if you will, or whatever. And then we just keep repeating this. And I don't think that's fair to our constituents. So, you know, if we know that we cannot hire enough people to do what we need to do, we need to stop tricking the constituents. And we need to say, hey, look, we already know we got what we got. Matter of fact, just say we ain't hiring no more people. And we're just going to contract out whatever the amount of money that we would have hired people to get the services that we deserve. Because at the end of the day, we are being shortchanged. And I want Professor Payne to tell me how I'm wrong or how I'm misinterpreting this.
Again, I'm gonna address this thing. By ordinance, 1/2 of any unspent funds from the previous fiscal year are allocated towards capital. And why is that? Because any unspent funds are one-time funds. They're not recurring, right? So the appropriate use of those funds would be on one-time expenses, which would be capital related. Part of those funds in this very bill are related to the surplus from the prior year. If you look historically, now we've had maybe two good years in terms of surpluses, but prior to that, going back to the Great Recession again, 2008 and 2009, it took us 10 years to get back to where we were on a fund balance basis from that. And that was like economic expansion. You were thinking we should have been in the green at that time. And we were just barely making it by on an operating basis. So I think the policy in place, which is 1/2 of any prior year operating surplus goes to capital, is a good policy. And there's a reason for that. And so you adhere to that, and you, as funds become available, you appropriate them. And that's what this bill is trying to do.
And Paul, I certainly understand and respect that. But since I've been alderman, there have been many years, notwithstanding the Great Recession, that we have not been able to hire people, and we've had to roll over money. Am I wrong?
Well, but there's two sides of that coin. It's the revenue side. You can underspend budget, and we've had years where we've underspent budget. But if revenue falls short, you have to underspend budget in order to make the budget balance.
Yeah.
And that's what you saw in all those ensuing years during that time period.
And I agree with that. Let me full disclosure. I used to teach fiscal budgeting for Harris Stone. I clearly understand the government budget process. And I have been even more educated by you, who have sustained some of my thinking and my teaching, okay? But be it as it may, we allocated X amount of dollars to hire people. So what you're saying is, if we had hired those people to provide us with the exceptional services that we deserve, we would have been short on our budget. We would have not been able to meet our budget obligations.
That's not what I said.
But that's
not
what
I
it
said
sounds
at
like.
all. No, what I said is that when you underspend your budget, when you've underspent your budget, that offset the shortfalls in revenue. Right. If, for instance, you enter a recession during the middle of a fiscal year, you have to curtail spending in order to accommodate that, or you're drawing from reserves. back in 2008 and 2009, 2 fiscal years, and we dragged down $18 million in reserves. Those 2 fiscal years alone. That's the kind of thing that you've got to be able to respond to with the economic realities. And the budget is not something that is a static document. It has to reflect whatever the conditions are as they occur throughout the fiscal year.
True fact, and I understand that. And when I was chairman of streets, and when I realized that there was an overabundance of reserves in the parking division, I introduced legislation to ensure that we shored up the reserves in our general revenue so that it would increase our rating so that we can borrow money, at a lower cost. So I'm clear on that. But at the end of the day, Paul, I'm saying that we never hired the amount of people in forestry that the citizens deserve to provide the services that we deserve. That is what I'm saying. And am I wrong? Are you telling me that we were 100% staff? Because that is not my understanding. And if it's not, I have a misunderstanding. And I would admit to that. And I want to find out why.
Well, I don't think that, I mean, we can address that. I'm not sure it's capital related, but you can talk about all sorts of vacancies we've got citywide, and I think that's pretty common knowledge.
Those are two separate budgets.
With all due respect, Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was muted. I'm sorry.
Paul, what I'm saying is we did not spend the full allocation that we allocated for forestry, for example, to do what we needed them to do for our communities because we couldn't hire enough people. Therefore, we had a surplus. Am I wrong? Just tell me.
Any department that underspends its budget is going to have money left over.
Okay.
Forestry, I don't have forestry's numbers right in front of me, Alderman Boyd. If I did, I'd be able to look and say, okay, here's what the appropriation was and here's what they spent. Okay. But to parse it out, I do know we had a surplus last year, and I do know that revenues exceeded estimates, and then we underspent the budget, and half of that surplus is being reallocated towards capital improvements, and that I can speak to.
And I'm not going to argue with you to that point, but I know, and you can respond to the committee Ways and Means that I'm wrong, that I know we did not hire enough people.
That's correct. No, that is correct.
And we had a surplus, and that surplus did not go back to hiring contractors. It went back to reserves and it went back to capital, which means that we did not get the services because we could not hire the people to deliver the services. So where am I confused?
Well, you're confused is that when you allocate those funds, you can't go back and you have that's a one-time occurrence in that particular fiscal year. If you were to take those funds and then hire other people, if those funds aren't recurring, then you're going to have to lay them off in the subsequent years. So I think everyone's aware of the fact that we've not been able to hire all the staff that we need to hire each year. That's pretty common knowledge. But how you address funds that are left over in any given fiscal year, there's proper ways of dealing with that. And currently, it's half of it goes into our fund reserves, which has been notably short prior to the last couple of fiscal years,
right.
And then capital, because we've underfunded capital. And those are two very solid policies, and you're going to see them recommended under Government Finance Officers Association and documents such as those. And I think those are very good policies to maintain.
And I agree with that. But Paul, I think we're going like this, Paul, because I clearly understand, and you're the man to stop departments from spending money 3 or 4 months beforehand because of potential shortfalls in revenue, because that's your job. All I'm saying is when we allocate $5 million to forestry for personnel, and we can not hire that many people, and we end up with 4.5 million, we have 500,000 left that we could have used for services. But because we could not spend that to hire people, we did not do it. Therefore, it went to capital and it went to reserves. That's all I'm saying, Paul. How am I wrong?
That's just what I said. I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure where we're difference there. But okay. It's just a method of it's after the fiscal year is complete.
Okay, Paul. All right. We'll agree to this. We'll agree. Okay, Madam Chair, I'm done. Because what I know is if we cannot hire enough people, we lose those dollars. and those dollars go to capital and they go to reserves. Therefore, we did not benefit from the original allocation of board bill number 1 of hiring people for forestry to do what they need to do in our community. That's my point, and I thank you.
Alderman Vicaro. Alderman Vicaro. Alderwoman Howard. Alderwoman Howard.
I'm sorry, are we taking comments?
Yes, please.
Okay. I guess the only thing I have to say is that as we move forward, and I know there's more funds to come, but I think we need to kind of, a valid point that the Alderman from the 22nd made is, you know, are we throwing good money after bad into antiquated facilities that would serve us better to build new? As was pointed out by the Alderman from the 16th, this is a golden opportunity we have here. And I think, you know, it's a one-time amount of money. We need to look at what we have in front of us and plan for the future, because this is a once in a lifetime thing. Should we assess what we're putting into the rec centers? And maybe, you know, I know wool has been around since probably the 60s. Cherokee's probably been around at the same time. You know, is it time to just say, okay, we need to start over from scratch and go with something that's more economical, feasible, more energy efficient, more adaptable to people with disabilities into the 21st century? I know this is inappropriate at this time, but I think it's something that needs to be said as we move forward. Are we looking at the long-term effects and what is the most bang for our buck? But that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Alderwoman Spencer.
I have no questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions.
Okay. Alderman Collins Muhammad. Alderman Collins Muhammad. He has indicated no questions. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Evans.
No questions. Thank you.
Okay. Is President Reed back with us yet?
Yes, no questions.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no comments at this time. Alderman Oldenburg, you can close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Renew my motion to amendment number 6 to Board Bill 184.
Thank you. Can you please call the roll?
I'll previous roll, unless there's an objection.
Objection. Please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Vicaro.
Aye. Aye.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg.
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook.
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans.
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis.
Aye.
President Reed.
Aye.
11 aye votes.
Thank you. You have passed the motion to approve amendment number 6. Can you move forward now, Alderman, on your amendment number 7?
Madam Chair, I move we adopt amendment number 7 to Board Bill number 184.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved in second. Discussion. We'll start with Alderman Boyd.
Yes, Alderman from the 16th, would you please just explain to us what the amendment does, amendment number 7?
Sure. I'm going to read it and then explain it. To amend Board Bill page 1 of Exhibit A as follows on page 1, Exhibit A, in the category C, Parks, Recreation, and Forestry. Strike out the total for the projects of $5,444,000 and insert in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follows: $6,544,000. This adds the extra million in the exhibit, Alderman, under Parks and Rec, D, category D, C, I'm sorry, category C on the total, in the total column of that exhibit is what this change addresses.
Alderman Boyd.
No questions.
Oh, okay. So Alderman Boyd, are you done?
No questions.
Thank you.
And I have no questions.
All right, Alderwoman Howard,
No questions nor comments.
Alderwoman Spencer,
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Boyd,
No questions.
Alderman Collins Muhammad. You've indicated no questions. Alderwoman Middlebrook,
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Okay. President Reed.
No questions.
All right. I have no questions or comments. You can close, Alderman Oldenburg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I renew my motion to amendment number 7 to Board Bill 184.
And I'll second that.
Can we have previous roll?
I'll ask for previous roll.
Hearing no objections, your amendment 7 has been adopted and approved. Alderman Oldenburg, please move forward with amendment number 8.
Move that we adopt an amendment number 8 to Board Bill 184.
Second that.
The amendment.
It's been,
Go ahead,
okay, it's been moved and second. We'll go with Alderman Oldenburg. I believe you wanted to read
Certainly.
that.
The amendment reads to amend said board bill, page 2 of Exhibit A as follows on page 2 of Exhibit A. In the last line item, following the words total proposed funding, strike out the figures $67,480,000, $16,400,000, $1 million, $84,880,000, and insert there in lieu of the words and figures that read as follows: $69,580,000, $16,400,000, $1,086,980,000. Those are the total totals, is what this amendment addresses. That reflects the increase of the $2.1 million.
Okay, discussion, Alderman Boyd.
Alderman, can you read that amendment again? Because that's not what I read.
Okay. To amend said board bill, page 2 of Exhibit A as follows on page 2 of Exhibit A, on the last line following the words total proposed funding, strike out the figures $67,480,000, $16,400,000, $1 million, $84,880,000, and insert in lieu thereof to read the words and figures as follows: $69,580,000, $16,400,000, $16,400,000, $1 million, $86,980,000.
Okay, I'm sorry. I wasn't sure if I heard it exactly like that. So I just want to say that I understand Amendment 8 is kind of like the cleanup amendment that kind of brings everything in perspective. And although I voted on certain amendments that I approve of, it doesn't mean that I approve of the ARPA dollars. I'm diametrically opposed of the dollars being used, the ARPA dollars being used to create the $86,980,000. I think that this bill should go back or should be held to smooth out some of the differences. Again, I don't trust that the money that we have right now will be allocated to us next round. And please forgive me if I sound like I am like being too judgmental and questioning people's integrity, but I'm just going based on past experiences. Been an alderman for 19 years, that I have been told plenty of times where we're going to come back and we're going to redo it and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. And for some reason, time goes by and we don't do it. And so, you know, I just cannot support this bill in its entirety. And unless somebody says something to me that convinces me that the mayor is not going to veto, you know, some requests that we have in the next board bill, which I don't think anybody can, because the mayor has all power, and the mayor did veto $33 million in the board bill number 2. And I like to suggest and say that the president and I were vindicated in that, because I made sure that $33 million was put in there to deal with the commercial districts in North St. Louis that have been underserved for quite some time. The mayor took it upon herself to veto it. The mayor took it upon, you know, the city councilor's opinion, who was a temporary city councilor, who might have wanted to be city councilor. And I'm not going to be too judgmental to acknowledge that there was a problem. The president and I believe, and I'm not going to speak for the president. Let me just say, I'm sorry. Let me speak for I believe that the $33 million that was put into that board bill was, okay. So I believe the $33 million that was put into that board bill was fair, was equitable, and that was justified. And that I would have hoped that our mayor, being a Black mayor, would have erred on the side that we are right in what we're saying until we prove wrong. And I do understand that we could have held off on spending the money until we wait, you know, down the road for a more solidified or more definitive ruling. But I'm a Black man. I'm advocating for the Black community. These are bonus. It's like the St. Louis City hit the lottery. And if we can't get a half of what have been allocated to us, shame on this board of aldermen if they don't give the Black people what we deserve. Now, we tried in board bill number 2, and we were not successful with just a penny ante $33 million. I don't trust that we are going to get what we deserve moving forward. There has been no evidence presented to me. And I understand it seems like most of our colleagues agree with this board bill and it's going to pass it, but we got another hurdle to overcome. North St. Louis, West St. Louis deserves $250+ million of these ARPA funds. And to take these monies and put it in capital improvement is just wrong on so many levels. And I understand that we have been deferring capital improvement monies forever. But damn it, we have been denying for 5 decades North St. Louis and West St. Louis from getting our fair share. We're not asking, ladies and gentlemen, that we get a certain portion of, you know, the quarter sales tax of capital improvement, you know, that, you know, we normally would get by ordinance. We're not asking for that. I am advocating for the people that look like me. And now, if I'm wrong, eat me up on Twitter, Facebook, and every damn social media you can. I am advocating for Black people. Because when you want to talk about public safety and you want to talk about giving social workers, you want to tell me about all this other stuff, you cannot convince me that not building single family homes, apartment complexes in our distressed neighborhoods would not create safety. I have heard from so many of my constituents about why do we have Black people that are part of ENA, a mayor, a president, and a comptroller, and we have not seen priority given to North St. Louis and West St. Louis? I've been asking. They have been asking me that. And I can't answer. You know why? Because there has been no platform for Black people to advocate for what we are doing. And I'm here to tell you, and I don't give a damn who gets mad at me. I'm advocating for Black people to get more than our fair share of these ARPA dollars that will never come again in our lifetime. These people that want to talk about defund the police, I don't want to hear it. I don't care about it. I'm for closing the work. I am not for closing the workhouse. I am for doing what we need to do to make our community feel safe. And I know if you have good housing in our neighborhoods, people ain't gonna dump. They're not gonna dump behind us. If we got a house, if we got people living there, they're not gonna illegally dump there, okay? We have people on this board that always talk about data. Everything's about data driven. Give me the evidence from the Citizen Service Bureau that has the best data that we can come by about what's going on in our community. Let's look at the 911 calls. We just had a meeting today with the police committee, the chief of police, John Hayden, about how we're going to give all this data from 2013, 2015, wherever it is, to somebody to analyze and tell us what best practices is. Let me tell you, let me suggest to you, we already know. We already know what the best practices are. And we just need to do what's right. We have been denied in the West Side, in the North Side, for years, for decades, with all the incentives from the tips, from the tax abatement, from low-income tax credit, from rebuilding downtown to South St. Louis to Central Quarter. And now you want to take these ARPA dollars right now, and then you want to tell me, oh, don't worry about it, Jeffrey Boyd. We got you. Because the rest of the money that's coming, that $200 million, we're going to give it to North St. Louis. I ain't buying it. You cannot convince me of that. And shame on you if you think you can. I am an advocate for North St. Louis. I say things that people don't want to say. And I don't give a damn if you like the way I said or not, because we are due our just due. And I'm tired of being taken advantage of. I'm tired of people that don't look like me deciding what's good for my community. I'm tired of it. And there's no way I'm going to vote for this damn bill. I'm done.
Alderman Vicaro.
Yeah, a couple of quick things. One, I get Alderman Boyd's frustration. I don't know that, I would say black or white, whenever we let any neighborhood fall in disrepair or any area of the city, no matter who lives there, that the city as a whole looks bad and falls. And I agree that the money that we wanted to put along Martin Luther King Boulevard and all the businesses through there that was taken out was terrible, and a lot of people, in my community, well, why are you voting to put all that money over there? Anytime you let one area of the city decide to fall, it reflects on the whole city. You're only going to get rid of the crime. The crime is very movable. It's moving into my neighborhood. Until we fix the neighborhoods, and I don't like referring to them as Black communities or white communities or Spanish or, you got the hills, so we'll say that's the Italian community. It's neighborhoods, and people live in those neighborhoods. So, I get the alderman's frustration, and we do need to, I don't know that they'll do it in the second group. I don't trust them either. I was told I don't have to pay for dumpsters again, and we had to pay for dumpsters. I was told that we would be getting all these LED lights. We don't have them. I don't know how many things I've been lied to over. And the funny part is, I at least include my community in the meeting when we do the capital stuff so they can see. I'm still waiting for my sidewalks. They're marked. People said, so I get the frustration that you can't trust what we're being told. The only thing I would, and I appreciate everything that Alderman Boyd's doing to fight for his neighborhood. I just don't think, though, that saying this is for Black people or white people is an answer. It's about a neighborhood. It's about a neighborhood that's in disrepair. And if you have a house and your back porch is in disrepair on your house, you want to fix the back porch. You don't say, well, the rest of it's okay, so we won't deal with the back porch or one of the rooms. We're a community. As St. Louis is a city, we're a community. And what happens in one neighborhood affects other neighborhoods, like dominoes. I will vote for this. Do I believe that the ARCA funds will go to neighborhoods that are in desperate need of money? I don't know. I don't trust this. I don't trust the city to do the right thing. I do trust the Board of Aldermen. I think we've voted properly almost literally every time. We've never been selfish as a group. I have to say, whether it was the redistricting or whatever, we worked together as a great group. And we did put $33 million that was taken out by a line item veto, never been done before by our mayor. And I don't care who the mayor is. I don't care if the mayor is white or Black. That's not the issue. The issue is you have an area that as a group, 28 plus the president, 29 of us said, yes, this is where we need to spend money. Not because they're Black, not because they're white, but because it's an area of our city. It's our city. It's not my city. It's not your city. It's our city. And that's an area of our city, no matter who lives there, that is in desperate need of repair. I'm going to vote for this. And I hope and pray that we prove Alderman Boyd wrong and that we do get this next bit of money in the areas of the city where it's needed. Because if we don't do that, the city won't stand if you let one area of the city fall, and we've let it fall. So anyway, that's my lecture of the day, and I'll leave it go with that.
All right, sir. Alderwoman Howard.
No comments, thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Spencer.
No questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Alderman Collins Muhammad.
No questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, sir. Alderwoman Middlebrook.
No questions, thank you.
Alderwoman Evans.
No questions, Madam Chair.
President Reed.
No questions.
Okay, I have none. Alderman Oldenburg, you can close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I renew my motion to amendment number 8 for Bill 184.
Previous roll.
Objection.
Madam Clerk, please call a roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Absolutely not.
Alderman Vicaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
As it relates to the agency.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
10 aye votes and 1 voted no.
Thank you very much. Alderman Oldenburg, your amendment number 8 has been approved. And now we need to
With the board bill
approve
as
your,
amended.
as amended. Yes, please.
Actually,
There's another, Alderman from the 20th has her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I told you all, I don't have all my visuals. Okay. Alderwoman Spencer.
thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to introduce amendment number 9, which was sent around several hours ago. This amendment, what it essentially does is it addresses the need for the city of St. Louis to invest in making our city facilities accessible. In 1990, with the passage of the ADA,
Alderwoman, would you like me to?
I'm just going to quickly describe it, President Reed, and then I'm actually going to ask you to speak on the amendment and kind of your plans on the issue before moving forward. But just for everyone's knowledge, we do have a responsibility as a city to make these investments, our city facilities accessible. Commissioner Newberger has put together a proposal to continue to make investments, recognizing that the city has made investments over the past few years, and we need to continue that momentum. And I've sent around a really thoughtful memo that Mr. Newberger put together, highlighting the exceptional need for serving St. Louis residents. It's estimated that around 50,000 of our city's residents do have a disability, and many of those folks are living in poverty. So this is really an issue of equity, and it's really an issue of civil rights, and it's a really very important issue of access to the government that should be serving everyone. So with that, I do recognize that it's a considerable addition, and we've been here all night, and we have another bill coming. And so with that, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, President Reed has a few thoughts on the matter as well.
Go right ahead, President Reed.
All right, thank you. First, let me thank Alderwoman Spencer for really working so thoughtfully to bring this amendment forward. This is a extremely important one to me personally. My father spent half his life in a wheelchair. And when we try to make it around St. Louis, it was very, very difficult because St. Louis is so far behind the times when it comes to accessibility. I was, years ago, I remember when Mr. Newberger first came to the city of St. Louis and took the role in that office. And my God, I think that was just a huge blessing for us as a city. And for those of you that really don't know, have never took an opportunity to really research his background, you really should look into his background. This is a man that could be doing anything he wants to in life. And he's chosen to come here, to come here in the city of St. Louis and work in this office and do some good. And it's just been tremendous. And again, Alderman from the 20th, thank you so much. We're going to work together to bring this back up in next week's bill. and work to really flush it out. I think that St. Louis, we've been so far behind the eight ball and we just have not done an adequate job as a city to fund this in the way it should be funded. So what I plan to do is work with all the ones from the 20th and Mr. Newberger and others to really make sure that we have put this together in a way that we just don't meet those minimum guidelines, that we really truly become a model city when it comes to this. This is a huge opportunity for some equity across the board like you've never seen, just like the Alderman from the 20th said. Again, I also thank her for giving us some time to work on it next week. And I'm looking forward to the other one from the 20th and myself and others bringing this back in this next bill that we're working on next week. So thank you.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, President Reed. With that, I just want to make sure that everyone on the committee has had an opportunity to read this thoughtful memo that Commissioner Newberger sent the proposal and recognize the serious need for continuing to make investments to make our city facilities ADA accessible. And I just would also kind of point out that that these were actually in the capital needs inventory, and so and they were highly prioritized by our citizens. So I'm grateful to hear the care with which my fellow committee members are going to be moving forward with this. And with that, Madam Chair, given the hour and where we are, I'd like to defer this conversation for the next bill.
I appreciate that. And as I indicated to you and to the Chief of Staff, I want to definitely be a part of this. I respect David so much, and he has been one of those people that I learned a lot from over the years in my work with Paraquat and everybody else. And there's so much more that we can do. And we need to really do this right. Even with the crossing of our signal lights in major intersections, they need to be upgraded. All kinds of things need to happen. So I'm just excited about this. And I thank you, President Reed, for making sure that we will give all attention to this, because a lot of people don't know, as you mentioned your father, there are so many people that are impaired and we don't see them every day because they don't come out because they can't. They can't really visit things that they want to. And we really need to make this city extremely accessible. And so I thank you, Alderwoman Spencer. President Reed, did you have any other comments?
No, I'm trying not to talk a lot about because I'm getting choked up.
I am too. I've talked about this before with my family, and I had so many amputees in my family, my older sister. But you know what? We put her on a plane. Anywhere we went, she went. But there's other cities that are far ahead of us in accommodations for folks. So this is something I can really understand and help work on.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to have a comment, if you will.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
First of all, I want to thank the president and the other one from the 20th Ward for bringing this up, because, many of us as aldermen have been putting capital improvement dollars into doing disability ramps, on the curbs in our community. And I'm proud to say that I don't even know of any that I need to do. But if I do, the street department needs to let me know, because that has been a priority of mine. And I would certainly support a priority of the city as a whole. And if there's any way that those of us who've been on the cutting edge, that have been doing the work, could be reimbursed, I'd appreciate it. That's it.
Well, now, Alderman Boyd, I finished my lighting for my ward 2 years ago. So if they can give me all my money back, all my capital money back, that would be wonderful. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. So I think we've gotten to the point where we've actually finished the business of the day on the agenda. We have no resolutions.
We have to vote.
We didn't vote on this
I'm
last.
getting ready to just move. I'm ready to go.
Long day. You hanging in there.
I'm ready to go. Okay, so Alderman Oldenburg,
Yeah. Thank
did
you.
you close?
Yes, we did adopt Amendment 8. Now, Madam Chair, I move that we pass Board Bill 184 as amended.
Second.
Second.
Move the second. Please
Previous
call the roll.
roll.
No,
Objection.
please call the roll.
Come on.
Alderman Boyd,
Without malice, no.
Alderman Vicaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Muhammad,
Yes. Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg,
Aye.
Alderwoman Middlebrook,
Aye.
Alderwoman Evans,
Aye.
Chairwoman Davis,
Aye.
President Reed,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Boyd,
She's saying,
aye.
There you go.
10 aye votes and 1 no vote.
Okay, so Board Bill 184 as amended has been passed by this committee, and I do appreciate everybody's 6 hours and thus for 7 minutes of this meeting.
6 hours.
Yes, sir.
Alderman Davis.
I move to adjourn if there.
Back for my LED lights.
I wish I could get mine back.
Alderwoman, if you don't have any minutes or anything else to approve, I'm going to move to adjourn without objection from the.
Object.
I object too.
Object. I'm not going. I no.
Previous.
Be on this call by yourself.
somebody mute him.
Yeah, mute Jeffrey.
No.
We have nothing else to discuss, and all members of the committee were present, so we're fine.
All right, no, but I want to be on record as no.
Yeah, I'm willing to stay around. I thought we'd go for the record.
No.
10 o'clock, midnight. I'm here. I'm here to serve the public. I'm here to serve the
Good
public.
night.
It's a wrap. See you all.
Thank everybody. Thank you,
I'm
Madam
good.
Clerk. Thank you.
I